G'day, it's Austin, and I've made over $13.5 million with Shopify, dropshipping, ecom over the past 4 years. Got this beautiful trophy to show for it for 100,000 orders. And in this video, I'm gonna give you a full course on how to find a product, build a store, launch to get your first sale. Everything's here. No opt-in, no funny business. It's free, and you can just watch it from start to finish to get your first sale. Again, I know what I'm on about, so I'm just gonna give you the full course in this video. I hope you enjoy. Discovering and creating the customer first brand model completely changed my life, and it's going to change yours too. After years trying to build online businesses, this was my key to achieving financial, time, and location freedom. This took me from a broke teenager fresh out of high school to becoming an 8-figure entrepreneur in just 4 years. A customer first brand is an online store that uses the dropshipping fulfillment model. And dropshipping is when you sell products through an online store without holding stock yourself. Whenever you get a sale, the supplier sends the product directly to the customer on your behalf. You connect the product with the customer and you collect your profit in between. But where most people go wrong with this is that they use this model to sell low quality products with month-long shipping times, and they just ignore customer service. They just make a store to get some quick sales before it all comes crashing down and they have to start over again. And the customer first brand model is completely different. It's where you sell problem-solving products that people actually need. You sell these products on a branded and trustworthy online store, and you use attractive and engaging video ads on social media to let people know about your products. And when they buy, you fulfill their order with the fastest shipping options available, so they wait days and not months for their order to arrive. And customer first brands, they just get better and better over time. And this challenge is all about building a store that people love, that solves a problem and gets you your first sale of many. And we have this entire system boiled down to an exact science. So as long as you follow along with myself in these first videos, then with Will, and then with Josh later on, and complete all of the action steps, you will find a winning product that could change your life. So let's jump straight into the training videos, and I'll see you in the next lesson. Just thought I'd hop in here briefly and say, if you wanted all of this video broken down into bite-sized lessons, along with additional templates and resources, and also the ability to enter a $1,000 giveaway I do every month, then you can click the link in the description and join my free 30-day challenge. That's what all of this material is from. It's from that 30-day challenge. This YouTube video is just me putting it all into one continuous video. So if you want it broken down step by step, you want access to the online community filled with over 25,000 people all starting their own e-commerce store, and you also want access to that $1,000 monthly giveaway, just click the link in the description. If you don't want to, no stress, just thought I'd present you the option, and enjoy watching the rest of the video. Before you can do anything like creating your store or launching your ads, you need to set up some things to actually run a business. And in this video, I'll walk you through the essential setup steps that you need to follow. The 2 essential things you need to do now before you select products, create your store, and launch your ads is register your business and also create a business bank account. And I'm just going to quickly walk you through the setup for both of these things. First of all, registering your business. Now, if you're watching this in Australia, the US, or the UK, I've included walkthroughs in the resource sheet for this video. To download this, just click on the folder icon above this video and you'll be able to download it to your computer and click on these links and do everything you need to do. So in Australia, you want to register as a sole trader. You do not need to create a private company. You do not need to register as a partnership or a trust. You want to register as a sole trader because it's the easiest business to create at the beginning. Now, if you already have a sole trader ABN registered, then you can just use that for your customer first brand. And so it makes it a lot easier. Now, if you're in the US, you want to register as a sole proprietor. Now for this, it's a lot more of an easy setup. The only thing you do need to do is get an EIN. This is your employer identification number. And so to do that, you can use this link here. You'll be able to get a free EIN from the IRS, which means you can open a business bank account, as well as start using payment processors for your store, which you'll absolutely need. And then if you're in the UK, you can register as a UK limited company. Very, very cheap and it's actually easier to register a limited company than it is to set up as a sole trader in the UK. Now, if you're registering a business outside of Australia, the US, or the UK, you simply want to register as a sole proprietorship or the equivalent type of business in the country that you're a citizen of. To figure out how to register a business in your country, all you need to do is Google how to register as a sole proprietor in insert your country, or how to register a business in insert your country. You will then use that business to open a business bank account in your country of citizenship. When you are building your store in the next phase, you'll simply select the country you registered your business in when signing up to Shopify. When it's time to launch your store and start getting sales, that's where I recommend selling to one of these 5 countries. I refer to them as the big 5 for Facebook advertising: Australia, the US, the UK, Canada, or New Zealand. Now, not being a citizen of Australia, the US, or the UK does not put you at a disadvantage compared to other students. It just requires a few different steps to get set up. So that's the first part, registering a business. The next part is creating a business bank account. Now, the reason why this is important is because I really want you to separate your business and personal finances. It is essential to have a business bank account for your business. So to create one, simply contact the bank that you do your personal banking with and ask to open a business checking account. This is a standard business account that comes with a debit card that you can use just for business transactions. Now, when applying, you'll be asked for your business registration number. Once you've received your business card, transfer some funds into it and use that for all of your business expenses. It's going to make accounting and bookkeeping and everything come tax time infinitely easier if you do separate your business and personal finances. So I really recommend that you do this. And there's a few online bank alternatives. So let's say that you can't open a business bank account through the bank that you do your personal banking with. I've included some additional options here in the resource sheet depending on where you're located. And so those are the essential business setup steps that you need to complete before progressing on to the next parts of the program. So make sure you do this now, register your business, and also create a business bank account. I've made over $13 million online with my own customer first brands over the past 4 years. And the most important part of the process is selecting a winning product. First, you need to understand what makes a product a winner. And in the files section of this lesson, you can download my winning checklist that shows you the 6 winning characteristics that I look for in a product. Go and read that first so you know what to look for. Now let me show you how to find some winning products using the research tool Minea. I've been using Minea for a very long time. And if you do want to do product research on your own and you want to go out there and learn this skill, which is incredibly valuable, then you can click the link below this video to get access to a very special deal for Minea. It is a paid platform, but it allows you to get an incredible discount on it. So make sure you go ahead and use that before following these steps to actually use Minea to find products. For now, I just wanted to give you the lay of the land, show you how it works, what to press, where everything is. The first page you'll land on is the ads page. This is going to be the main one that we'll use. The only other tab that we'll use later on is the products tab, but for now, let's just stick with ads. In here, you'll see a few different options: Facebook, Pinterest, and TikTok. For this example, we're only going to be using Facebook to find winning products. So what I like to do is look for the most engaged ads. So filters by engagement, click on likes, and I'm going to do a minimum of 1,000 likes. This shows that the ad has been active for some time. It isn't completely fresh. You can always experiment with all of these settings, but another thing I like to turn on by default is dropshipping, and click apply. This is going to try and filter out any of the stores that aren't actually dropshipping. They're running ads for a product that isn't on an online store. Once you've set up the filters, we can start looking at products. And so all you need to do is click on them if you want to have a closer look, and then you can watch the viral ad that has performed well for a different brand. You can see here, this particular video ad had 26,000 likes, 25,000 comments, and over 8,000 shares. That's a lot of engagement for a product like this. You can also see the product description, the shop URL. So if you click on that, it'll take you to the online store that this ad is sending people to. You can also see some other cool stats about how long they've been running for and other details about engagement on the ad, from likes, comments, shares, and then the different reaction emojis as well, what people are saying. You will find hundreds of different winning product ideas as you go through. So spend some time, have a look through this tab and see what you can find, save the best ads that you like the look of, and create that group of at least 10 winning products and then shortlist from there. So looking through, we might find some cool products. We've got something like this, a drawing book for kids. Looks like a cool product. Some great content here as well. Kids using it, smiling with their parents. Some great stuff there. So it's, I think, a training aid for writing and for drawing. So that's a great product there that we might want to look at further. And then just keep scrolling through and see what else you can find. Product research shouldn't take 30 minutes, shouldn't take an hour. It should take you some time, 1 day, 2 days. For some people, it even takes a week to find the product that you want to sell, that you're ready to go with. And so don't worry if it is taking you some time. That is natural. That's how it should feel. Because if everybody could find a winning product in 1 minute, then everybody would be rich. And before we finish this lesson, I want to let you know that it's likely that your first product won't be the one that gives you financial freedom. If it does, you are one of the lucky few, congratulations. But the way that we teach you how to build a store in this challenge makes it really easy to find and launch a new product if your first one just doesn't work. It's part of the process. I launched 13 products before I found one that gave me financial freedom and had real scaling potential. And armed with these lessons, you can expect to find your winner in as little as 3 products. So stay persistent, keep following the lessons, and I will show you what to do later in the challenge if your first one doesn't work out. Now that I've walked you through how to find your own winning products, I want to review some different options with you live, and I'll give you my feedback as to why I like some and don't like others. By the end of this video, we will have selected the main product that we'll build a store with in the rest of this challenge. This one here I thought was very, very interesting. So this is an inflatable thing that goes in the truck bed and it elevates, so then you can put a mattress there. You could sleep on it. You could use it to look out at the stars if you don't have the bit on top. So definitely lots of functionality there. So I think it's a really great video ad as well. Simple, to the point, showing it being installed. With the video ad that I'll show you how to create for the product you choose, we're going to go a bit more in depth than this. Instead of it just being a product demonstration, we're going to show some benefits, show solving the customer's problem, a bunch of different things. So we'll walk through that when we need to. But for now, I think it's a good ad. What really grabbed my attention is that the product price, what they were selling it for. So this is a $700 product, and I believe this is a US store, so that's $700 US. Very expensive product. What I then wanted to do was have a look on AliExpress and see if we could find this. Unfortunately, we couldn't. This was more of a proprietary product that they had developed. So unfortunately, we weren't able to find it. And in these cases where you've got this like really advanced product, it's got all this custom branding on it, looks like it was made just by this brand. Definitely worth trying if you run the numbers and you say that this is a product that I definitely want to sell. So does it solve a problem for the customer? The way they position it is ready to convert your vehicle into a mobile adventure rig. There is an angle there, I think, but it's not as compelling as some of these other products. And combined with the product price and how this looks like a bit more of an exclusive product that we might not be able to get our hands on, we're going to put this one to the side for the time being. Now, having a look at this next one. This is a back shaver. And so if we go to the start of the video ad here, showing people shaving their very hairy backs with this product and showing how it allows you to reach all the way back around. So does it solve a problem? Yes, because I can talk from experience, shaving your back without someone's help is a bit difficult. So this product definitely would make it easier. Is it going viral? Yes, we can see some great social proof here, likes, comments, shares. And if we click into it and see what people are saying about it, looks like a miracle device, great quality, fast delivery. Come on now, stop effing about and get this bought, fella. So there's some good comments in here. People talking about how it's working, commenting, tagging friends, which is great, shows that there is a viral component to it. So I like the look of this product. If we have a look on their website to see if there is room for improvement, we land on this and it doesn't come across as trustworthy. I think there's definitely room for improvement. We've got the buy now button shaking. We've got these extra payment icons, which is a classic dropshipping thing to have those that big on the product page. We've got all these extra benefits. It's just a very busy product page. So I definitely think some better imagery and making this more simple, which I'll show you how to do in the store build phase, I think yeah, definitely room for improvement. Looking to see if there's a solid markup. So they're selling it for $29.97 USD. So let's convert 30 USD to Aussie just so we can compare it. So $46. Now, if we go in here, I found this one. It looks slightly different. So you can compare and find ones that maybe look a bit different, which might help you. But we want to look for one that's the same. Unfortunately, I couldn't find it on Ali, but we use this one as a guide. So that's $6. And so if we compare them, that's a 5x markup. So it definitely ticks that box on a profit markup side. So it definitely ticks that box. Is the product BS? Well, we've looked at the comments and these all look quite positive. We can also look at the reviews on the product page if there are any and see what people are saying about the product. These don't look like real reviews. We've got these stock photo images of these people. Those are definitely not real. So we're going to ignore those. These are the real reviews. Excellent product. Only regret is not finding it sooner. Very skeptical at first. Tried and loved it. No more waxing once a month for $100. Very easy to use. So it's got some solid reviews here. What I'm a bit hesitant of is that some of these reviews look like they were written by someone. Even the profile photos, there's no faces. They're all just random images. I'm a bit unsure about that. Makes me a bit skeptical about if these are real reviews or not. And I've got 667 reviews. It's a crazy number of reviews. So it definitely does tick those boxes. I'm not too sure on the BS side because with products like this, where it just looks so easy, like if they're using on a huge hairy back and just like, look how easy they make it look. And when I was reading the product page, it was talking about how you don't even need to use any moisture for it. It can just be a dry shave. And yeah, it just got me more and more skeptical about the efficacy of the product. So that's one. It does tick quite a few of the boxes. The BS test, I'm not sure if it does pass it. It is safe to advertise though on any ad platform. So that's one that we can have a think about. Now moving on to the next one. This is a really cool product. It's a weed puller, but it's not get down on the ground, pull out the weed. It's standing, allows people to remove weeds easily from their garden, their lawn, anywhere around the home without having to use any other tools. They can do it while standing. What I thought was good about this is that it definitely solves a problem. The main target demographic, or people that are generally interested in gardening, are slightly older. And with older people, they have issues with pain in their joints. And so having products that make it easier for them to garden and still be out in the garden, which a lot of people love to do, it's a huge positive. And it's a very compelling reason for someone to buy. It definitely ticks that box. Is it trending or going viral? Look, the number of likes and comments on this one compared to the other products we've been looking at hasn't been as many. So that's one thing. Is it really going viral? There is interest for the product, but I wouldn't say it's necessarily going viral. So that will probably disqualify it from what we're looking for. Let's keep going though. Let's see, is there any room for improvement? So I went through to their product page. Let's have a look. Just at a glance, I definitely think there's room for improvement. Their add to cart button is not bold. It doesn't grab your attention. There's lots of conflicting images and colors being used everywhere. Lots of options to click things. There aren't many images in the product description to show the product solving the problem. So I definitely think there's huge room for improvement here. Let's look at the markup. So this one here is selling for $69. So let's have a look. And on AliExpress, we can get a more basic version for $17. So definitely satisfies the product markup. Let's have a look at the comments on the ad. One of the best gardening tools I have. I have this and it's a great product. Really impressed with mine. This looks great. Lots of positive reviews here. And good thing about these, 1 week ago, 1 day ago, 5 days ago, this is relevant right now. These are customers that are happy right now. So on some of these ads that you'll find on Minea, some of the comments will be from a while ago. So this is really reassuring to see that people like the product right now. So it ticks that box. And the last one, is this product safe to advertise? I'd say yes. It's a very simple product. It's nothing super crazy, and it's definitely not against any of the community guidelines. So overall, a solid product. One thing that I wasn't too sure about is that the quality of the one that this guy is using in the video, and that's also available here, it just looks a lot more heavy duty than the one that we could potentially find here on AliExpress. If we're gonna try and sell this product for the same price as this one, and this one is clearly better or has these extra benefits, you're gonna have to do a really good job of marketing this one to sell it at the same price. So that's something that I wouldn't be too sure about. And then we're left with this final product. Now this one I really liked. So let's go through the criteria. First one, does it solve a problem? What I thought was very interesting about this product is that I saw a similar brand advertising this previously, and they were talking about how hard water is actually affecting your skin and hair. And so most people don't realize that the water that they're showering in might actually have an effect on their health. It's something that I'd never thought about. I just assumed that the water coming from the shower head was fine. It's perfectly fine to go and shower in that. But what I discovered is that it can actually be a lot better, and there can be a lot of hidden toxins or metals in that water that don't make it very healthy for you. And so a product like this brings people's attention to an everyday issue that they're facing. Most people don't even know this is an issue. So by advertising this product, you grab their attention by saying, do you shower? Or something along those lines, because this product has very wide appeal. You then position the product as the easy solution to a problem they've probably accidentally been doing for years or their whole life. And so I really liked that angle for the product about how it does solve a problem, purifies the water, makes it softer. So there's hard water and soft water, and so it's better for your hair and skin. So I like those benefits, and definitely is a problem-solving product. Maybe not as problem-solving as some of the other ones, but I really liked how, people wouldn't generally be aware that it was an issue to begin with. So now that you introduce this product as the simple, easy solution to that they can use forever, huge. It's a very big positive. Is the product trending or going viral right now? Yes, 33,000 likes, over 8,000 comments, 8,000 shares, looks very positive. Next, is there room for improvement? Having a look at the product page, I definitely think there is. Why? Because I think the images they've selected are not the best ones. They don't really show the product in use. That's what I want to see. Customers want to see the product solving the problem they're facing. And so if we just show the product on a white background, it's really missing the mark. And so even though it is high quality, good quality imagery, this one here is a bit more of that natural style UGC. It's a step in the right direction, but the lighting is awful in this picture. This one here, it's okay, but still not the best. Definitely could be a lot better. What I do like about this, 1,700 reviews. That's a lot of reviews for this product. The interesting thing about this is that they're marketing it with this whole spa experience or chakras about, there's a very different angle that they're playing here. They're not playing the whole, this purifies the water, makes it better for your hair and skin. It's not very simple. They're appealing to this slightly different demographic. And so I think there's huge potential to take a product like this that has the same visual appeal. You look at it and you're like, well, of course the water's being purified because it's going through all this stuff, all these colors. And so it looks like it is being purified. And so I really like the angle that we could take this and go a bit more mass market with it. Or potentially even take it and go specific and say, let's advertise it to parents who want the best for their kids. We can start looking at those micro demographics. Looking at the rest of the product page, there is some positives here. There's some things they've done well that we can definitely learn from, but overall, I think huge areas for improvement. Next, we need to check if it has a strong profit margin. This store is displaying in US dollars, so I'm just going to convert it to Aussie. So $72 Australian, and I found it on AliExpress for $20. So that's above a 3x markup, which is definitely within the range, the healthy range that we want. So it ticks that box. Then we have to ask ourselves, does the product pass the bullshit test? Let's look on Facebook and look at some of the reviews. Showerhead is amazing. My fat ass thought those were beans. Filtering part, someone calling it out here. But the water pressure is amazing. So they're actually highlighting a different benefit for the product that maybe we could focus our advertising on. This is a must-have. We have one for ages. It's amazing. Used one of these, awesomeness. People tagging their friends saying you need this. So there are a few negative comments in here, but I'd say overall, the sentiment in this comment section is positive. People sharing a positive experience with it, tagging friends, saying how great it is and how much it's helped them. So I think it definitely passes that test. And is it safe to advertise on Facebook? Yes. It's not in a restricted category. It's a very simple product. So after looking through all of those options, hopefully you can understand how I think about product selection, the different factors that we're looking at. I'm running through that winning product criteria constantly. Every single product I look at, does it meet those points? And if it doesn't, we then move on to the next one. That's why you don't want to rush product selection. So out of all the products that we've looked at in this section, I'm going to go for this one here. I think this shower head is definitely ticks a lot of the boxes from what I like in a product. And if this ad This ad that is 9 seconds long has got this much engagement and this many people sharing it, then something that's a bit more advanced, that focuses on the benefits a little bit more, that has somebody talking in it or somebody using the product in the video, I think is going to perform so much better. So definitely a lot of room for improvement. It ticks the other boxes as well, but that's sort of a deep dive into a few different product options. Now you have your primary product, you need 2 complementary products. Your primary product is the one that you will run ads to get people to your Shopify store. And the complementary products are what you will use for upsells and bundles to increase your profit from every sale. And in this lesson, I'll show you how to find these complementary products for your store. The first way is to just view what your competitors are selling on their store. From their product, click around their website to see what other related products they're selling too. This is the easiest and fastest way to find suitable complementary products. The next way is to open the AliExpress page for your primary product and look at what other products are recommended on that page. While you're looking at their product listings, scroll down to see other related products that they're selling or other suppliers are offering. And the final method I'll share is to use Amazon's frequently purchased together feature. Simply find your primary product on Amazon and then scroll down the page. You'll see a section on most product pages that says what items have frequently been purchased together with that main product. Amazon has over 12 million orders placed on the platform every day. So these recommendations are extremely valuable because of the amount of data they have to support them. Having 2 great complementary products when you first start out is incredibly valuable. It will make you more profitable and it will help you build a long-term brand. You now have your primary product and your 2 complementary products selected. So the next step is to find a local supplier that sells these items. And for this, we're going to be using eBay. If we skip this step, we can build a store around a product, all of it looks great, but when sales actually come in, we're gonna have no one to fulfill those orders through. Fulfill an order basically means send the product to the customer. And the site we're going to use to find these suppliers is eBay. Now, if you're in Australia, we're going to use ebay.com.au to find warehouses that have stock for your product in Australia. This is going to increase shipping times. It's going to make it super quick for customers to get their orders. If you're in the US, you'd go on ebay.com. If you're in the UK, you go to ebay.co.uk. It's all about using the eBay in the region that you'll be selling to. If you are outside one of these 3 countries, then something you can do instead is set up your store and then sell to one of these countries, Australia, the US, or the UK. So the first step you want to do is open up, if you're in Australia, ebay.com.au. And you're going to go up here to the top and you're going to search the keywords related to your product. In here, before we start looking at the responses, I want to scroll down on the left and change the item location to be Australia only. This is now just going to show us suppliers for this item that are based in Australia. Faster shipping times, better customer support, the pricing will be great as well. And so we want to make sure that we're just looking for products available in the country that we're selling to. As you're looking through the available items, you might realize that the one that was in the Minea ad that you selected the product from isn't available in here. Maybe it's something that looks a little bit different. So it's not exactly the same product, but it still does the same thing and solves the same problem. If that's the case, that's okay. You haven't built your store yet, you haven't collected images for the product yet, that's completely fine. So if you end up going with one of these instead of one that you previously found, that's completely fine and you can build your store around that. I've already opened 3 different product links. And the big question then becomes, how do I select the best supplier? Because if there's multiple suppliers for the same item, how do you pick the best one? How do you know who the best one is? And the things that I like to look at are the price, the number of reviews, and their rating. And the last thing I like to look at is the shipping estimate. So I'm gonna go through each of these options and we're gonna pick the best one based on who meets the criteria. So first of all, let's have a look at the price. $18.88, $19.88, and $18.04. So I'd say each of these, it's not an issue. That pricing is going to be just fine for our product. If one of them was dramatically different in price and it ticked the other boxes I'll walk you through in a sec, then that would probably sway your decision a bit and you'd probably go with that one. The next thing we want to look at is the number of reviews. So this is where the supplier information is listed. That's the supplier's name. Then they've got the number of reviews. And so here, 342 reviews for this one. This one has had 10,100 reviews. And then this one's had 600. With all three of these, I think they've all had enough reviews for you to work with them. If you saw one that had a really low number of reviews, anything that's under 100, I'd probably steer clear. We want to find suppliers that have proven to be good to work with, they've sold a lot of products, and another thing we can check for that is also their review rating. So this gives you a percentage of their positive feedback. So out of all of these reviews, what percentage of those reviews have been positive? So for this supplier, 96.7%, 97.3 for this one, and 97.3 for this one. So each of these are completely fine. If you find someone that has a positivity score of 85% or less, for example, then that sort of tells you that they're probably not the best supplier to work with, and you'll probably have other options that have much better ratings. So I'd go with one that, again, even if they're a little bit more expensive, if they've got more reviews and they've got a better positivity score, then that's what you want. You want a reliable supplier. Just because you're saving a few bucks doesn't make it worth working with one that's a bit worse. And the last thing I like to look at is the shipping estimate. So if you scroll down here, we'll see this delivery section, estimated between Monday the 8th and Friday the 12th of July. So that tells us how long it'll take to get to the customer. What I've found from my experience is that the product will typically arrive on this first date, if not earlier. It very rarely arrives on this date. I've just found that when I order, if someone is located in a rural location or they're away from major cities, it might take a little bit longer, but it'll still always be within this range and closer to the front of that range. So that's the first one there. Let's have a look at the second option. Estimated between 4th of July and 10th of July. So this one is a couple days faster, which is interesting. Then this one here, 8th of July and 12th of July. So based on these options, having a look at them all again, the one that I would personally go for this item would probably be this one here. Reason why, even though the price is a little bit more expensive, they have had 10,000 reviews. They've had 97% of those be positive reviews, and their shipping time is faster than the other options. So for me, it ticks the boxes. They're a reputable supplier. They've proven that they can sell a lot of products and they're good to work with because of their review rating. And then their delivery times are also better than the rest. One other interesting thing here as well is the return period. So they offer 60-day returns. Now in the store building phase, I'm going to walk you through how to set up a return policy on your store. And what I typically opt for is a 30-day return policy because most suppliers don't offer 60. You see here, this one, 30-day returns. If we have a look at this one as well, 30-day returns. So this again is an outlier. This supplier is willing to offer double that, which is a huge competitive advantage. If you can now say 60-day free returns on your site, you're going to boost your conversion rate. You're going to get more people buying. So overall, this one looks like the best option for us. If you look through those options and you want to have more, check out the similar items section. You can view a bunch more suppliers. And what I find to be best is if you do your search initially to find the product. Once you have found it, you go in and look at the similar items. You can then open up a bunch of these in new tabs and look through all of them. You should really take your time with this, focus on selecting the best supplier that meets the criteria that I've walked you through here, and also make sure to have 2 backup suppliers for every product you sell. This only applies if you're working with eBay suppliers. You want to make sure that you have some backups in case they do sell out. Now, the way I like to think about it is that eBay suppliers are here because they want to make money. And so it doesn't suit them to just run out of stock and not be able to restock for you. If you keep coming back to them and purchasing stock one by one, and you're consistent with it, it is in their best interest to make sure that stock is available for future orders. Because a big question that I've got asked in the past is, well, if they sell out and they don't have any more stock, what am I going to do? Well, you just switch to a different supplier through eBay. And again, it's very unlikely that that will happen because they want to make money too. So they want to make sure that if you're selling a lot of their product, that they have enough stock available for you so you can keep selling. Once you have completed this process for your primary product, you want to repeat it for your 2 complementary products as well. So now, by this point, you would have found your primary product and 2 backup suppliers for that primary product on eBay. And also you would have done the same for your 2 complementary products.
Now it's time to start building your store. Before you start setting up Shopify, you need to create your brand name and branding to use. This is extremely important and is one of the key differences between a trashy dropshipping store and a customer first brand that makes you money around the clock.
So I'm here inside of ChatGPT. We're going to use this to generate some different name ideas for the brand. So I've included a prompt template to use in the resource sheet for this video. So I pasted it in here. This is how we're going to word it. Give me 10 name ideas for my brand that sells, and then you insert what product you're selling. Use the keywords for that product. Nothing that's branded or fancy. You just use the actual keywords of what it is. So for us, it's a shower head that purifies water. The names should be 2 words joined together like cloud comfort. I like this type of brand name because you can have a benefit and then you can have the niche and you can group it into one brand name. So customers can easily understand what you do and the value that you provide to them. So I'm going to go ahead and click enter. Let's see what options we get. Having a look at the options that it's given me here, one word that I like being used is the word pure. People associate the word pure with being good for you, and so I think that's a really good start to the brand name. I'm just not set on any of these other endings. Shower would be good. So if we had pure shower or something like that, that could work. But what I want to do with this hybrid store, and this is what I recommend you do as well, is you don't go too specific with your brand name. So if we were just going to sell the shower head, we were just going to do that and never do anything else, not have complementaries, just be a one product store like I talked about before, then it might make sense to go for something like pure shower. You know, it's very specific on the shower angle. So when someone lands on your store, it's very clear to them what your brand is all about. But because we're building a hybrid store and we want to make sure that if our first product doesn't work for whatever reason, we can launch another related product in the similar niche on this store straight away without having to adjust branding and all that kind of stuff. That's why it's important that we don't go that specific. So I'm going to ask ChatGPT to generate some more ideas that start with the word pure. Generate 10 more ideas with the first word being pure. Great, we've got a few different examples here, and just keep repeating this process until you generate some ideas that you like the sound of. And these might inspire you, and then you think of some other names that you might want to use instead. Just having a look at these examples, I've found out that I want to use the word pure at the start of the brand name, and then to keep it really simple and to keep it very solid for our hybrid store, I think I'm going to go with the name Pure Water. I think that right there is very self-explanatory. People understand what the products are about, and it also isn't too specific. So that means we could launch other primary products in the future if that one doesn't perform as well, or we just want to diversify what products are generating sales for us. So I like the term Pure Water. I have seen some brands purposefully misspell words, and you might have seen this too. What I think might be good in this example is I like the word purer, like it is more pure than it was before, but I don't want to write purer water. It's a bit of a mouthful. So I think we could make it simpler and just go purer water, but purer is spelled P-U-R-A. Pure Water. I think that's definitely going to be a good brand name for this store. Gives us a lot of flexibility down the track if this product doesn't do what we need it to do, or it works really well but we want to launch other ones too, then we're not really, I guess, pigeonholed into just selling the shower head. We do have a bit of flexibility. Here on GoDaddy, you just want to type in the brand name that you do want to use. I've gone ahead and purchased purewater.com.au already because I wanted to make sure that we got it and no one else used it. And so you see here that that's why it says it's taken, because I've already bought it. But you could have a look at all of the examples in here. Again, make sure you're using one that either is .com if you're not in Australia, or .com.au if you are in Australia. You can use a .co domain, those are fine, but I wouldn't use .net or anything like that. Just stick with those main 3. So here we go, purewater.co. So let's say purewater.com.au was actually taken. I could definitely go for this one. I do like how that domain name is a little bit shorter as well, so might consider using that. Another thing you can do to increase the likelihood that you can find a domain is add a hyphen in it. So add a dash. So purewater.com.au. So let's say pure water like this was taken and I hadn't got it, then we could go for pure-water.com.au instead. That's a suitable alternative that we could do. So once you've decided on a brand name, make sure you check GoDaddy to make sure it is available. And if it is, go ahead and purchase it. It's going to ask you to fill out some details about the business and those things. But because you've registered your business earlier, you're going to be able to input that information. All you need to do is buy the 1-year subscription for the domain. So this will generally cost you between $8 to $12. You'll see in these examples here, if we went with purewater.co, it would be $18.77 for the first year. And we can find other examples in here as well. pure-water.com.au was 1 cent for the first year only when you buy it for 3 years. So typically they're going to be around that $12 to $15 mark for the domain. So when you found the domain that you like and that suits your brand name, go ahead and purchase it so that part is sorted. Now we need a Google Workspace account. This is going to allow you to have that branded email address that you'll use for everything to do with your customer first brand moving forward. So it's going to ask us for some details. We're going to put in the brand name, number of employees, just click just you, and then select the correct region, then click next. Contact info, we're just going to put in these details. Then we'll get to this screen. Does your business have a domain? And we'll say, yes, I have one I can use, and you want to enter it in here. So I'm going to put in purewater.com.au. That's the domain that we got for our customer first brand. Hit next. It's going to ask us to confirm, and we'll say next. Then it's going to ask us for a username. And the username that I like to use for any brand is just putting hi. So don't use your name, don't use support, don't use hello. Hi is a lot more casual. And so we're going to go ahead and use that. So the email address that will be the support email address, and the one we'll use for the brand moving forward is hi@purewater.com.au. Then go ahead and set a password, leave these unchecked, click I'm not a robot, and then agree and continue. If Google Workspace looks a bit different when you're setting things up, don't worry. All these platforms update the things every now and then, so just follow the same process and import all the information they need. Then it's going to ask us to sign in. So we're going to put in the same details that we just signed up with, put in our password. It's going to ask us to verify our identity, so I'm just going to do that now. Then it's going to welcome us to the new account. So it's just going to have a bunch of T's and C's here. Click I understand. Now it's going to take us to the checkout. And so the plan that you need to use is the business starter plan. So if you've followed the steps exactly like I've said in this video, then it will recommend this for you. And so this is the one we need to use. We don't need anything more advanced than that. And we're going to click try free for 14 days. After that, it's going to be $10 a month for us to have this branded email address and a few other things that this subscription includes. Then once you've done that, you'll come to this screen where you need to put in your business details, postal address, those things. So use the one that you registered for your business. Even if that is your home address, this won't be publicly visible anywhere. Then it's going to ask you for your card details for when the free trial ends. So for that, make sure you enter your business card, transfer some money from your personal account onto your business account to cover some of these initial startup expenses. So then everything is going through your business card. If you haven't got it yet, then you can just pay for it with your personal one. If it tries to upsell you anything extra, say skip for now, we don't need it. And then it's going to welcome us to the admin console. So this is where we're going to do the rest of the setup. Click next. So it's going to ask us to activate Gmail, and that's definitely what we need to do. So make sure you do this now. We're going to click on activate. It's going to recognize that we bought this domain on GoDaddy, and so it's going to give us this option to sign in to activate. Click on that. Once you've signed in to GoDaddy, it's going to ask you to authorize the connection, and so go ahead and click connect. Then it'll take us back to Google Admin Console and finish the rest of the setup. What it's doing right now is actually creating your brand Gmail account that you can start using. Once it's all done, it's going to take us to this screen, and there's going to be a little blue tick saying Gmail is activated. We don't need to create any new users, so just hit or skip for now. Now your Google Workspace account is all set up, and you can log into Gmail using the details you just used to sign up and register. The next step is to create your brand logo. What I've done is I've recreated the logos from a bunch of popular e-commerce stores using free Canva fonts. So most of these were made using either custom fonts or paid fonts, and I don't want you to have to spend money when you don't need to. So I've recreated them using some free fonts. Now, they're not identical to their logos, but they're very close. So then you can look through these, find the styling that you like for your store and your brand, and then put in your brand name here to create your logo. What you'll notice with these is that there is nothing fancy. There are no symbols, there are no pictures, there are no big icons. All of them are very simple, just just with text and the brand name. That's it. So having a look through these for Pure Water, I'm probably looking for a logo that has rounded edges. I want it to feel soft. I want it to feel welcoming. I don't want it to be this bold, direct brand name because that suits adventure brands, outdoor brands, home improvement brands, but not so much for the niche that we're in. So having a look through these, I'm also going to put the two words together. There's Pilot here. I like the styling of this font. So what you can do is you actually just go in and put your brand name in and see what it looks like. And on second thoughts, that doesn't look very good. So I'm not going to use that one. But you can experiment and try them all out. I'm thinking with the brand name, we're going to go and put them together, the two words, Pure Water, and capitalize the W. So it's like two separate words joined together. So after experimenting in Canva for a little while, playing around with some different fonts, I've got these options here. And I think the one I'm most drawn to is this one here. So what I was looking for was more of a rounded font style. I started with something that looked a bit like this. This was great. I think it's simple, it's bold, it's to the point, but I wanted something that had a bit more flair to it. And so what I did was I went into the font selector and I went through these options that they have. And I was looking for a rounded font and I found this one called Banbury. I think this is the one that we're gonna go ahead and use for the store.
It's time to set up your Shopify store. In this lesson, we'll show you how to start setting everything up.
The first thing you need to do is click the link in the action steps below this video to go to this Shopify page. Now this link, by clicking on this one, it will support the Freedom Club community. And this is one of the main reasons that we can actually give away the Freedom Club program completely for free. So please make sure you click that to come to this page. The offer that Shopify is running at the time of you clicking it may change. They're always experimenting with different offers. So the offer that you see when you click the link will be the best offer that you can get at this point in time.
So what we're going to do is enter our brand email address that we created earlier on and click Start Free Trial. Then it's going to take you to a screen that looks like this. It's going to try and ask you some questions about the business. What we're going to do is just click Skip All. We don't need to do any of that. Where will your business be located? Select the country that you have set up your business in. So for this example, I'm going to click on Australia and click Next. And now it's going to be creating your store. So we'll just give it a minute. There we go, we're in the Shopify backend. The store has been drafted. Nothing's published yet. Website isn't live, don't worry about that. We need to go through and set up some things through the rest of this phase, but I'm gonna walk you through how to set up all the foundations now. You can see down the bottom, your trial just started. So the first thing we're gonna do is click Select a Plan. We wanna make sure that it doesn't go away once that 3-day free trial ends. This is very important. So out of all the plans you're going to see here, the one that you need to use is Basic. You don't need Shopify or Advanced or Shopify Plus, just Basic. So we're going to click on Select Basic. It's going to ask for some payment details. So we're just going to enter those in and then we'll click Subscribe. The great thing about this free trial is that we get that first month for $1. So you've got the 3-day free trial to get set up. You then have the $1 for the first 30 days. So you've got plenty of time to set up your store, but use that as a bit of a push to get launched before then, to follow through with the lessons so that you're not then billed the month after without having launched and having generated sales yet. It's going to ask us to confirm the business address, so I'm just going to enter that in now. So we're done. We've set up billing. We don't have to worry about it again. Now I'm going to walk you through the rest of the setup. What we're going to do is click on Settings here in the bottom left. Now we're just going to move through each of these options on the left sidebar and I'll show you what information you need to enter. So we need to rename our store. Right now it's called My Store. We need to change that. So what we're going to do, click on the pencil icon and we're going to change the store name to be our brand name, which is Pure Water. Hit Save. And if it asks you for a phone number or an email address, don't worry, these aren't going to be public facing. Customers won't see these. This is just for the backend in Shopify. So we've entered that in. We've got the business address, currency is set. I'm just going to change the time zone because I'm currently in Lake Como. And so I want to change it to an Australian time zone because that's where we're going to be selling. So I'm going to select Adelaide. Then for order ID in the prefix section, we're going to put an abbreviated version of our brand name. So using 2 letters. So what I like to do is for this, it's Pure Water, so PW. And that means the order numbers will display as PW 1001 and so on. So we just want to set that up, leave suffix blank. You don't need to change anything else on this screen and then hit save. So the plan has already been sorted, so we don't need to worry about that. Billing, we've already set up as well, connected the card to use when our free trial ends. Users and permissions, we don't need to worry about this either. This is going to be something we'll use later if you do need to give other people access to your store, but you don't need to do it for now. Let's go into the payments section. So this is how we're going to be able to accept payments from our customers. And so the one that is recommended by default in most countries is Shopify Payments. If this doesn't appear for you, that means that it's not supported in your country and you'll be able to set up an alternative payment provider. And so if that is the case, just Google your country followed by Shopify payment providers, and then you can find one that suits you, apply for them, you have to give them your business information, and then you'll be able to connect it into Shopify. But for us, it's easy. We're an Australian business, and so we can go ahead and connect to Shopify Payments. So we're gonna click Complete Account Setup. It's gonna ask us if we are a business. We're gonna select that. And for you, you're gonna click Sole Trader if that's what you've registered as. For us, it's gonna be a corporation because we created a company. Business details have been added. It's gonna ask us for our industry type. So we're gonna click on that and go to retail. Subcategory, this is going to depend on the products that you are selling. So we're going to find one that suits pure water here. I think the one that's most applicable for us is home goods and furniture. So I'm going to select that and then click on next. Now it's going to ask you for some further business details. So we're just going to go through and keep entering information until we've got right through to the end. At the top, there's going to be these checkboxes. So you want to make sure you tick this person owns 25% or more equity in the business. And then with equity, set it to 100% if you've just set up as a sole trader. And then from here, make sure you tick these other boxes as well. Enter in the rest of the information and then hit next. If there's no other directors or owners of the business, you can just click next for both of these screens. And then it's going to do this final review for us. It's going to show us all the information and just ask us to confirm that we actually own this business. The document that you want to upload here is the document you got from the Australian Business Register when you set up as a sole trader. This is just the confirmation document. You would have received it when you got your ABN, and so you want to put something in here that just verifies that this business actually exists. Once we've done that, we click on done. It's going to ask us to verify ourselves as well. So how we're going to do that, going to click upload document. I'm going to upload a copy of my passport. Once all those documents have been added, we're going to click confirm and then submit for verification. It's going to say your information has been submitted, and it's going to ask us to add our bank account. So we want to do this now. This is where you want to enter in the BSB and account number. If you are an Australian business, if you're a US business, it's going to be your routing number and your account number. And if you're from somewhere else in the world, you're just going to enter in what your business bank account details are. With those bank details added, it's going to say bank account is successfully set up, and we now have access to Shopify Payments. If they need any more personal information or business information, you'll receive an email from Shopify. But for now, that's all that we need to do there. Down below, we're going to see PayPal. We're not going to click on that yet and complete the setup. We'll do that in a later video. I just want to do that separately so I can walk you through how to do all that. Then we're going to move to checkout. When it asks for customer contact method, want to change it to email. We just want people's emails to monitor their orders, to track them through the process, and also add them to our newsletter. We don't want people to give us their phone number as the main way of contacting them. That just makes it more difficult for you. When it says customer information, we want to click on require first and last name, and then shipping address phone number, we want to select optional. In the marketing options tab, we're going to select pre-selected for email to increase the number of people that sign up to our email list. They can deselect that during checkout. So if they don't want to be a part of our email list, they can say so. And then with tipping, this one's an interesting one. I will turn this on. I recommend you do the same because some people will leave a tip. They'll just do it. If the option is there for people to do things, a small percentage of them will do them. So we want to have tipping there because that can dramatically change your profit margins. And then we're going to leave the rest as is. All of these boxes should be ticked. For order processing, we want to make sure don't fulfill any of the orders line items automatically is selected as well. And then automatically archive the order should be ticked too. So there's nothing else that we need to change on this page. So we're just going to click save. And we're going to skip customer accounts because we don't need those.
Then we move to the next tab, which is shipping and delivery. In here, you want to go up to this top shipping rate section here and click on it. And by default, all of the products that you end up selling will be entered into here. And we're going to first of all delete international. So click on these dots and click delete. And then for the shipping zone, the only one you want to have visible is the one for the country that you're selling to. So we'll be selling to Aussie customers, so we can leave that as is. Otherwise, if that is incorrect for you, click on these dots and click edit zone. You can remove Australia and then select whatever country you're selling to instead and call that zone name the country name as well. So I'm just going to update this one to be Australia and then hit done. By default, it's going to enter in some different shipping rates. And so these are what customers will see when they're at the checkout. They can choose their shipping option. We don't want to use any of the default ones. We want to create our own. So what I'm going to do is delete these here. So we have a clean slate, and then we're going to go ahead and click add rate. In the shipping rate toggle, we want to change it to custom. And here we're going to put in free priority delivery, 5 to 9 days. Now adjust this based on the shipping times that have been told to you by our agent for the product that you're going to sell. Don't set unrealistic expectations. Don't tell customers it's going to get there in 2 to 3 days if you know that shipping time takes 5 to 9. And you might be saying, well, I'd never do that. But there are people out there that will lie about the shipping times just to get people to buy, and we don't want that. It creates a very negative customer experience. For price, we're going to leave it as 0, and then we're going to click done. Then we're going to add one more shipping rate. So click add rate, shipping rate, change it to custom. And in the custom rate name, we're going to put premium insured delivery, 5 to 9 days. The price for this is going to be $2.95. So if a product does get lost in transit or there's any issues, it will be covered by the agent and the supplier. But we offer this as a little bonus add-on for customers to choose to help increase our average order value. And if somebody chooses this, even though they will get the same customer experience and will take care of our customers regardless of if they chose this or not, this is a great way to get an extra $3 profit per order for the customers that just want this peace of mind. You only need to set up these 2 shipping rates for the country that you're selling to. You don't need to create ones for worldwide. You should only be selling to one country anyway, so make sure you create the shipping zone and the rates for that country.
Taxes and duties, we can skip that. I'm going to do a separate video on when you need to register for GST as an Australian business, sales tax as a US business, or VAT for a European or UK business. So we're going to skip it for now, then we'll go on to locations. You just want to check that this address is correct. I can see here that it has ACT as the state. That isn't correct. Our business address is in Queensland. So I'm going to make sure that's selected, and then hit save. Gift cards and markets, you can ignore those. Then we're going to go to apps and sales channels. By default, Shopify is going to install some apps on your store that we don't need. And so we want to uninstall these. The ones that are here right now that we don't need are the email app, because we're going to use an external email app called Klaviyo, which gives us a lot more customization. Reason for uninstalling, you can leave that blank and just click uninstall. Removing these extra apps will make your site load faster. We're going to remove point of sale as well. This is used for people that are selling in person with their Shopify store. Then just leave online store and shop, leave those in there, and then we're good to go. Now we're going to move on to domains. So we need to connect the domain that you just purchased earlier in this phase to your store so people can actually access your website. So what we want to do here is click connect existing domain. You want to type in the domain that you purchased on GoDaddy. Then it's going to say to connect your domain, follow the instructions. So we're going to click on follow settings instructions. It will open a new tab for us. On this help screen, we want to go down to connect your third-party domain to Shopify manually. We're going to click on this one. We're going to scroll down and we need to enter some numbers into our GoDaddy account for the domain. So in a new tab, open up your GoDaddy account. Click on My Products. So you click on yourself in the top right and then My Products to show your domains that you own. You should only have one visible here unless you're using GoDaddy for other businesses. And so once you've found the domain that you just bought before, you want to click on DNS. This is the screen that we're going to enter that information into. So if we go back to the Shopify support article, it's going to tell us exactly what we do need to enter. So it's giving us this number here, and it says we need to point the A record to the Shopify address. So we're going to go here, we're going to view our A record. There should just be one for your domain, and you can see data is parked. So currently our domain isn't pointing anywhere. So if somebody lands on the domain, it's just going to show a GoDaddy generic screen. It's not going to point to our website. So click on this little pencil icon, change the value to the thing that we just copied from the Shopify article, and then click save. Then the next one it says is delete any other A records on the domain if any are present. So that was the only one there. You can check. These are organized in groups. So if you see any other A records below this, then make sure they are deleted. Next, we need to add the AAAA record to that as well. So it's going to give us this information. We're going to copy that. Make sure you don't copy the commas on either side. Go back here into GoDaddy, click add new record. And then for the type, we're going to select A 4 times. And then we're going to put value. We're going to paste what we just grabbed. And then in the name, we're going to put at. It's going to update. Now we'll move on to the final one, which is a CNAME record. So we want to point the www to shops.myshopify.com. So we're going to grab this again. Going to go back into the DNS. And we can see the CNAME here, where the name is www. We want to change it from purewater.com.au and click on the pencil icon. We want to paste in the value that Shopify has given us. This will make sure when somebody does go to your URL, it's going to take them to your Shopify store, which is what we need. Once you've done those setup steps, you want to head back into Shopify and click on Verify Connection. It's just going to load for us, and there we go. It's connected. You're going to see this little banner that has SSL pending. This is the thing that secures a domain, and so it's going to take a little bit of time before this is ready. So you don't need to worry about that now. But we've set up the domain for your store. So congrats, it's all connected now. Now moving on, we want to ignore customer events, ignore brand, notifications, custom data, languages, customer privacy. We're going to end up on policies. So this is the last thing that we do need to customize in this section. So what we need is a refund policy, we need a privacy policy, and a terms of service. And so the great thing that Shopify does is that you can click this create from template button. This is going to fill it in for us, and then we can go in and insert the changes that we need to make. And so by default, it's going to enter in a 30-day return policy, which is what you're going to offer for your store. And so if we have a look in here, we want to change the email address to be your brand email address. So what I like to do is just enter it once, and then grab it and then paste it wherever the other email is. The reason that it's showing my other email address is because I already have a Shopify admin account with multiple stores, and so that's the email that was connected to it. So I want to change it for this one specifically to be the brand email. The only thing you'll need to remove from here is this section if you are not based in Europe. And so we're going to remove that here because we are selling to Aussie customers, and so it's not relevant. And the last thing we need to add is the insert return address. And we'll say, please note that returns will need to be sent to the following address. We're going to change this because we don't know the specific address of where our supplier is based for the product that you're selling. It'll vary based on what product you sell. So we don't have that information yet, and we don't want to list that in here. So we're going to go here and just remove this section altogether. And that's all we need to do. So now we have a return and refund policy. Now moving on to the next section, privacy policy. Click create from template, do the same thing. You're going to remove all of this stuff that is highlighted in yellow. There we go. Last updated, you want to enter in today's date. It's the 27th of April, 2024. This privacy policy describes how, and it inserts your brand name into here and your brand domain, which is exactly what we need. We're just going to scroll through, and there's going to be a few sections to customize. It's going to have some templates in there that we need to adjust. So scrolling through, this all looks good. Nothing that we need to change in these sections. Cookies, we can leave that in there. How we disclose personal information. So we're going to see another highlighted section. So we're going to remove this chunk here because it says note to merchant, insert the following sentence if using Shopify's ad services. We're not using that. That is an advanced feature for people on the Shopify Plus plan. So we don't want that. We're just going to remove that, but we want to leave this sentence in here that was just at the end of that. So we'll leave that and then we'll move on. Here we go, another note to merchant. And so we can go ahead and grab all this, select it and delete it. I'm going to delete this as well. Just going to fix that because user generated content changed the style, so we'll just move it back to a header. Leave that as is. Children's data, we're going to remove this bit at the end. Everything else is staying the same. So what we're going to do now is remove the yellow background on all of this stuff because we do want to keep it in here. So we're just going to click on clear formatting. I'm just going to bold this again. There we go. We're going to remove this note to merchant. We don't want that in there. And another note to merchant. So we're going to remove that as well. There we go. Same thing with this section. Going to go up here and click on clear formatting. That's going to remove the yellow background. Then we're going to bold the start of it so it looks like it's meant to look. There we go. Scrolling down, another note to merchant. You can remove this again because we're not using Shopify audiences. Complaints, international users, and contact. So we want to remove this last part, note to merchant. We don't need that anymore. Then we're going to remove this part. From call to or, because we don't have a phone number that we want people to call us on. We just want them to email us. I'm going to put in the brand email address. Make sure the address is correct. It was, apart from ACT. I don't know why that's in there. It's Queensland. Awesome. That is your privacy policy done. Now terms of service. I'm going to click on create from template, and we're going to do the same thing. This one's going to be a bit easier. There's less things that you do need to customize in this. So it's going to go through, see if there's anything we need to remove. Link to refund policy. So we're just going to remove that part at the end and just put a full stop so they can go and access our refund policy if they want to. We don't have to put the link there. Link to privacy policy. Just going to remove that part. So it just says governed by our privacy policy. We're just simplifying it a little bit so we don't have to grab the links yet because we don't have those. We haven't set up those pages, which we'll do in a later video. Contact information. So this is where we're just going to remove trading name. We're going to swap the email address to be the brand email address. Business address, you want to enter that in there. Remove the insert business phone number. Remove the VAT number if that's not relevant for you. And then you want to enter in your ABN as well, or your EIN if you're in the US, or your equivalent company registration number.
And don't be alarmed if your policy templates look a little bit different inside of Shopify. Shopify is always updating their platform, the way buttons look, the templates that they use, all little things trying to make it better for you as a user of the platform. So if it looks a little bit different, don't stress, just go through and remove any parts that are not relevant, adding your relevant business details, and then we can move on.
So now we've finished our terms of service. We've created that privacy policy. We've got our refund and return policy all finished. It's looking great. Shipping policy, we're going to leave blank for now, and contact information we'll leave blank too. We're going to go ahead and click save, and it's going to say store policies have been saved. We can ignore everything in store activity log, and that's all we need to do. That is the initial setup on your Shopify store.
Before you launch, it's super important to have PayPal installed on your site. As a customer-first brand, PayPal will be your best friend. For traditional dropshippers, PayPal is an absolute nightmare because they deliver terrible products that people just want refunds for, and they ignore customer support. What that leads to is PayPal holding large sums of money. But when you build a customer-first brand, when you focus on the customer experience, PayPal will make you more sales and more profit every day.
To set up your PayPal account, you can do it through Shopify directly. So you go into your settings again, go to payments, and then here where it says additional payment methods, we have PayPal, and it says setup incomplete. So we want to click on this. When you're following through the PayPal steps, you're going to see something similar to this. So I'm going to enter in the brand email and the country, click next. It's going to ask us to enter in a password, set a password for our PayPal account. Once we've done that, we'll click next. Business type. So if you're set up as a sole trader, you're going to select that here. We are set up as a proprietary company. So we're going to select that and go next. It's going to ask you for some details about yourself, as well as the business and address and things like that. So we're going to fill those out. And once that is done, we're going to tick these two boxes at the bottom. And we're going to leave this third one about receiving promotions unchecked because we don't want more emails. Click agree. And it's going to ask you for some more business details, so we'll just enter those in now. So once we have entered that business information in, it's going to keep asking us for more details. So to save some time, I'm just going to go through and fill out the rest for this application so we can get PayPal connected. It's going to ask us if we are a US taxpayer, and so if you're a US business or a US individual, then you click on yes, but we're not, so we click no and hit continue. It's going to ask you a few more questions, and you're just going to respond to those by putting no in both of them. Once we've entered all of that stuff that I've asked for, it's going to say we're reviewing your information, and we're going to click go back to Shopify. So you'll get an email if there's anything else they need from you to verify your business, but apart from that, it should be good to go. Another thing that you have to do now that you've got PayPal set up is also install this app called TrackyPal. This app syncs the tracking for customers who use PayPal at checkout. This is going to help you remove PayPal holds, get funds faster, and reduce disputes like they say here, and it definitely does help. To download this app, you're going to go back into your store, go to apps, and type in TrackyPal. It's the first one that comes up here. And then when you click on that, we're just going to click install. Now it's going to cost $9.99 USD per month. And this is necessary. I wouldn't be recommending it if I didn't think it was 100% necessary. This is going to help you out a lot. And because PayPal holds and disputes are just so annoying to deal with, so having this will help reduce those. So go ahead and click approve. You don't need their more advanced plans, you just need the entry-level plan. Now let's go through the onboarding steps. It's going to ask us to connect to PayPal, so we're going to do that. And then it'll come up with this screen where we want to connect the account, and we click agree and connect. And that's how you set the Tracky Power app up. You don't need to do anything else after this point. Once you've added the app, that's all that you need to do. Now, let's make sure that your business bank account is linked to your PayPal account so you can withdraw funds. So to do that, from the homepage, click on Pay and Get Paid, and then click on Bank Accounts and Cards. When you first set up your PayPal account, you should have added your business bank account details here, linking that bank account, and credit and debit cards. It's a good idea to add your business debit card into here. And so linking a bank account, you won't be able to withdraw funds from PayPal unless you have a bank account connected. And so if we click on link a bank account, it's going to ask us for a few details. Account type, transaction or savings, leave it set as transaction. If you're in the US, they may be called checking and savings. You want to click on checking, then you put in your bank name, BSB, account number, and you select the business option, and then you go agree and link. And then what PayPal is going to do is they are going to deposit a very small sum of money onto your business bank account. Inside of that deposit, you will see a 4-digit code. Now, this is PayPal's way of verifying that you own that business bank account. They deposit some money, and in the description for that deposit, it'll have a verification code that you can come back into PayPal and enter to verify that you own that bank account. And that may take a few days once you enter in your details here. So make sure you have linked your bank account as soon as you possibly can. Once you link a bank account, check your bank statement either today or tomorrow. Just look at the list of transactions in that account from whichever bank that you're working with. And keep an eye out for a small transaction, generally for 10 to 20 cents from PayPal. And then you can click on it and look at the description. And in there, you're going to have the code that you need to verify it. So then you can go back into this screen on your PayPal account, click on the corresponding bank account that you've tried to link, and it will give you the option to put in the verification code. Once that's done, you'll be able to withdraw your funds. The more and more you allow your balance in PayPal to stack up, I've seen more issues come from that. Because if you let it just keep growing, 5K, 10K, 15K, I've done it before where we were just having a massive sales period and it built up to about $80,000, $90,000. And then out of nowhere, before we had a chance to withdraw it, PayPal comes in and they put a restriction on the account and they hold that money. So it's just a pain to deal with, which could have been avoided if we just kept withdrawing the funds every day so it wouldn't build up. So make sure you do this, get in the habit of withdrawing those funds. When you go onto your Shopify backend, on the Home tab, you'll notice this button up the top, Next Payout. So if you click on that, it takes you to a screen that looks like this. And this is going to show all of the payouts coming from Shopify. As I said just before, when someone uses a credit or debit card on your store directly, then you'll receive the funds 2 business days later. So here is where you can see the payouts. And so that's for Shopify payments, for people that are using debit or credit card on your store. The other major payment option is for people that use PayPal. And so PayPal is great because you can actually withdraw the funds instantly if you're based in Australia. And I believe now they've also added that functionality if you're set up in the US and the UK. So it's great because you can get the money much faster, use that to place your orders, use that for advertising. And it just really improves your cash flow cycle. So go to paypal.com and log into your brand PayPal account. And when you're in here, you'll see your PayPal balance on the left-hand side and an option to transfer money. Now, if you click on that, it'll take you to a screen that looks like this. And it's going to give you 2 options, either transfer it in minutes or it'll do a 1 to 5 day transfer. Now, there will be a 1% fee for a maximum fee of $10 if you choose the in minutes option. I would definitely choose that. I always choose that because I want the funds in the business bank account as quickly as possible. So it's just well worth that very small fee. It's going to ask which bank account do you want to transfer it to. And then it's going to give you the total amount that you'll receive. You can click on transfer. There we go. Your money is on the way. Estimated arrival in minutes. Now, if I check my business bank account, it will literally take a few minutes. And so it's very, very quick. Heading back to the main page, down here, you may have a reserve at some point in the future. You might not have one now, but as you're growing, it's a bit odd. PayPal puts restrictions on accounts that grow too quickly. I just spoke with someone from the small business team at PayPal recently, and they were saying that they're actively trying to fix this because it really doesn't make sense. Businesses should be incentivized to grow quickly because it's better for PayPal and it's better for them. But in the past, they have put restrictions on accounts that have gone from selling to no one to selling to 100 customers to selling 1,000 customers very quickly. So if you ever do have a reserve, you can click on the What You Can Do option here. This will take you to a screen that looks like this. And if we scroll down, it'll tell you how much is on hold. It'll also tell you what your reserve looks like and if they are holding funds from you. It's going to give you a few things you can do to get your money sooner. Now, the biggest one is having TrackyPal installed on your Shopify store. I walked through how to do that earlier in the program. That is an essential app, and you really need to make sure that you have that so that reserves are much more unlikely on your account. So you should never have to manually update your shipping information or order statuses in eBay. Just by having the TrackyPal app, it's going to do that for you automatically for any customer that uses PayPal when they check out. And over my time building e-commerce brands and using PayPal, there are a few things that I have found that have helped with new accounts, not getting restrictions and decreasing the likelihood that you do have reserves placed on your account. So the reason, just to summarize again, why PayPal puts reserves on your account is because they see you as a high-risk business. Now, one way to help with that is by giving PayPal more information about your business to show that you are legitimate, to show that you're a reputable merchant. So to do that, on the home screen, click on your name on the top right and click on Account Settings. When that loads up, click on Business Information on the left-hand side, and in the Business Information row, click on Update. In this screen, you want to enter in as much information about your business as you possibly can. Add your brand logo, put in your brand name, put in your registered business address, your website URL, your customer service email, put in a phone number. Just put as much information in here as you can, and this will help PayPal understand that you are a registered, reputable business, and it will significantly decrease the chances of you having reserves or restrictions placed on your account. Anything you put in the primary contact details section won't display to customers, so you don't need to worry about that because it will ask for some personal details from you, but don't worry, no one's going to be able to see that. Now, if you ever do have reserves or restrictions placed on your account, one way to get those removed is to send a message to PayPal support. So to do that, hover over your name and click on Message Center. In here, you click on Ask PayPal Assistant to create a new support chat. We'll say Speak to Support Rep and send that. Moving account reserve. When it says if it can help address the issue, say not at the moment. There we go. Would you like to send this conversation to a customer support agent? We typically respond within a few hours. We would click yes, and then you would type in a message that basically explains that a reserve has been placed on your account and you're unsure why. You're a reputable merchant and it's really hurting your business. So the things that I've always stressed when I'm sending messages to PayPal support is that the reserves are damaging our business. They're making it more difficult to grow. They're making it difficult for us to continue to run. And I've found that PayPal can be pretty reasonable when it comes to that. As long as you contact them, you ask the question, you state how big of an impact it's having, then there is a chance, if you have been doing everything right, that they can remove those reserves or reduce them significantly. Now, if you are engaging in bad business practices, you're sending products out too slowly, you're not responding to customers quickly enough with your customer support, and you're setting false expectations by promoting products and advertising them on your store and then delivering products that are different, all the things that I've said not to do throughout this program, then having reserves or restrictions on your PayPal account, you've only got yourself to blame. So make sure that you do everything correct because reserves and restrictions on PayPal are not fun to deal with.
With your Shopify store set up, it's time to add your products to it so you can start making money.
The first step is to add the products into Shopify, and then we're going to add the images, product descriptions. We'll do all that later. But for now, let's just go into products on the left. We're going to click on add a product. And here we're going to enter in our product name. What I like to do is put the trademark symbol at the end of the brand name. So I put that in the product name directly. What this does is it gives the product a sense of exclusivity. They can't get this anywhere else. This was exclusively made by Pure Water. So if they want it and they want all these amazing benefits, this is the only place they're going to get it. This really differentiates us from marketplaces like Amazon or eBay because they just use generic product names. And so in the mind of the customer, they just think, well, I could get this anywhere, so I'll shop around, I'll price shop. Whereas with this, it's exclusive. It's only available from here. And so I think that's a very important step. For now, we're going to call it the Pure Water Premium Shower Head. Then we're going to set up a few other options before we add some images and we sort out pricing. I'm going to go down here to inventory. And we're going to make sure that continue selling when out of stock is selected. And we also want to tick this product has a SKU or barcode. In the SKU, we want to put your brand name, the first 2 letters of it, just like we did earlier when you're setting up your store order prefix. So we're going to use PW for Pure Water, dash, and then we're going to use 3 letters that are relevant to the product name. So Premium Shower Head, PSH. For shipping, we can just leave it as is. You don't need to enter a weight or anything like that. I'm going to go up to the top and click save. So that's how you create the product listing in the Shopify backend. Now we need to get images of your product. And so my favorite strategy for finding high quality images across the web is by using Google Lens. So you want to go to google.com, go to the homepage. So I've got this image here of the product. I'm just going to drop it in, and Google Lens is going to search across the web for other websites that are using images similar to this. This is great to find international competitors where you could use their content for your own store, as well as AliExpress listings, Amazon listings, eBay, a bunch of different sites. And so this is the best way to find high quality images for your product very, very quickly. And so just having a look through these options, we obviously want one that looks as similar to this as possible. If you are using images where the product looks slightly different and you find really high quality images for that product instead, then use those images. What you don't want to do is sell something with the images and then deliver something that is completely different, that looks completely different, different colors, different style. You don't want that. But if it's a small thing, like the finish is maybe a slightly different shade, or the pattern here on the shower head is a little bit different, those things are okay. And so that will allow you to find better quality content. So just scrolling through, one that's just jumped out to me is this one here. I really like the look of this image. So this is from a brand called Showery UK. So you can see here they're actually selling the product. We'll have a look at that in a sec. So I'm going to open that one in a new tab. And then we're going to keep going and have a look at some more. So we don't want white background images. We want it to look like content that is showing the product in use. That's why I really like this image, because you have someone actually holding the product. It adds a human element to it. Also, what I would recommend doing is opening up any Amazon listings or AliExpress listings where the product looks the same. We're going to be able to look into these, find the images that they're using, as well as images that were submitted as reviews, and also video content that was submitted as customer reviews that you can use to make your winning ad in the Facebook phase of the program. So here's Showery's website. You can see the imagery that they have used. I would never use that as the opening imagery for a product page. They've got such better content in their review section. So if we scroll down, there is the photo that we saw before. Really high quality. The reason that we've clicked onto their website and then gone to the image directly is you can see how much higher quality this version is compared to the one that we just saw in Google Lens, which was lower quality, a bit blurry. So we want the highest quality images possible. So if we go back here, I really like this one. I definitely want to use this on our product page. The product looks pretty much identical to the one that we're selling. So that ticks that box, and it's a really high quality user style image. So I'm going to save that one to our computer. We can also look through any other reviews and see if there's any other great content. This one actually looks quite good, so that could be something we use as well. I'm going to save that. So we're just going through and collecting these images. Put them on a folder on your computer and just save as many high quality ones as you can. Then we're going to condense it back to the best ones and use those on your website. One thing that's a bit frustrating right now is that these responses are showing Amazon Italy listings because I'm in Italy right now, but there's not as many products available on this versus the US version of Amazon or the Australian version. So if you are based overseas, and then what I would do is connect to a VPN so that when you're looking for these images, it's going to show you the best results possible. So I've gone onto Amazon manually and searched around for the product. So I went in here and I searched for a mineral shower head or filter shower head. and I've got a few options. The only issue with these ones is that they do look a bit different from the one that we're selling, and I would say a bit too different to justify using an image like this, even though it has a white background. But what I like to do on Amazon listings is you scroll down until you get to this videos section. I really like this. So this gives you a lot of video content that you could potentially use for your product. These are customer review videos. Very, very helpful content, which you could repurpose as long as they don't mention brand names in this. I don't think this guy has talked about the brand name for this product. It's a generic one, but it's just showing the installation, showing that it works. Really, really cool video. And so that could be used for your ad later on. Having a look, we've got some other videos just showing the product in use. So this is all really great content to clip and use for your own video ads. So definitely worthwhile saving this link and we can come back to it. So that's one spot you can look for the video content, but then you keep scrolling down and you're gonna get to the reviews section. And at the top, you'll see this tab that says reviews with images. Click see all photos and you can see all of the photos that have been submitted as reviews for this product. So this is UGC. This is content that was shot by customers for the product, generally on their phone. So it's really natural looking. And this is the kind of stuff we want. This really separates your brand from just a normal dropshipping store. So have a look through here, see if you like any of them. I like images that show the person holding the product or using the product like it was designed. Those are my favorite types of content. So scroll through, have a look. If you find any good options that are high quality, make sure they're not pixelated, make sure they are crispy and high definition because you want to use those. Don't worry about the size of them. I'm going to show you how to edit so they're all square and all the same size before we add them to your product page. Also, when going through the Google Lens listings, it also gave me a few other competitors that sold similar products, which I thought was very interesting. Seeing these for how they are positioning the product, the marketing language that they're using, their product descriptions. This is all super valuable information. So if you do see some competitors as you're going through, save their links. So when it comes time to write your own product description, you can see what they have written and then use that to model your own. And of course, if you go back to the brand that was selling the product you found on Minea to find this product to begin with, then you can also look at their content. What do they have in their reviews? What imagery are they using? And you can use any of this stuff for your store. Now, the name of the game is not to use this content that other brands own forever. You just want to test with this, get some sales, see if it's profitable, and then from there, you can invest in making your own content, ordering some UGC, some custom content from the Freedom team, or making your own content yourself. Going back to Google Lens, let's look for any final images that could be good to use for the product. You can also just go to Google Images directly and just search the keywords related to the product and see what you can find there as well. See, an image like this would have been amazing if that was the product that we were selling. Showing someone holding the product in the environment that it's meant to be used in the shower, amazing. Like, this is the kind of stuff that we'd want. Unfortunately, that's not what our product looks like, and we don't want to mislead people, so we can't use an image like that. So I'm going to go down and see if there's any imagery in the review section and just have a look around. So I do like the quality of this image here. Really high quality, very crispy. So I definitely like the look of this image. So to download it, I'm just going to click on it. And we're going to right click on this one and click save image as, and then we saved it to our folder there. So that's a really good image. We will want to remove this from the top because we don't want to have text there on the imagery, but that could be a high quality shot to use as well. So go around, have a look using Google Lens, look in Amazon, look on AliExpress, look on competitors' pages, see what you can find, save all the best images to a folder so that we can move to the next step. So now that I've collected a bunch of images, you want to narrow it down to your top 4. And then from there, you're going to click on the link in the resource sheet to open up the product page images template. This is on Canva. This is where we're going to size all of the images to be the same. So then it actually loads as quickly as possible when we add these images to our Shopify store. So we're going to drag the images in here, the main ones that we've selected, let those load up. And this aspect ratio is already set for you, the size of these images, 800 by 800 pixels, which is the size that we need for our Shopify pages. So we're gonna go in here, we're gonna drag in the images, just make sure they are the correct size. If they're not, say one is a vertical image, then you can drag it in here and resize it a little bit, crop out what doesn't need to be there. So fortunately with the ones that we've got, I've already cropped them before, so they are square images ready to go. So I'm just gonna drag them all in here. The next step is to make sure that the lighting is good on these images, and you can add some sharpening if they're a bit pixelated. So with this image, I do want to increase the brightness a tad. So I'm going to click on Edit Photo, go to Adjust, and then this is where we can increase the brightness and play with that. So we want to make it a bit brighter. People can see the product a bit easier. So I'm going to put that to, say, 25. And then you can also play with the sharpness here. So if we see, it's going to make it higher definition or lower definition. And so here, I'm just going to bump it up a little bit. You don't want to go too sharpened because then it looks a bit weird. I'm going to go here to just 10, make it a bit more crispy. So there we go, just a few small changes and the image looks quite a bit better. This image I don't need to make any changes to. It's very high quality. And this one here just shows the product like that. So that is fine. And then this one, I don't think I need to change anything on this either. This looks high quality, looking good. So in terms of the order that we'll actually use these on the product page, I'm thinking this one will go as the first because it shows someone holding the product. I really like seeing a hand in the content because it shows a human actually holding and using the product. Ideally, we'd have a shot of this being used in the shower, someone smiling, using it. That would be ideal. But unfortunately, we couldn't find any images like that for now. So we're going to use these ones to start. One final thing I'll say is if you do have an image that looks like this, typically I'd stay away from images with a white background, but this one just isn't a full white background. You can see it's got a reflection here. It does look high quality, but to jazz up this image a bit and to actually make it more effective, what you can do is you can add in arrows and you can add in some additional text to the image. This is the only time I'd ever recommend adding text to an image, but this is a really great example because we've got a great blank canvas where we can put some text on that to highlight some of the key benefits of the product. So there we go. I've just customized this image. I've made the arrows our blue brand color and then added some of these benefits here. So this really jazzes up that image, makes it a bit better rather than just a generic white background image that isn't going to do much for us. So these are the images we're going to start with for now. I've got these 4. Once you've done this for your images and you're ready to add them to your store, there's a few final steps. You want to hit share, download, and then click download, make sure it's set to PNG. And the next step is to compress the images. So when you export them, some of them might be quite large in terms of file size. So we want to condense them down so they're still high quality, but they're not taking up a lot of space and making our site load slowly. So to do this, we're going to go to a site called tinypng.com. It's a free service to use, and I'll include the link in the resource sheet as well. Simply going to drag in our images here, and it's going to optimize them for us. So this is reducing the file size. You can see it's made a big difference. It's really cut down these file sizes, and this is going to be very helpful for our site load speed. If you were to just grab the images and put them straight on your Shopify store, then there is a chance that your site will load more slowly. So just doing this takes 10 seconds, and this is going to make a big difference to site load speed. Now that they've been optimized, we're just going to click on download all, and our images are ready. So we're going to head back into Shopify, and we're going to add these in now. So now I'm going to drag these finished images that have just been compressed. I'm going to put them into our Shopify product page. Drop them in here. We'll just let it process and do its thing. There we go. So after doing this, I think I'm going to rearrange the images slightly. I do want to put this one with the benefits a bit more near the front. So those are the images we're going to use for the time being. With the images added, it's now time to set the product price. So to do this, we're going to start on our eBay product page for the supplier that we're going to sell from. And so in an earlier video, we figured out which supplier we're going to work with. And now what we want to do is look at the price here, $20.99. And we're going to go into our Shopify product page that we've been editing before and change the cost per item to $20.99. So this is what is called our cost of goods. This is what it costs us every time someone buys. Now to set the price, we want to use what I call the 3 times profit markup rule. So you grab your price that you would have to pay and you times it by 3. Now here, if we're following this rule exactly, we would be charging $62.97 for this particular product. And if we want to look at what the competitors are charging for the product, we can see that Showery is charging €47.95. So if we just do a conversion there, €47.95 to Aussie dollars. So they're charging about $78.50. And if we go back to the original product listing that we found for the winning product, you can see they're charging $46.99 USD. So if we convert that, $46.99 USD to Aussie dollars, 71. So they're all above a $70 price point.
So with our price point of $62.97, we're definitely in the clear because all of our competitors are selling it more expensively for pretty much the same product. And if not, ours is a little bit better in terms of design and some of the benefits of the product itself. And so what we're gonna do is go into the price. And here, I'm just gonna lower it slightly because we're so close to 60 or 59. Reducing that left digit by 1 is so valuable when it comes to increasing conversion rate. And because we are so close to 59, then I'm gonna go ahead and round it down slightly. So our 3x markup rule, it'll end up being a 2.9 or 2.85. So still very profitable for us on every single sale. Now, if this price was at 65 or 66 or 67, then I'd round it up to 69 instead. So we end the number with a 9 in here. So I'm gonna go here and put the price as $59.90. I like ending prices with 90. I think it looks very clean. Now for the compare app price, what we're gonna do is grab the sale price and we're gonna times it by 2. And this is gonna give us what we should put in compare at. And so I'm gonna write in 119.80. Now the reason we double the price here is because one of the big offers we use on our website, in our announcement bar, and in quite a bit of our copy as well, is that there is a 50% off sale. So by putting in this price difference, then the Freedom theme will actually show a 50% off saving bubble. And so that's very important. And it's something that I've tested time and time again, and it's increased the conversion rate quite dramatically. So you've got your price, your compare app price, and your cost per item here. And we can see that every single sale we have, we will get $38.91 in net profit. And so this is the amount that we have that we can spend on advertising in the next phase when we actually launch. And if we get a sale for $30, then we're profitable. We get a sale for $15, we're even more profitable. We get a sale for $39, we're not profitable. And so I'll be walking through that in more detail before we launch our ads. A gross margin of 65% is very strong for a customer first brand. And if this box is checked for you, charge tax on this product, you want to deselect that because you're not registered for GST, VAT, or sales tax if you've just set up yourself as a business. Even if you did use an existing business to get this store set up, then I would still uncheck that box and you can just pay GST or sales tax separately. With those changes made to the pricing, we're going to go ahead and click save.
So once you've added in your primary product, you've added in all these details, the last thing you need to do is do the same thing for your complementaries. Add them in, add the product name, add the imagery, and fill in the other things like we've walked through here. All the other stuff, product description and anything else, leave for now. We're gonna sort that later on.
Now that you've added your products to your store, the next step is to add reviews. So for this, we'll use an app called LAI Product Reviews. It's a cheap way to import reviews that are already online onto your store. If you don't import reviews, a very small percentage of people are actually going to buy from you. People want to see that others have bought before. So make sure you follow this lesson and import product reviews for all your products.
To install the LAI Product Reviews app on your store, just click the link in the action steps below. And once you're on the Shopify App Store, just click Install App.
It's gonna ask us to install it. We're gonna say yes. Now we're just gonna go through a few onboarding steps. So I'm just gonna close this chat box. App language set to English. Activate app embeds. We need to do this. We're gonna click on that link to activate it. This is gonna take us to the editing section inside of Shopify where we're editing product descriptions and other things, and it's going to automatically tick app embeds. We need this turned on, otherwise we're not going to be able to show the reviews on the product pages. So this is very important. Then we hit save. You don't need to worry about customizing anything else for now. And once that's done, we go back to this screen. It says app embed activated, and then we go to next step. Then it's going to ask for a product review section. We're going to click on that. It's going to add it to our store for now. We will need to re-add this after, but we just want to do it so it ticks all the boxes for them. Leave that and hit save. Head back here, product review section added, and then we click on finish. Now we want to click on import reviews. You'll see that we can import reviews for free on AliExpress. And so if your product has a lot of reviews on AliExpress, then just use that. You don't need to pay for this tool. But we're going to pay for it because our product doesn't have as many reviews on AliExpress, but has a lot more reviews on Amazon. So a great thing with this tool is that we can import reviews from Amazon as well. I'm just going to click on see pricing, and you'll see the different options here. We only need the $4.95 per month plan. So this is the one we're going to import. So I'm going to click on select plan. I'm going to approve that charge. And there we go, we are subscribed. So if we go back to our dashboard and click on import reviews, we're now gonna see Amazon is available and we can import reviews from there. I'm gonna quickly walk you through how to import reviews from both AliExpress and Amazon so you can use both of them for your product. So if Ali has a lot, you can just use that. You don't need to use both. So we'll click on select here under import reviews. It's gonna ask us to install the browser extension. So this is necessary, we need to do that. There we go, that has been added. Head back into Shopify and click on reload page. And there we go, now we're gonna select the product. So we're gonna click on select product. We're gonna select our primary product that we want to import reviews for. And then it's gonna ask us for the AliExpress product link. We're gonna paste in the AliExpress link here, put that in. Quantity, we'll put it as the maximum number we can. So we'll say 100 reviews. And then you can select contains photos and contains text. I prefer reviews that have photos, but considering this product doesn't have any of those, I'm not gonna tick that for now. You can always check by going onto the AliExpress page and looking at the review section. So I'm gonna do that, and then I'm gonna click on import. Now it's going to give me an option for these reviews, and so I can select the ones I do want to import and the ones I don't. Now if you're selling to Australian people and they see a different language in here, that's not good. We don't want to use that. And so what you can do in here as well is you can adjust the text of the review. If you notice a spelling mistake or something like that, you can make that adjustment, which is pretty cool. But for here, what I'm going to do is just grab these ones and import these reviews. As I said, for this product, Amazon is going to be the main thing we use to get reviews. So we've imported 2 reviews successfully. For your primary product, you want to have over 100 reviews. So import as many high quality ones as you can, ideally ones with photos, people using the product, showing it solving their problem. That's what they want to see. Now I'm going to go back to this import and export screen, and we're going to use Amazon, and we're going to get some product reviews through here. I'm going to select the product, click on my primary again. Now I get to paste in the Amazon product link instead. Paste that in. As for quantity, we're going to move it up to 100, and we're going to untick auto approve reviews after importing, because I still want to manually review them and select the best ones. Depending on how many reviews there actually are, it's going to take a while for it to actually import them, and then you can select the ones that you want to keep. Just some final tips on importing reviews. Make sure that you import over 100 reviews for your primary product and over 50 reviews for each of your complementaries. This is going to increase social proof, get more people buying what you're selling. The second one is make sure you filter out and remove any reviews that aren't in the language of the customers that you're selling to. So if you're selling to Aussies, do not show reviews in other languages. We just want to show English reviews because that makes most sense for our customers. And the last tip is use a combination of AliExpress reviews and Amazon reviews if your product doesn't have enough reviews on AliExpress. You can see it has now been imported. So now we can click into this and actually view the reviews. So what we want to do is just look for the reviews that have a 5 and a 4-star rating. As for all the other ones, we're going to select 3-star, 2-star, and 1-star. And if there are any reviews in here, we do want to delete those. But you can see there was none of those. So we've just got the best reviews added in here. These are all labeled as pending. So to approve them and to get them onto our store, we're going to select these and then click approve reviews. You can read through them, you just hover over and make sure that the review is okay, and you can deselect any that you're not happy with or that talk about something that you don't want to be featured, but these reviews look really good, and so we're gonna go ahead and import these ones and approve them. Once approved, we'll go to the next page and we'll repeat the same thing here. Select that, approve reviews, onto the next one. That. So you see this one's actually got a photo, which is great. Hit approve. Obviously, if you are importing photos with the reviews, you need to make sure that the photo does look similar to the product you're selling. So if you like the review, but you don't like the image, you can select it and click delete media. Only do this when the image is really low quality or it looks very different to the product that you're selling. One way that you can always play this off to your customers is that this was the first version of the product. That's the one they're seeing in those photos. So now we've made it even better, and this is a new and improved version. So go through and delete any images that aren't relevant. So let's go through and approve the final few reviews. Do that and approve. When adding your reviews, 100 is the bare minimum. And this is one of these things that you just have to do once. You don't have to keep coming back and adding reviews consistently. So Spend some more time on this. I would recommend going for 200, 250, even 300 plus reviews imported to your product. This is only going to be a positive. This is only going to help you, and it's going to make your ads have a higher chance of performing well. Now that the reviews have been imported for your primary product, repeat the same process for your complementaries too. And once that's done, we're going to make some changes to your store design so these reviews are displayed where customers will actually see them. So in the LAI product reviews dashboard, we're going to go down to this section that says customize widgets. We're going to click on that. And this just adjusts how it's going to look on your site when you actually go live. So we want to click on default layout, and we want to change the header type from full to compact. It's going to make it a bit smaller here, which is what we want. Leave it as rounded and leave the body layer as grid instead of list. That means it's also going to display the images connected to the reviews, which is what we want. And then in the design section, we're going to click in here and we're going to change the font to Open Sans. You need to scroll through a bit, but then we'll click on that. It's the most basic looking font, and it's very similar to the ones that are used on Shopify. For rating icon, we'll leave it as star. You're going to change the primary color to be your brand's primary color. So that was the blue color that we selected earlier on. So we're going to pick that. For the rating icon color, we're going to change that to gold. So we'll click into it and we'll paste in this color code here. This is the one that people most frequently associate with star ratings, is this color and shade of gold. And so we want to use this so that it doesn't feel unfamiliar to them when they're looking at the ratings. Even if it doesn't match your brand colors, that is okay. Star rating should always be this color. Once that's done, we'll scroll down to the header section, and this is where we can change a few things. Average rating, we're going to change this to gold as well because it has stars and we want that to appear like it does on the products. For the submit review button color, we're going to change it to black. And for the write a review button color, we're going to change it to black as well. We're also going to go up to the write a review button shape and change it to round, and submit review button shape to go to round as well. Then hopping into the body card section, we're going to deselect show flag, and we're going to change the date type to suit what you use in your country. For Aussies, it's going to be day, month, year. If you're in the US, it's going to be month, day, year. So we're going to select the one that Aussies are familiar with because we're selling to people in Australia with this store. We're going to leave everything the same. Now, if you do happen to import loads of reviews that are all from the same date, then you can deselect show date, and that's going to remove it so people don't know when these reviews were written. In the others section, we're going to change the reviews per load to 8, and we're going to change the review default sort from date to photo. And there's nothing that we need to change in the advanced section. So what we're going to do is just click on save in the top right. Said app embed not turned on, so we do need to activate this. This was the tab that we ignored at the start. We need to add it to the theme. So this is something we're going to do in one of the next videos when we install the Freedom theme to your store. So we'll leave that for now.
Let's build your Shopify store homepage. In this lesson, we'll be doing a live walkthrough on exactly how to customize your homepage.
To start, we're going to go into your Shopify backend and click on Online Store here on the left-hand side. Now we want to scroll down and click Add Theme and upload zip file. In the action steps below this video, I've included a link to download the theme, so just go ahead and download that. So once it has been downloaded, you want to drag it into here. Give it some time while it uploads the theme to your store. It has now been uploaded. The first thing I do like to do is click on these 3 dots and click Rename. I like to just change it to this. So just capitalizing the letters, removing any dashes, makes it look a little bit cleaner. And if you do upgrade to one of our other themes in the future as we roll them out, then you can easily see which one is which. From here, we're going to click on Customize. And this is going to open the backend Shopify editor. This is the place where we can customize the look of your store. This is what customers are going to see when they go on your website. So this gives us full ability to customize everything. If we scroll through this theme template, you can see that I've already included templates for what to say and where to say it. It's got areas for highlighting certain products, key brand benefits, and reviews as well. So in the rest of this video, I'm going to walk you through customizing the homepage, and then over the following lessons, we're going to walk through all the other pages that you need to adjust. But before we get into customizing, you will see in here there are a lot of spots for photos to be added. And so what I've done is in the resource sheet for this video, included a bunch of different Canva templates. And so I'm going to walk you through customizing those right now, so you have images for each of these spots using your own products. Starting at the top of the page, we have the banner image. And so on desktop, you can use something generic. I know it's difficult to find a horizontal image like this for the product that you're selling, but for us, we're selling a product in the water purification niche or the homewares niche. So we can use a generic stock image like this of someone showering, and that's going to be fine because 90% of the traffic is going to go to the mobile version of our site. So the one on desktop, we just need something that makes sense. And so I found this image online. I searched female showering stock photo and I found this one. And you'll notice in this template, you can drag down this overlay. The reason that we put that over it is because on the theme, you'll see that there's white text. So we need the white text to be visible and to stand out. And for most images, it's not going to do that. So we add this overlay to make the image a little bit darker so the text contrasts better. So what you want to do is drag this overlay down, drag in your own image into Canva, and then you can drag it into this spot to replace the image that is there. Once that's been done, you drag this back up and you're good to go. To export any image in Canva, once you're done, you click on Share, Download, and then hit the download button here. This will save it to your computer. And with every image that you download, you also need to optimize it. Just like we did for your product page images, you want to use tinypng.com. The reason why is because if you optimize and reduce the file size of every photo you put on your store, it will load more quickly, and it means you won't have to pay to have your store optimized down the track by someone that speeds it up, because it'll already be fast. I recommend doing this at the end once you have customized all of the images in Canva. It'll save you some time, so you're not going back and forth. So hopping into the next image template we have is the mobile banner image. And so you can see where this would be visible by clicking on this mobile icon here. This shows you what the website is going to look when people are on their phones looking at our site. And this is going to be 90% of your traffic. 90% of people on average are browsing your store on their mobile phone. So making sure this looks very clean is super important. The image here is different from the one on desktop. It's more of a vertical image. So in the template, you can see we've got a vertical image here. Same thing goes. It's got a filter over the top. So you can drag that down, replace the image that is behind it by deleting this one and dragging your new one in, and then drag the filter back over the top, and then you're ready to download it. Because I have already gone ahead and customized those images, let's add them into the store now. To customize the desktop image, we're going to go here and click on this section, and then we'll scroll down and it'll see a spot for us to add the image. So we'll click select image, and we're going to select the one that we have just created before and hit done. This will add it into there. So that looks nice and clean. You can see the text is easily readable. That's the major thing you want to look at here. You don't want to have an amazing image, but then you just can't read the headline. So it's very important that we have that visible like that, and you use the overlay that I include in the Canva template. Then if we scroll down, we can see mobile image. So I'm going to click select image, and we're going to click the mobile one and add that in. Then if we click on the mobile view in the top, we can see that it has been added in. So let's go back to the desktop view and continue with the next section, which is our top sellers. Here, you're going to have your primary product, your first complementary, and your second complementary. You're going to have the main product image that you have selected for these three products appearing in these positions. So to customize each of these, we're going to go back to this view, go to collection list, and click on primary product. Here, it's going to have a spot for the collection image, which we're going to select. And this is going to be of our shower head because that's our main product. We'll add that in. And then in the title section, we're going to add the shortened version of the product name, which is just shower head. So we don't want to put the full product name in there because it will get very squashed and we don't want that. So we're going to put that in there. Then we click on link, we go to products, and we select the product that is here, the primary product. So I'm going to click on that. And now when somebody clicks on this image, it will take them straight to that primary product page. And then in the collection section, we're going to click select collection and click on homepage and click select. And now when somebody clicks on this image, it will take them to our primary product. So that's set up correctly. We're going to go ahead and hit save. And then we'll move on to our next collection image, which is the complementary one. So select image. Repeat the process, we add in our first complementary. Repeat the same process with selecting the link for the product. So we're going to click on faucet filter because that's the product we have highlighted here. I'm going to select the collection as homepage and hit select, and then that is done. Move on to the final one, which has our last complementary. We're going to select the image, which is our picture. We're going to put that in here. We add the product name in there. We're going to put the link, click products, and click on the product there, and then select the collection, set as homepage, and hit select. Then we just hit save. And there we go. You can see the site is starting to take shape. We've still got quite a bit of customization to do, but it is looking quite clean and professional already. Next, we have the benefits section. And so this is where we talk about the key benefits someone is going to receive by shopping from your brand. We're also going to do a specific section like this on your product page, which is more product specific. So this should be related to your brand as a whole, the key benefits people get when they shop with you. To create these icons, you can click on the link in the resource sheet for the benefits icons. And you can see there are 4 of them. And so this is where you really want to consider what are the core 4 benefits someone receives when they buy from you. For Pure Water, the ones that I've come up with are better skin and hair, easy install, built for Aussie water, and 30-day risk-free trial. So those are the ones we're going to use here. So to create these icons, there's 2 steps. The first one you need to do is change the color of the background circle. And so to change that, you don't want to use the primary color for your brand. The reason why is because we want people's attention on your page to only be drawn to the buttons. So if you have these icons also the same color as your buttons, it's distracting people. They don't know where to look. And so what I like to do is get the primary color for your brand. And once you've got that, you can click on add a new color and you can tweak it a little bit. Drop it down, find a lighter shade of your primary color. This should not be a different color to your primary. It should be a different shade of the same color. Make it lighter so that the rest of your brand is still congruent and you don't have 2 primary colors on your store. You should not have these icons be orange and then the rest of your primary colors are blue. You don't want something like that. You just want this to be a lighter shade of the primary color. The next step is to find the icons. You need these to be relevant to the benefit. And so how we're going to find these is going to a site called flaticon.com. It's free to use. When you land on the site, register for a free account using your brand name as the username so that you can edit the icons and add them into Canva directly. The key here is to find an icon that really relates to the benefit that you'll talk about. And so for this one, where we say better skin and hair, we've got this person here, skin and hair is both visible, and we've got these little stars here to show that it's gleaming or it's healthy, it's vibrant. So to find an icon like that in Flat Icon, we could type skin. And if we scroll through these options, we'll see that the icon that we actually selected is visible here. So what you want to then do is click on Edit Icon, choose a new color. When you click on that, you'll be able to change it to white. I'll show you because this one wasn't working for me. I've got a different icon here. By default, it'll be set as black. So you click on Choose a New Color, drag it up to the top left corner so it's white, and then you will download this icon. To do that, click on Download, PNG, and then 256 pixels. This is going to download it to your computer. Once you have downloaded the 4 icons that you want to use for your benefits icons, you're then going to go back into the Canva template and drag them in. And so you drag them into Canva to upload them, you delete the ones that are in there right now, and you add in your new icons. One small thing to note is I like to look for icons that have a similar thickness. On Flat Icon, you will find ones that are very thick and then ones that have very thin lines. And so ideally, all of them would be quite similar. You'll see the ones here, the line thickness is pretty similar from icon to icon. So that's important so it looks nice and clean and branded and trustworthy. Now that you've customized the color background and you've added in your icons that are your benefits for your brand, from there, you want to click on Share, Download, and then download it to your computer. The last thing you'll need to do for these benefits icons so they can be used on your site, apart from putting them through tiny PNG to reduce the file size, is we need to remove the white background. Now on Canva, that is a premium feature and I don't want you to have to pay for that. So what you're going to do instead is go to this website called removal.ai. This allows you to remove the background off of these images so they're ready to go. So if I add in one of our images, for example, just so you can see how it works, it's going to remove the white background and it gives us this option to download. So we're going to click on that and then it will save it to our computer. You want to repeat this process for 4 of your benefits icons. You need to do them one by one, so don't drag them all in. To use this tool, you don't need an account. You can just drag in your images and then download them. And of course, before you add them to your store, make sure you put them through tiny PNG. So now we've got those sorted. We're going to head back in here. First thing we're going to change is the Y, and we're going to replace the template that was in there with our brand name. Y Pure Water. Then we're going to click on the first benefit icon click select image, and we're going to select our first one there. And then we want to add in the heading and the text. You'll see here in the template, it's all labeled as benefit. And then below that, it says explain the benefit in a sentence. This should not go over more than 2 lines. And so you can see here, better skin and hair. That's the benefit someone will receive. And then the explanation of that is reduce dryness, acne, and dandruff. And so it's a bit more information to give that more context. So based on the icons you selected and what those benefits are, you want to add in the heading and then also add in the text. And don't worry if you're not super sure on these, just fill them in and then you can come back and adjust them later. And you can also have your store reviewed by one of our expert coaches who can then give you feedback and say what could be improved. Are your benefits icons strong enough, or do you need to make some changes? So I'm just going to add in the rest of the icons for our brand here. And there we go, we've added in the benefits icons. And so the last thing we need to do to finish off this section is add a link that this Shop Now button goes to. So what we want to link this to is a collection where all of our products are included. So I'm going to show you how to set that up now. We're going to go back into your Shopify backend in a new tab, click on the products dropdown and then click on collections. Then we want to click create a collection and we're going to call this best sellers. Once that's done, we'll click on save. And then we'll see this option down here to add in products manually. So we're going to click on browse and we're going to select all of our products. Before you do this, you need to make sure that your product's actually in your store. So the video earlier in this phase walks you through how to do that. So if you haven't already, make sure you watch that and follow the steps in there. You should select your primary as well as your complementary products. So I've got them all selected and I'll click add. Then for the sort, we want to change it to manually. And what I like to do is have your primary listed as first, then have your first complementary listed as second, and then your second complementary listed as third. So that's all we need to do for the best sellers collection. Now when we go back into the store, I'm just going to click on save so all of the changes we've made so far aren't deleted when we hit refresh right now. Then when we scroll back to this section, we click on it. Now we can add the link. So we're going to click on this, click collections, and click on best sellers. So now when somebody clicks shop now, they're going to see all of our products. And as you add new products in the future, make sure you add them to your best sellers collection. Scrolling down, we now get to the choose from our best selling products section. So what we're going to do here is click on this and then scroll down to collection, click select collection and choose best sellers, the one that we've just made as well, and hit select. Don't worry if it does look a little bit funny right now. If you've imported your products correctly, as I've walked you through earlier in this phase, then it will look sweet. Everything will look good here, but I haven't filled in the images for our other products yet, so that's why they're not appearing. That's all we need to do there for now. Then we're going to scroll down to this section, loved by over X number of Aussies. I recommend changing this to 5,000. And then for the reviews, it's going to be dependent on how many reviews you import to your store. So I'm going to show you first of all how to add the reviews to your homepage, and then you can look at the total number you have and update this number. To add the review block, what we'll do is click save on this theme, click on the exit icon in the top left, and we want to make this theme the main theme. So we're going to click on publish and publish that so it is active. So now when someone goes to our website, they're going to see the new theme. Don't worry, no one's going to see this yet because you haven't launched, but you need it to be the active theme so you can install the review block. Now from here, we want to go to the LAI product reviews app. So you can click on apps and click on it there. And then we'll get this pop up, which says app embed required. So we're going to click on activate now. This is going to open up the theme and it's going to embed it for us. And so that's all we need to do here. We're just going to hit save in the top right. Once you have activated the app on the theme, you're then going to go into the widgets section here on the left. And first we're going to go to product reviews section and click customize. We've already customized the look of this, so we don't need to do anything there. But what we do need to do is activate it and add it to the theme. So we'll click add to theme and there we go. It has now been added so we can customize it. Then once that has been installed, we want to go back to the home page here and scroll down on the left sidebar until we see the add section button. Click on that and then click on card grid. That's going to add in all of the reviews. So we want to click on this card grid button here. And now it says review source. And so it has a few different collections available. These collections are for newest reviews or reviews with photos or other things like that. And so what we want to do is click on go here to edit review collections. We want to click on collection 1 and click edit. Once you're in here, you want to change the description to all products, change the source to specific products. You want to click on the include photo and include content, reviews per product, set it to 100. And then in the products section, click on browse and select all of your products, your primary and your 2 complementaries, and hit save. I'm going to click on save here. Now when we go back and hit refresh, we can see that it will have updated. And there we go. It's going to prioritize the reviews that have pictures, which is what we want. It's going to push those up to the top. And now we can move on to the footer. The first thing we'll customize here is this section. So click on this section on the right, and this is where you can enter in your ABN and your business address. For the store address, just leave it as the one in here. This is a Freedom virtual address that I've created for all students to use. And so you can list that in there because when you set up as a sole trader, your business address is your personal address. And so I don't want you to have to list that on your store. So you can use this one that's in here by default. You don't have to change anything. And then enter in your ABN too. Still leave the bit at the start that says ABN so people know what this number actually is. And the rest we're going to customize a little bit later. For now, we're going to scroll back up to the top of the page and hit save. Before we move on and adding your logo and customize the colors, we're going to adjust the announcement bar. So click on the little announcement bar toggle here and click on this option. And you want to put in the template that I've included in the resource sheet. Now you will need to adjust this based on the time of year and when you launch your store. Right now it is autumn in Australia, so we're putting autumn flash sale. This is one of our offers that we use across the store. This doesn't affect your margins. We make it appear as if the product is 50% reduced in price. So it looks like when someone lands on our site that we're running a special sale, and this is a bit of an urgency trigger, getting them to buy now instead of leaving it for later. While you're in this screen as well, you'll see the option to click link. And you want to change that to collections and then change it to bestsellers. So if somebody clicks on the announcement bar, it will take them to that page. Then we go back out and we're going to click save again. Before we move on to the next sections, we need to add in the title, the headline, and also the sub-headline here for your banner image. So to do this, we can click on this again and we'll see the option to add in the heading. The template that I've included here is insert brand USP in 2 lines. So the USP is your unique selling proposition. Another way of positioning this is help people understand what your brand does for the customer. So for Pure Water, we're going to do improve your health with better water. That is what our products do. And so we want people, as soon as they land on your site, to understand exactly what you do. And then in the subtext, I'm going to put get 50% off all our purifying products today. So for you, you're going to use the start of it, get 50% off all our, and then you're going to insert what your products are. For Pure Water, they're all purifying products. If you built a store in the pet niche, maybe they're all dog products, or the baby niche, maybe they're all baby products. And so you just want to change that word here to whatever products you're selling, and then leave products today, just to show them that you're going to get 50% off if you buy today. And then once that's done, go ahead and hit save. Now it's time to add your logos and customize the colors that are visible on your store. So the first thing we're going to do is customize your logo. To get your logo, you can go back into Canva. And what I like to do is just take a screenshot. So depending on if you're using a Mac or a Windows computer, grab a screenshot. So I'm just going to grab that part. That's going to save it to your computer. And then you can upload it into Shopify. This is the easiest way to do it because you don't want to have big white sections above and below. And instead of having to create a new Canva design and make the dimensions correct, you can just take a screenshot. That's going to save you so much time. So if we go back here to this view, see in the header section, it has logo. And we're going to click in and add the logo here. So the logo has been added. And if we go to the mobile version, you'll see it looks nice and clean in there. Don't worry if on the desktop version, it does look a little bit bigger. That is fine. The next thing we're going to do is customize the colors. So we're going to go back to this view, click on theme settings, and then we'll click on colors here. Shopify has updated their color settings. So the way to customize all of the colors on your site are to edit some of these final schemes. So scheme 1, scheme 12, and scheme 13. So if we click on scheme 1 first, this is where you want to enter your primary brand color. We want to make sure that is selected. For outline button, we want to select that as well. And for shadow, we'll select that too. So that's scheme 1 edited. Now we go to scheme 12, putting your primary color again for the button backgrounds, for the outline button and the shadow. Go back out, go to scheme 13, change it again on this one too. So those schemes have been customized. Now we just need to go through any sections that weren't directly edited by that and just update them. So we click on this main banner, first of all, scroll down and we can see the button color. We want to select our new button color that we want to use everywhere. And if we scroll through the rest of the page, you can see that all the other buttons have been customized just by making those changes before. And the last thing we need to do is adjust the color for the announcement bar. So we'll click on that. And then scheme 13, we'll click on edit. So scheme 13 controls the color of the announcement bar in the background. So we're going to click on background and select the same color as your buttons. Then you hit save in the top right. And now the site is starting to look branded and clean. It's definitely come a long way since we started. It didn't look too good before. So the next thing we want to do is add the logo into the footer. So scroll down to the footer, click on image and select the image you want to use. Select your logo. There we go, it's going to add it in there. You can adjust the width slightly if you want to, but what I would do is leave it where there's still enough space between the right side of the logo and the explore section. We don't want it to be too crammed. I'm going to drop this down a little bit more. That looks nice and neat. And then below that, you'll see the social media icons. Don't worry about them for now. We're going to customize them later in the program before you launch. And there we go. The homepage has been customized. So if we scroll through it now, we can see we've got all of the collections images here. We've got the benefits. We've got all of our 3 products listed. And we've got the review section as well. We've also customized the parts of the footer that we need to customize right now. And then we can see how it looks on mobile. So at the top, we've got the announcement bar, logo here. We've got our main banner text. We've got our top sellers. So this is normal. It should only display 2 of these, your first 2, on the mobile view. Don't worry if it doesn't display the 3rd, it's not meant to. Otherwise it would look messy. Then we go down, we've got the benefits sections here as well. Choose from our best-selling products. We've got those listed in here. And then we've got the review section down the bottom.
With your homepage out of the way, it's time to customize your bonus pages. Now, these are the pages that really separate you from a traditional dropshipping store. These make you a customer-first brand that has a real reason that it exists, and it creates a lot of trust with your customers. In this lesson, we'll be doing a live walkthrough on exactly how to customize these pages on your store.
To do this, we're going to head into Online Store here on the left and go to Pages on the left-hand side. We're going to click on Add Page at the top. First one we're going to do is Our Mission. And then in the theme template, we're going to select that and click the Our Mission theme template and then click Save. Then we go back here, add another page, and we'll call this one the About Us. Theme template, About Us, and hit Save. So that has created the base of the page, and now we can customize it and add some text to it. So to do that, we go into Online Store, click on Customize. And then in the drop-down, we're going to select that and go down to Pages. And then the first one we'll customize is the Our Mission page. You can see here, I've already given you a template and I've included what you're going to need in these sections, a short mission here, include a blurb about why you exist and what problem you solve for your customers. And I'm going to walk you through customizing all of this right now. For Pure Water, I've already prepared some text, so I'm going to add that in here and then we'll walk through it together. So I'm going to walk you through what I've put in here and what assets you'll need to do this yourself. So at the top, we've got give Aussie families the gift of pure, healthy water. That is our mission. That's why we exist. And then I've said, aside from how it looks and tastes, you may not have thought much about the water you drink and shower in. But most Aussie tap water contains excess minerals and even heavy metals like copper and lead, which damage your skin, hair, and zap you of your energy. That's where Pure Water comes in. So just to break down that opening bit, we're giving them a very clear illustration of the problem. We're trying to make them understand that, okay, I am in that demographic that is experiencing that problem, and then we position our brand as the solution to that. So that's where we pivot and say, that's where Pure Water comes in. We are a small brand. I like to include small there because people like to support small businesses. So we are a small brand on a mission to give Aussie families easy access to pure, healthy water. So we're repeating our mission mission, simple installation, instant results, and a great money back guarantee. That's what you get from Pure Water. All of this is going to be visible on the Pure Water website, so you can go and view that at any time, go back through, see how I've written things, and use it as inspiration for yours. Then we have this image. And so when you're going through your product reviews, you want to download some of that UGC, the user-generated content. That's content captured by customers for the product you're selling. And so once you've got those shots, I've included a link in the resource sheet for the Our Mission collage. In here in Canva, you'll see that there are 4 picture frames. And so you can drag a new picture into any one of these. So if I go like that, and drag it in there. And so you want to select 4 images that are of your product. These are all taken from reviews. So if you don't have any of these, you should by now, but go back onto Amazon and find pictures for your product, or go onto AliExpress, look for pictures of your product that are in people's reviews. That's what we want to see. And then drag them in here, download this image, make sure you run it through tiny PNG as well to optimize the size. Then click on the image and you can add it into here. Then we scroll down. Here are reasons why you'll love Pure Water. And this is where we have 3 key benefits sections. So what I put in here is better skin and hair. Our shower products remove 95% of chlorine and heavy metals from Australian tap water to reduce skin dryness, acne, and dandruff. There is a very key formula in that sentence that I've used. We say that our products, then we include the feature, what it actually does, and then we talk about the benefit that the customer receives by using that. So if we were to just say our shower products remove 95% of chlorine and heavy metals, that doesn't mean anything to the customer. What they want to know is, okay, it does that, and then what is in it for me? Well, what's in it for you is it reduces skin dryness, acne, and dandruff. It's very simple. So I like using that framework. When you need to mention the features because you want to show that your product actually does something, but then you need to relate it back to the benefits that the customer will receive, have glowing skin and strong, healthy hair by just using our best-selling shower head. So we make it super simple for them to achieve the desired end result, which is better skin and better hair. All you need to do is just use our shower head. Then on the right, I've included 2 images. They can be the same images that are used up here in your collage. So you just want to drop in 2 images there by clicking on this section, and you can add them in one at a time. Make sure these images are square as well. So feel free to use Canva to resize them using the product page images template that we've used in a previous video. Then on to the next section, no tool install. All our products require no tools to set up. So before I go into that further, the reason that I'm focusing on this is because I want people to understand that it's easy for them to achieve the desired end result. They use this product and they get what they want. And then the installation part is going to be a bit of resistance for a lot of people. It's a shower head. Do I need to get a plumber in? How do I install it? Do I need tools to do it? No tool install. Very simple. So we want to make it as easy as possible for the customer to get the end result. And so we focus a lot on how simple it is to set up. And so what I say in here is all our products require no tools to set up and can be installed in seconds by anyone. Even kids can do it. Add our products to your home and improve your family's health forever. It's a no-brainer. I've included 2 images there as well. And then built for Aussie water is the last major benefit that I've included here. The reason that I'm focusing so much on the Aussie angle, saying Aussies, Australians, all that kind of stuff, is because when you advertise to Aussies, if they see that there, it instantly gets them more engaged. They start to think, okay, well, this is just built for me. And so people like brands and products that are built just for them. Because you're only going to be advertising to one country, it allows you to do this. If you're marketing to Australians, mention Aussies all throughout your brand, your mission, everything that you do, because then they're going to be a lot more likely to buy from you. So built for Aussie water, most Aussie tap water contains excess minerals and even heavy metals like copper and lead. Our products remove 95% of chemicals found in tap water, so you only use and drink the most pure water possible. Included 2 other images here, so you want to make sure that the images that you use in these sections are different from one another. You don't just want to use the same 2 images in all the spots, but it can be the same ones that we used up here in your collage. And then at the bottom, join over 5,000 Aussies and upgrade your water today. I'm going to include templates for all of the text in the resource sheet, and you can also have a look at the Pure Water site at any time to see what was written and how I did it. And so the template for this really is join over 5,000 Aussies and insert desired end result. So for us, upgrade your water today. I didn't want to say improve your skin and hair again. I've said it a lot throughout this whole page, so I wanted to change it up a little bit. Buy from Pure Water today, so buy from your brand today and experience the difference of, and then you insert what benefits you actually provide. Better water every day. All our products are backed by our 30-day risk-free trial, so shop today. That's going to be templated. You're going to use that. Every student's going to use that second sentence. And then shop all products. This will link back to your collections for all your products. You don't need to customize this. You can just check by clicking on the side part here of the button and just make sure that the link is connected to all products. And that's the Our Mission page done. Now let's move on to the About Us page. So we'll click the drop down again, click Pages, and then click About Us. The design of this page is a little bit different, and what I think the real value of an About Us page is starting to get personal. So people can understand why you created this store in the first place, why you exist. Did you experience the problem yourself that the product is solving? And you'll see how I've crafted a bit of a narrative so people can see how I connect to the brand. And there we go, I've customized the About Us page. And so what I've done here is go into a bit of a story, help people understand as to why I'm even selling this product. I mentioned my name here as well. You don't have to use your name, maybe use a name of a friend or a family member if you really don't want to include yours there. I've just put mine here because people want to have a connection to a person that experienced the same problem that they've experienced. Even if you haven't used the product yourself, you can create a story around it and get people to buy into your brand and understand why you started it in the first place. And as long as you relate the core problem that you've supposedly experienced back to why you created the brand and why you're helping people now, then people are going to build a lot of trust with your store and they'll understand why you're doing it. So I talk about my story, how I showered and drank normal Aussie tap water since I was a kid. My hair was always dry, suffered from acne and skin dryness for as long as I can remember. That's true, I did have those things. Then my life completely changed when I found out that most Aussie cities have heavy metals like copper, lead, and excess minerals in the water. This is also true. I didn't find out until quite recently that a lot of Australia doesn't have what is called soft water. There's a lot of excess stuff in the water, which I never knew. It doesn't mean that it's unsafe to drink or to shower in, but it just means that it's probably not the best for you. So I say here, I keep talking about my journey. I was shocked, so I did more research and found out that most Aussies had literally no idea that the water they drink and shower in is damaging their skin, hair, and health. So the reason I've positioned it like this is because I want people to become problem aware. There's a lot of people that might buy from Pure Water that didn't even know that the water they were showering in and drinking in was not the best for them. And so I want to make them problem aware. So then when I pitch the product as the solution to that problem, they're more receptive to it. If I just come in and say, buy this shower filter, you need it for XYZ reason, people aren't going to buy as much as if I say, hey, do you experiencing this problem? Or do you take showers every day? Or are you someone that has experienced these issues? You then make them problem aware by saying, look, most people don't realize that the water they use is causing damage. And then you pitch the product as the solution. And then I weave in some social proof. We've since helped over 5,000 Aussie families upgrade their water, improve their skin, hair, and general well-being. We're still just a small business, so every order counts, and I've been blown away by the support we have received so far. So if there's anything in this template that I've used that doesn't have Pure Water listed in there or connecting it to my story, you can use that for your own About Us page. So feel free to template a lot of this. And I've included the templates again in the resource sheet for the video. I started Pure Water to share the magic of pure water with as many people as I can, and I'd love to share it with you too. It's really this personal connection. It's like a note from the founder in a way. So people are like, hey, this person built this store for a reason. It's not just a random store. There is a reason behind this brand. And look, you might have to get a bit creative here. Maybe you haven't experienced the issue before, but maybe you know someone that has, and you can use their story as a way to illustrate why you created the brand. So click the button at the bottom of this page to see all our best-selling products, and if you're not satisfied with them for any reason in the first 30 days, I'll give you your money back. That's how confident I am that they will change your life like they have mine. So we're inserting some risk reversal, making it seem like a no-brainer to test this product because you either get the result or you get your money back. And then at the bottom, I put PS, we're currently running a 50% off flash sale, so now is the best time to order if you want a pretty big discount. So we're putting a call to action there and helping people understand why they need to buy now instead of just leaving this for another day. Then we have the benefits icons. These are the same ones you used on your homepage, so just add them in here again. And then this section at the bottom is the same as what you used on your mission page. And so it's the same footer section. So that's how you customize your About Us and Our Mission pages. Just make sure you hit save in the top right, and then you're ready to go.
Some of the most important pages to have on your store are your support pages. And in this lesson, we're going to show you how to create those and make sure they're connected to your store correctly.
To create these support pages, we're going to go down to Online Store and then click Pages. And in here, we're going to go Add Page. First one we're going to add is just Reviews. And we don't need to change the theme template, leave it as default page and hit Save. Go back out, Add Page, call this one FAQs. And then for the theme template, select FAQ, then hit Save. Then the last one we need to make for here is the Contact Us page. Our policy pages are made by default, so we don't need to actually create new pages for them. Contact Us, change the theme template to Contact, and hit Save. Now to edit these pages, we'll go into Online Store again and click on Customize. The first one we're going to adjust is the Reviews page, so click on this drop down, go to Pages, and then click on Default Page because that's the one that is connected to Reviews. Now we want to change the heading to be Reviews. See why over 5,000 Aussies love us. So we'll put that headline in there. And then for this text down here, what we're actually going to do is just remove that because we don't need it. Now in here, we need to add the review block. We need the reviews to be visible on this page. So how we do that is go down to this bottom section here and click Add Section. Click on Apps, click on Card Grid. Wait for it to load. Now it's going to add in those reviews. And if we click into here, just make sure that collection 1 is selected. That's the one that displays all of our reviews, which is definitely what we want. And then the last thing we need to do is just adjust the padding. So we're going to reduce this padding at the top to 0 and the bottom to 0 as well, because we didn't need that much room above and below the text. So that's how you go ahead and set up your reviews page. So we hit save on that. The next one is your Contact Us page. I'll show you where that is. Click on that drop down, go to Pages, go to Contact. I've already created the Contact Us page, so you don't need to do anything else. The only thing you need to do is click on this contact form section and deselect show phone number. We just need to know their name, email, and then the question that they have. Then they click send message and it will send it through to your brand email address. Then we'll click the drop down again, go to Pages, and now we'll go to FAQs. So here we need to do a bit of customization. I'll show you what to do. First thing is change the link that says here. So right now this is linked to another store. So we want to click on edit link. We want to delete the link that's in there. Then click on this field, go to Pages, go to Contact Us, and then we'll hit open link in new tab, and then we'll hit done, and that's going to update that. Make sure you update that because if you don't, it's going to link it to another store. So that's not what we want. Now scrolling down, you'll see all of the FAQs. I've already pre-populated most of this for you, but I will show you how to make some changes so it is ready to go. So we're going to click on the first one. When you click on these, you'll see the heading, which is the actual question that is here. And then when a user clicks on it, it's going to open up the rest of this drop down. And so people can go through and look at the information. So I've already set this up as a template and I'll show you how to fill in the missing pieces. So if we click on the first one, so you've made an order, welcome to the brand family. So look through each question, and if you see brand written like this, then put in your brand name. Just want to put that in there. I'm going to remove this section on COVID because that's no longer relevant. And there we go, that has been filled in. Next one, how much do I pay for shipping? All orders include free and fast delivery Australia-wide, no matter how many products you order. So you'll also see in this theme template that if it says Australia or references Australia Post, and you're based in the US or any other country that you're going to sell to, then you want to adjust that wording to. You don't just want to have references to Australia in here if you're not selling to Aussie customers. So we get to leave that because we're selling to Aussies. Here we go, so brand HQ, so it's another spot where we replace brand, pure water, update the delivery times so people know when they can expect their order. And we want to set correct expectations. A lot of our page and our product description and contact us, all of the pages that we've been creating, we need to set the correct expectations, because if we create a false expectation where we say the product's going to get to you faster than it actually will, it's going to cause more issues. People don't mind if a product takes 10 days to get to them as long as you're upfront and honest with them before they buy that it will take 10 days. And so we want to be very transparent with all of that on our site. We don't want to say it's going to get to them faster to try and get them to buy. That's not the right way to do it. We need to be honest about our shipping times, because that will cause you so many headaches if you're dishonest about that. There we go. How do I track my order? So it's got some instructions in there. Adjust it to be whatever postal service you need to adjust it to, or whichever one you're going to be using. Help, I think my order has been lost in delivery. It's another time where it says the delivery time, so we want to adjust that, and then just go through and make sure everything is correct for you. So everything else in here is looking good. Most of it is templated, so it's going to save you a lot of time. So I've just changed the are there any customs or import fees to this new text as well, saying that we cover those things. Then we move to the product questions section. This is going to be custom to your store and the products you choose, but I would make these relevant to your primary product. If they happen to be relevant for your complementaries, great, but one of these for pure water could be, how does the product actually work? Or what materials is it made of? Or those kind of questions. And then you want to fill in the answers in the answers section. Do you offer wholesale or bulk? So we're going to leave that as is. Can I send the order as a gift? We're going to see that brand is listed in there again. We'll change that to the brand name. Are you stocked in any stores? We'll say no. We'll put our brand name in there again. Returns and exchanges, very important section of the FAQs. So change this number to whatever your risk-free trial is, which will be 30 days. Everything else that in there is fine. How long do I have to return the products? Change it from 100 day to 30 day. Can I return my order for a refund? So any time where it says 100 days, because that is not what everybody will be offering, you're going to be offering 30 days, so make the adjustment there. And then just go through and see if anything else needs to be adjusted. And then we move on to payment. So we're just going to go through these and see if anything needs to be changed. Most of it is all templated. I've already spent the time writing all this and I've used this across other brands. So I'm just going to save you time and you can use this straight away. In this one here, how do I contact you? You want to put the brand email address so people know where they can contact you. And there we go. That's the FAQs page all finished as well. As I said earlier, the privacy policy and terms of service pages are created by default, so you don't need to customize anything in there.
Before you can launch, you need to have the cart and checkout set up correctly inside of Shopify so you're ready to start accepting sales. And in this lesson, we'll show you through how to do that.
The first page we'll look at is the cart page. So when you access it by clicking on the drop down and clicking on cart, it'll take you to this and it'll say your cart is empty. So we need to add something to the cart so you can see what it will look like. Let's click on home. Let's scroll down and click on your primary product. And then let's click on add to cart. So you need to double click every time. And then it's going to show us our cart with a product loaded into it. So this is what it's going to look like for customers. They're going to see your shopping cart. They're going to see their items. They'll see the compare at price and then the price they're paying. And then it will show the percentage discount. So make sure this says 50% off. You want to grab your normal product price, times it by 2, and then put that as your compare out price. If you mess it up, this will tell you. It'll be 49% or 51%. So just make sure it is 50%. There's then a quantity selector and then the total number here, and it says your total. One thing that you may have to customize if you're not based in Australia or selling to Australian customers is this text here that says, congrats, you qualify for free Aussie delivery. To adjust this, if you're selling to people in the US or the UK or New Zealand or Canada or wherever you're selling to, you want to click on the dots up here and click on edit default theme content. Then in the filter items, type Aussie. And you see here it says, congrats, you qualify for free Aussie delivery. So we want to change that to whoever we're selling to. So let's say you're in the US, free US delivery. Say you're in Canada, free Canada delivery. So you want, or Canadian delivery. And so we're just going to put Aussie delivery in there. And then while we're here, we can also see the shipping default value, which we will need to adjust. To make this correct, we're going to open up settings again. And we're going to go to shipping. We're going to click on the shipping profile we created for the country we're selling to. Then we're going to select the wording here, drag and select to copy free priority delivery, the free option that we created. I'm going to exit out of this now. And now in here, we're going to paste that in. Free priority delivery, 5 to 9 days. And then we'll go ahead and hit save. Then now, when you go back into editing the store, you'll be able to see the change made there. So that's how you make the changes to the cart page. There's nothing else you need to do. You don't need to change any colors or anything like that. If you followed the steps from the previous lessons, all of that will be set up for you already. And once your cart page has been customized, here's how we'll customize the checkout. So click on the drop down up here and click on checkout and new customer accounts. When this loads up, you're going to have the option to put in your brand logo on the left, which you should do. Logo alignment, make sure it's set to left. For the background image, do not add an image and don't add any other background images in here. Now for the accent and buttons, you want to select your primary brand color because that's what these buttons will display as. Down here, your checkout layout should be set to one page and user address auto completion should be selected.
If you try and access this checkout editing section and it glitches out or something doesn't work, another way to customize your checkout is go into your Shopify store, click settings on the bottom left, and then click on checkout. And in here, you'll see a configuration setup for your store. If you get an alert like this saying something needs to be replaced, don't worry, everything is working as it should. So just go in here and you can click customize, and that will open up the same editing page as what we found before.
Before we move on to customizing your product pages, you need to follow this lesson to complete the final store setup.
First, we're going to set up the menus. So if we go into Shopify, we want to go back to the main dashboard area, and then we want to click on navigation. In here, we need to customize the links that are in our footer and also in our main menu header bar. First, we're going to customize the main menu. So we're going to click on that, and this is what we're going to do. We're going to change the first one to not be home. It's going to be shop, followed by our primary product's name, minus your brand name. So you're not going to include that here. Let's go premium shower head. Then in the link, I'm going to select products and select the product there and hit apply changes. The next one, we're going to change to shop bestsellers and make sure that all products will be selected by default. Just make sure it is. The next one is FAQs. So we'll click edit, type FAQs, and then we'll select the pages here and go FAQs and hit apply. Then we need to add another, which is contact us. Select that, go pages, and then contact us. Hit add. And the last one we need to add is reviews. So we'll click add menu item, go reviews, click in there, go pages, and go on reviews and hit add. We're just going to rearrange these so that reviews goes here, and then we'll hit save menu. So now when we go to our site, the menu bar at the top is going to show these options. I'll show you what it looks like here. So that's what it's going to look like when somebody is on desktop. Shop premium shower head. So shop our primary product. That's what we want most people to click on because that's the one we want to sell the most of. Shop bestsellers. So that takes them to all of our products. Reviews, FAQs, and contact us. So if you've set it up just like I walked you through there, that's all going to be ready to go. What we need to customize now are the links in the footer section. To do that, we're going to go back to this main menu, go back, and then we're going to click on add menu. We're going to title this as explore. Then we're going to click add menu item. The first one is going to be shop. And we're going to select collections and go bestsellers, hit add. Then we're going to go our mission, select that and go pages, and then our mission and hit add. Then onto the next one, we'll do about us. Select that, pages, about us, add. And then the last one we'll add to this menu is FAQs. So add menu item, FAQs, pages, FAQs, and add. Then we hit save menu. So the explore menu has been created. That won't be visible on our store yet. I'll show you how to make it visible in just a second, but we need to create one more menu. So we're going to go back, click add menu, and we're going to call this one support. Add menu item. First one we're going to do is contact us. Click that, pages, contact us, and add. Next one will be refund policy. Click the drop down, policies, refund policy, and click add. Next one will be privacy policy. Click the drop down, policies, privacy policy, add. And then the last one is terms of service. Policies, terms of service, add. Then we hit save menu. So now we've created the menus that we need. We now need to make sure they're visible on our store. So to do that, we're going to click on online store, go to customize. Then if we scroll down to the bottom and we click on the explore section, first of all, it's going to give us an option to select a menu. So we'll click select menu and we'll click on explore, then select. And then the next one is support. Click on that, select menu, and then support, select. Just hit save. And now the links are all in the footer. So on all the pages on your website, this is going to be updated. Somebody can click any of these links and it will take them to the corresponding page. So now it looks clean, looks branded, looks trustworthy. You've got all the necessary links that you need there as well. The last thing we need to do in this video is set up some things for SEO. So when we share the link for this website online, when we start advertising and doing marketing, then we want to make sure that it shows up correctly for people. So to edit that, we're going to click on exit. We're going to go to preferences here on the left-hand side. Then it's going to ask us to add a homepage title and a meta description. So for homepage title, we're going to put in the brand name,
pure water, say Australia's best water purifiers. There we go. So you're going to put your brand name, trademark symbol, space, dash, space, followed by, if you're in Australia, Australia's best water purifiers, or if you're in the US, for example, best water purifiers in the US. And so you can just adjust it based on whatever product you're selling and what category you're in, and then also what country you're selling to. For the homepage meta description, I've just pasted in the text that we've used at the bottom of our About Us and Our Mission pages. So we're going to put that in there. Once that is done, we can scroll down. The social sharing image should just be your logo. So if it isn't, you can click change image and add your logo again. But for now, this looks fine. What we're going to do is turn off the password that is connected to your site. And so we're going to untick that now and hit save. Now to check that that all is working, open a new tab and go to your website's URL. And there we go. We've got a website. You've created a store. So if we scroll through this, we'll see all of the information in here. Yes, there are a few more things we need to adjust. We need to add the reviews widgets for these products. We need to add in the pricing for these as well. But everything else is looking very clean. And if we go back to the store design secrets lesson, when I walked you through what a good store looks like, it's something like this. It's very simple. There's not a crazy amount of colors, doesn't look overly confusing, but it tells people what they need to know. And one more thing we need to do is add the fav icon to our store. This is the small icon that appears in a tab when someone's looking on their desktop. To create this for your brand, I've included a Canva template in the resource sheet for this video. This is the one that I've created for Pure Water. So what I've done is I've put a circle and then I've made that the brand primary color. And then I've just put Pure in there because if I put Pure Water, it got too long. So if you have a brand name that you could easily just chop it down and do something like this, great. Otherwise, just put your full brand name in there. And below that, you'll also see a square version that is identical. You're going to need both of these, not to add to your fav icon, but you'll use this for social media pages, in your Shopify, and a few other places as well later in the program. So once you've got those two ready to go, click on share, download, and download those to your computer. Once downloaded, you're going to add them into tiny PNG. Once they have been compressed, we're going to go ahead and download them. And one thing we will need to do for the circle version, which will be used as your fav icon, is remove the background. So we're going to click on upload image. We're going to add that one that we just got, the circle one. It's going to remove the background for us. And once the background has been removed for that image, we're going to go back into your theme settings. We're going to click on logo. We'll click on fav icon image and we'll add it in here. Now, whenever you open the brand in a new tab in the top, you're going to see that fav icon. We're on the Pure Water website right now. It's looking really good. We're just going to look through and make sure that everything is functioning as it should. Treat this final check as a way to see if there's any spelling mistakes, grammar issues, images that are missing, links that aren't working. You just want to really go through the site and test it to make sure that everything is functioning as it should. So the things that I like to do are just make sure that you've got the links in your footer visible. You don't need to click on them, but just hover over them and you can see in the bottom left whether it is linked to the correct page or not. So you just want to make sure that that is all set up right. Just having a look through all of those. They're all set up correctly, which is great. The social media icons, don't worry about them just yet. We're going to be walking through how to do that later in the program before launch. So those are connected to your social pages. Details in the footer look correct. I've had a look through the website and I don't see any spelling issues or mistakes there. So that is all looking good. I will need to add the pricing in here for the products. So that's something I will need to do. And then the review section is looking great as well. And so one thing that we will need to adjust before we go and do a test order is that you can see that the star rating isn't visible for these products. And so we need to enable that inside of our product review app. So first of all, if we go into our Shopify editing section, just like we've done for the rest of the program, we're going to scroll down and we're going to click on that section. If we scroll down to the bottom, there's an option that says show product rating. We need to make sure that that is ticked and then that we hit save. After that, we're going to open up the LAI product reviews app again. And then we're going to go down on the left side and click widgets. In here, there's a star rating widget. We're going to click on customize. And then there's an option here, collection page, show star rating. We want to tick that. And then we'll click save.
Now, when we go to the website, let's check to make sure that it is functioning as it should. Perfect. So now the reviews are appearing for the products. You'll see that these products, we haven't imported any reviews for yet. So I'll need to go back and do that before launch, but I just wanted to show you that it is working here. The next step is to do a test order. So you want to go through the site as a customer would and see if you can get all the way to the checkout and there's no barriers or things that are messing up. So let's click on your primary product. Obviously check through this, make sure there's no spelling mistakes. Everything is looking good. So I'm like, cool, product looks good. Add to cart. Opens the cart page here. This is all looking good. And then we'll click checkout. And so what we want to check here is that we do have the logo in the top, which I walked you through how to add previously. We want to make sure that everything is appearing here like it does for me. So it's got a tip section, you got the payment section, got an option for their delivery where they put in their shipping address. Everything should look like it does here. And make sure that you've customized the Pay Now button like we walked through in a previous video so that it's the right color for your brand. And so we're not actually going to purchase the product because we don't need to, but we're just going through that process, making sure something can be added to the cart, and then you can go through to checkout. And the last thing we'll do is go to the Contact Us page, and we just want to make sure that if somebody fills out this form, it's actually being sent to our brand email address. So I'm going to send one in here. There we go. Thanks for contacting us. We'll get back to you as soon as possible. So now you want to open up the email address for your store. There we go. It appears here. New customer message. So shows the name, email address, and what their question was. So if you hit reply to this, I'll walk through this in the customer support section later in the program. But when you reply to these, it'll get sent straight back through to the customer directly. So it's very easy to manage.
The most important thing, in my opinion, apart from product selection, is creating a high converting product page. And in this lesson, we'll show you how to write a high converting product description for your products and how to create a product page that turns strangers into buyers.
So our store is looking great, but we still need to customize the product pages, which are arguably the most important pages on the store. So if we have a look at what they look like now, this is what they look like. This is the template. So we've got the product title, price, then we've got some benefits, some more benefits here, some FAQs, and some reviews. So I'm going to show you how to customize this for each of your products. But the first thing we need to do is duplicate what is called the theme page templates. And so you see here, click on product, you'll only have one visible that says default product. So what you need to do is click create template, name it after your product. So I'm going to say shower dash head based on default product and hit create template. There we go. And then I'm going to do that 2 more times for my 2 complementaries. So products, create template, say faucet filter based on default product. And then the last one, products, create template, picture. Default product, create template. So once that's been done, we want to click in the top left to exit, go to our products, click on your first product, your primary, scroll down here on the right and you'll see in theme template, instead of default product, we want to select the one we just made for this. So shower head. We'll click on that and hit save. This is very important. If you don't do this for the products, then any changes you make on one product page will be made across the rest. And so it's a common mistake people make is they don't set up these theme templates. It should be different for every product you sell. Whenever you launch a new product in the future, then you want to follow this same process. Make sure you've duplicated the product page theme template and then selecting it in here. Let's repeat that process for the 2 complementaries as well. So we've got the faucet filter here. Select that, hit save. And the last one is the picture. Go in here, select it, picture, and save. So we're going to go back into the primary product first. And one update I'll share is that when I was doing some importing of reviews and when I was looking around at different content, I did find some better imagery that I did want to use for the product page. I now have this image with some benefits listed here of the product. It's the second image that people see. I've also created a collage with some UGC to show that other people have bought and used this product before. And then I've just got another generic product photo. So in total, we've got 4 product images. If you have found better images for your product since you imported them to your store, feel free to go back to the Canva template for product page images, add those in, make sure they're sized correctly, and then obviously run them through Tiny PNG before you add them to your store. In here, I've also included a template for the benefits image. So you want to add your image in here by clicking on the image behind it, and dragging a new one in. Let's drag the original image that was in there. And then it's going to look like this. I'm going to change position to be to back. Just going to change the aspect ratio of this so it's in the top left, like that. And in this template, if you see this big rectangle shape that's rotated, that is a gradient. And so it makes the text stand out a bit better, but it doesn't obstruct the view of the product. And so you can go in here and change these. What you need to do is, first of all, change your benefits icons to your brand primary color. So you click on the icon, you click the color, and then you can change it to whatever you need it to be. And for the font, you want to change it to the same font that you've used for maybe your brand logo, if it is simple enough, or to just a generic font. A good generic option is something like Canva Sans. You'll see it looks very simple. But for us, we're going to use the same text that we use for the brand logo. You want to insert 5 benefits in here. So the ones I've gone for Pure Water, better skin and hair, install in seconds, removes toxins, free delivery, 5,000 customers. So I've put that in there like that. They are very short, so they're not long. You don't want to have them in multiple lines. They need to be short, sharp, and shiny. So add those in. And then for the UGC collage is what I call this. You'll see that there are 4 frames here. So you can upload the images you found in reviews for your product into Canva to upload them. You then drag those images into one of the 4 frames. Let's drag that in there. Then you can click on that individual one and edit it. Click adjust the brightness if you need to. So the main ones I'd play with are brightness, and if it is a tad blurry, you can bump the sharpness up a little bit just to make the image really crispy. If the image isn't aligned well inside of the frame, you can double click the frame, and let's say it was like this, and we're like, nah, that doesn't look good. So then we can drag it here so it fits nicely, and then we hit enter, and then it's good to go. Repeat that process for the 4 images that you want to put in your UGC collage. Just make sure that the 4 images you do put in here aren't the same ones that are used on the rest of your product images. So I'm going to remove the one that we added there before. These ones are 4 unique images that we haven't used anywhere else on the product page. And then we've got this image here as well. And so that's what your images are going to look like. Your main image, benefits image, UGC collage, and then another 4th image. This would be great if you could show the product in use. Unfortunately, I couldn't find any content of people using this product apart from video content. So then you would export these, share, download, run them through Tiny PNG, and then add them into your product page on Shopify. I've already done that, so we'll come back in here. The next thing, and arguably the most important thing we need to do, is write a compelling product description like we've talked about in this lesson. I've already prepared a product description for our primary product, so I'm going to add that in now. And there we go. I've added in the product description that I wrote for this product, and I'll just walk you through exactly what I've included in here for now. So at the top, we've got the question. Did you know that Aussie tap water is secretly damaging your skin and hair every time you shower? So we're putting out that question. Did people know this? As I found out, a lot of people don't know this. I didn't know it either. And so this is a great question to grab people's attention. Then we give a bit more context as well as presenting our product as the solution. Most Aussie tap water contains heavy metals like copper and lead and even chlorine, which damage your skin, hair, and zap you of your energy. Our Pure Water Premium Shower Head removes 95% of these toxins from your water to give you better skin and hair instantly. And we're using that framework that we've used many times throughout the site. If we mention a feature of a product, like we have here, removes 95% of these toxins, that's a feature. We then actually include the benefit the customer will receive because of that, to give you better skin and hair instantly. We always need to group those two together. If you don't do that, then people are going to be like, why are they telling me this? It's not going to hit them. It's not going to get them to take action. So whenever you say a feature of the product, always follow it up with the end benefit that the customer will receive because of that, and make sure it's worded in a way that is natural. Your product description, as you've seen with this example, it doesn't need to be super wordy. You don't use fancy language. You use language that is very simple and easy to understand. The truth is, the more complicated your product description does not mean the better results you'll get. You want it to be as simple as possible. Use language that customers use. Read the reviews that you've imported for your product. What are people saying? Understand what's important to them, what's not, the kind of language that they're using, and use that when you write your own product description. Also, throughout the product description, we also include some images to break up the text.
To create these, I've created a Canva template, of course, so click the link in the resource sheet for this video to access this. Now you will need to customize it a little bit based on your product, but what I've done here is added a generic image of the product, and I've put some arrows here that point at the product and talk about some of those key benefits again. And then the second image is where I include some social proof. So you can use the same UGC collage that I talked about earlier with the 4 different review images, and then you just have the star rating here, loved by over 5,000 Aussies. So on these 2 templates, what you will need to change, obviously the imagery, so it's of your product, the benefits that are actually being mentioned, so it's relevant to your product again, and also the font and colors that are used. And so here, this is the font Banbury that I used for the brand logo. So you want to change it so it's relevant for you. Otherwise, you can put it in something generic like Canva Sans. You don't need to do anything fancy. As for the arrows, change it to be your brand's primary color. For us, it is that very bold blue color. And to edit this collage, it's got a filter over the top, so just drag that down, and then you can drag in the images that you want to use into each of these sections and then adjust them like we've talked about before. Once that's done, you can drag the filter back up, and then it's ready to go. You're going to change the font that you've used here to the same one you've used on this image as well. Once you've done that, you can export it following the same process we always do, downloading it, and then running it through TinyPNG so it compresses the files. Then going back into the product description, how you add these in is you click at the end of the text, add a couple of line breaks. What I like to do is hold shift and hit enter twice. So these small line breaks actually space the product description better than just hitting enter, which does a huge line break. And so here, do that twice, and then we'll click on insert image. You select the image that you want to add in and click done. It's going to be quite large. So we want to reduce that down to 300 by 300. You grab the little box in the bottom left-hand corner, keep dragging it until you get to 300 by 300, and there we go. That image is looking good. I'll remove this one, the one I put there before, just so you can see how I do the rest of the spacing. So that's what we've got here. And then we repeat the same process for that second image. So in our product description, there are 1, 2, 3, 4 paragraphs of text. But the first 2 go together, and then from there, we've got an image between the other paragraphs. Moving on to the next section of the product description, the benefits. This comes in the form of the image, which has those benefits listed in there, as well as this line here. So what I've written here is simply replace your current shower head with the Pure Water Premium Shower Head to purify your water and even improve your shower pressure. It takes seconds to install, requires no tools, and has been used by over 5,000 Aussies already. So that ending, you can use the same thing. It's just some social proof. Show people that people have bought this before and that they should buy too. And then we're talking about some of the other key benefits of the product, other things that haven't been mentioned yet, like the shower pressure angle. It's a nice to have benefit because a lot of people have shower heads that just don't really do much. So this was a way for me to add in an additional benefit that I haven't talked about yet. Then we go down to the social proof image, and then we go to the last section. This is the guarantee section. So if you suffer from acne, sensitive skin, dry hair, or dandruff, this is the simple fix you've been looking for. And so the template you're going to follow here is if you suffer from, or if you're experiencing, and then you insert the problem that you know your customer is facing, then you position the product as the simple fix that they've been looking for. We're being very intentional with the language that we use. This is very important. And we want to position everything in a way where the customer feels like this is an absolute no-brainer to buy. Then we say, try out Pure Water, and if you don't like it, though we promise you will, you can return it for a full refund within 30 days. So that's our guarantee. And that's our product description. The last thing I'll mention for this as well is you'll see that throughout the product description, there are certain sections that are in bold. And so go through your product description and bold the most important things from each paragraph. And so here, copper and lead and even chlorine. So on a page about a shower head, that's a bit of intrigue. It's like, oh, that's bold. Copper and lead and even chlorine. What, is that in the water or what? It creates a sense of intrigue. Here, removes 95% of these toxins. So I've bolded that because it's relevant to the one I bolded before. And then here, secretly damaging your skin and hair. And so at a glance, if we were to just read your product description, looking at the bolded parts, let's have a look. So, Pure Water Premium Shower Head, secretly damaging your skin and hair. Copper and lead and even chlorine. Removes 95% of these toxins. And we scroll down, improve your shower pressure, used by 5,000 Aussies. return it for a full refund within 30 days. So if you've just read those, you probably have a good idea on what we're selling, what it does, and some of the key benefits. So go through your product description and bold some of the key sections. And that's all you need to do to create your product description. The last thing we'll do before we go onto your product page and actually make changes is adjust the search engine listing. So scroll down to the bottom of the page, click on edit, and this is what's going to show up when you share the link with people. And so you'll see in here the URL handle as well as the meta description. And so what we're going to do is, first of all, leave the page title. That's fine. It's just the product name. For the meta description, we do want to make it a bit shorter. You can see this is well over the limit. I'm going to remove this opening section. What it does is it copies your product description into here directly. So you'll need to remove parts. Great. So we've got a condensed version in there. The last thing we want to do is simplify the URL. I don't like long URLs. I want them to be short and simple. And also it gives this sense to the customer when they view a short URL, this is like a proper brand. Some of the worst dropshipping stores I've seen have the longest URLs. And so it just comes across as very untrustworthy. So I'm going to change this to be shower-head. So purewater.com.au/products. So we can't adjust that. That's just there by default, but we can change what is called the URL slug. This is the thing that is right at the end that differentiates this page from any other page on your store. So I'm just going to put shower-head. You don't need to put your brand name again, and make sure this is short and simple. We're going to untick create a URL redirect because we haven't started marketing this website yet. So nobody has clicked on the old link. Once that's all done, click on save. And with the back end all finished, we're now going to go out to the online store. And then when we're in here, we're going to click on customize, click on the drop down at the top, click on products, and we're going to click on the product here, showerhead. And you'll see if we put this as full screen, it's entered in the product description for us. It has our images there. It's got our text. And then it's got a few other things that we do need to fill in. It's also added in our reviews for the product, which looks good as well. So we're going to make some changes to this and finalize it so it's ready to start running ads to. First thing we're going to do is fill in these major product benefits. And so if I go back to the normal view, if we click on these, as you can see here, this is text that we can edit. So I'm going to click on this and we can change it to major product benefit 1. So what is the most important thing that people get from using this product? There we go. That's a very simple benefit on what they're going to get. You don't want to make these too long. They should not be longer than this last one. Then I'm going to say removes 95% of toxins. And then in this final benefit, I'm going to talk about something to do with the installation and how simple and easy it is. So I'll say install in seconds. Great, so that's been adjusted. Now what we want to adjust next is this info block. So click on this and we will need to make some changes. So we need to change 100-day risk-free trial to whatever your risk-free trial is, which will be 30 days. And as for dispatch, we can leave that as is. Before we keep going, I do want to add in a review section so we can see the number of reviews that this product has. So to do that, we go into the left here, product information, and we click add block. Click on apps, and then we'll click on star ratings. Now we can drag that up. We want it to be between the title and the price. So there we go, star ratings. And so it's currently visible here. There are 102 reviews imported for this product. Before we launch, I do want to increase that a bit. I'm going to go for over 300 reviews because there's plenty on Amazon that we can import and use for this listing. So I really want to bump that up because the more reviews you have, the better. So that review widget has been added and is looking good. We've got the benefits there. We've got our pricing, our images. Everything is looking really clean so far, which I'm very happy with. Product description is looking good. We may need to adjust the spacing a little bit so it looks a bit neater, which we can do in a second. But for now, we're going to add in the benefits icons. Now, these may be slightly different from the ones that you've used on your homepage. The reason why is because on your homepage, you need to have benefits icons that apply to all of your products. And so on your product page specifically, you can have them just for certain benefits that this product provides. So you can be a lot more specific and it's going to improve your conversion rate. So what I'm going to do is adjust this heading text, say why every home needs a pure water shower head. Then I can go into the benefits.
Now for these icons, I have created a Canva template so you can go ahead and create these if they are different from the ones that you used on your homepage. Very similar to what we did in the homepage video. You've got all the icons there, and feel free to make changes or customize them if you do want to focus on something different. So I want to make some slight changes to the benefits that we talk about for this product specifically. So I've gone ahead and created these. I've exported them. I've ran them through TinyPNG, and I've also removed the background so these images are ready to go. So I'm going to go back into Shopify, click on select image. I'm going to drag them in here. And that section has been customized now. I've added in the benefits icons, and I've also added in the key benefits we're going to focus on for this product. Better skin and hair, improved water pressure, no tool install, and built for Aussie water. Next section is the questions section. So when we edited the FAQs page, that was questions about the brand, about customer support, refunds, exchanges, those kind of things. What this question section is all about is questions people will likely have about this product. This is going to be different for every product page you have, so that's why you can be very specific about the common questions that customers may ask. So I'm going to go ahead and fill these in now, then we'll come back and we'll dissect them. The FAQs have been added. Let's have a look at what I put in there. First, what is in the shower head? So I've basically given a brief rundown on the fact that it has mineral stones in there and the effect that they have. How do I install it into my shower? So I have a brief installation guide on what they need to do. And this is where you can include any additional information. So I don't like including instructional information in the product description or anywhere else. I like to put it in the FAQs section because then it is hidden and only visible for the people that actually want to see it or actually need that info. Can I get a discount if I buy more? And I say absolutely. And so this is where we're going to use our quantity-based offers, which we're going to talk about a bit more very soon when we set those up for your product. How do I know if I live in a place with hard water? So trying to make people more problem aware and understand if they're in any one of these states, this product is going to be super effective for them. And I also said that Victoria and Tasmania were found to have softer water than other states. So I was able to find some research that showed the certain states that had the hardest water versus the softest, but it's still applicable for those states because they have levels of chlorine and fluoride in the water. And then the last one is, how does the 30-day guarantee work? So this is a templated response that you can put in your FAQ section. Again, I've put templates for everything I can in the resource sheet for this video to save you some time. Last section we do need to customize here is the loved by over X number of Aussies. And so as we did on the homepage, we're going to change it to 5,000. Then we can see that there are a bunch of great reviews here, awesome images. And so yeah, that all is looking good. If you do need to import more, that's definitely a good time to do that now. With that all done, we're going to hit save. And then we're going to open up the mobile version by clicking on mobile. This is just so I can show you what it looks like for someone that is browsing on their phone, which most of your traffic is going to be doing. One small change we need to make as well is when you click on the image, let's go in here to the left-hand side, and image zoom, we want to change to no zoom. It's not something that we need. They can see the image, they don't need to zoom in on it. And so we see the images here that they can go through, looking nice and clean, really happy with how this has turned out. We've got the product name there, Pure Water Premium Shower Head, star rating, product price. So this is done intentionally as well. One of the cool things about us creating a theme template for you to use is that we've been able to do a lot of testing and research and bake in the best marketing psychology principles directly into the theme. One of those is that you put the compare app price bigger than the actual price. And so it shows a dramatic difference in value and in size. And so people think the product is a lot cheaper than it actually is. It's a technique that's been studied a lot. And so we've baked that into the theme so you don't have to do anything. We've got the benefits icons there, highlighting some of the key reasons why someone should buy. And then we move into the product description. Now looking at this here, it's looking pretty good. Got the benefits here, nice and clean. Questions, great spot for FAQs. Got the review section here. And to make sure that the review section is set correctly, we'll click on it, select the product. We'll make sure that the premium shower head has been selected. There we go. And looking at the footer, we've already customized that in a previous lesson. So everything is looking very clean here. I'm really liking how this site is beginning to take shape and it's almost ready for launch. It's looking very clean, branded, and trustworthy. And so go ahead, hit save in the top right. And then what you'll need to do is click on this drop down, go to products, and then repeat the process for the picture and the faucet filter for your 2 complementary products. Get them ready, follow the same process, rewatch this video if you need to, so you can customize the product description, update the imagery, make sure everything is ready to go on the back end, and then also on the front end with the FAQs, the icons, and everything you need to do. And one thing we need to do before finishing up is add the quantity-based offers for the primary product. And so we're going to go into the product page here on the back end in Shopify. We're going to scroll down. And then in the variants section, we're going to click on add options. For the option name, we can enter something custom, say bundle and save. There we go. And then option values. In the first option value, we're going to enter buy 1. The next one will be buy 2, save 10%, and the last one, buy 3, save 15%. And then hit done. With those variants created, now when someone goes to our product page, they're going to see 3 options to choose from. By default, the first one will be selected. So what we need to do here is update the pricing of these variants as well as the cost of goods, because these are multiple packs. They are more expensive than just one unit by itself. So first thing we'll do is click on this little plus image icon. And we want to select the main image for the product. And we're going to do this for all 3, regardless of how many the pack size actually is, just so the same picture is displaying. Then for the price here, we're going to grab $49.90, times it by 2, so that's $99.80. And then we're going to times that by 0.9 to give them a 10% discount if they buy 2 of them. So that's $89.82. So what we do here is $89.90, just to make it nice and clean. And then the last one, buy 3, save 15. So we'll times that by 3, and then times it by 0.85. And that will give us the 3-pack price, so $127.20. So we'll go in here and we'll go $127.90, just so all of them end with 90 at the end. And that's the pricing that customers will see when they try and buy these products. With those images added, the next thing we need to do is click into the buy 2 and buy 3 variants, the new ones that we've made, and make some adjustments to the numbers that are displayed here. So the first one we'll need to adjust is the price. So you're going to look at the price of your buy 1 pack, so $49.90, and because they're buying 2, what you want to do is go $49.90 times 2, so it would be $99.80 if they bought 2 of these units by themselves. But remember up here, we're offering a 10% discount if they buy 2. So we're going to grab that, put it in brackets, and then we're going to times it by 0.9. And this is going to get the price where they buy 2, but they're saving 10% on that total cost. So that would be the price that we can charge, $89.82. So I'm just going to round that up a little bit, so it's $89.90, so it ends nice and clean. Then for the compare at price, we're just going to remove that thing we did at the end. There we go, $99.80. So now on the product page, when someone clicks on this, it will show a 10% discount for them. For your cost per item, you're just going to get your cost of goods from the first one and times it by 2, and then enter that in the cost per item section here. Then we're going to also update this. We're just going to add pack to the end. We want to make sure that the SKU has that in there so that the supplier knows what to actually send a customer when they buy. While we're in here, we're also going to unselect track quantity and then hit save. Just going back into the buy 1 pack as well, we're going to untick track quantity. And now we move on to the final pack size here. So for this one, we're going to get our product price. We're going to times it by 3 this time, and then we're going to times it by 0.85. So that's going to give us a 15% discount on the product. So that comes out at $127.24. So we're going to put it to $127.90. So regardless of what your price comes out as, end it with 90. It's much cleaner. Then for the compare at price, we're going to put what it would have been originally, which is $149.70. So this is our original product price times 3, because it's a 3-pack without any discount. So that would be $149.70. You don't have to end your compare at price with 90. You can put it like this, but just make sure the last digit of any price you put in is always 0. It's going to make it much cleaner. We're going to scroll down. We're going to add pack after the number 3, and we're going to deselect track quantity and then click save. Now when we load up the product page, you'll see that it has these 3 bundle options available. Buy 1, so it's got this discount here, which is the site-wide discount we use. Buy 2, so they save 10%. And then buy 3, they save 15%. So now customers can select this when they're actually buying your product.
We're almost there, but before you launch your store, you need to complete a final few setup steps. One of those being setting up your brand social media pages.
The first thing we're going to do is create your Facebook page. So log into your personal Facebook profile. You do not need to create another profile or anything like that. Just log into the one that you already have. And then once you're in the home screen, click on See More here on the left. Scroll down till you see Pages and then click on that. Now on the left-hand side, you're going to see Create New Page. Click on that. And this is where we'll enter in our brand name, category. We're going to put something that is relevant to us. So I'm going to say home goods shop because we're selling home goods. And then for the bio, put a brief description of exactly what we're selling. So we sell Australia's leading water purifying devices, loved by over 5,000 Aussies. I'm going to use the Australian flag emoji. There we go, and hit create page. It's going to say that the page was created, so now we're going to be asked to fill in some more information. First thing we'll do is enter in the website link. So this is just to your homepage. Phone number you can leave blank. In email address, put in your brand email address. For location, you can leave that all blank. And then hours, click on no hours available, and then click next. Then it's going to ask you to add a profile picture and a cover photo. For the profile picture, you're going to use the social media icon from the brand icons template. This will look familiar to you because we created this in the store building phase. So you can just go back to this. You probably downloaded this already to your computer. So this is what we're going to add as your profile picture. And then for your cover photo, you want to use the desktop banner image that you've put on your website. And that's all done. So we'll go ahead and click next. It's going to ask to connect WhatsApp. We're just going to click skip. Build your page audience. We're just going to click next. We're going to turn off notifications. I don't like to receive those. I'm going to show you how to access any messages that you get sent to this profile from customers later in the program. So for now, just turn off the notifications and then click done. And there we go. The new page has been created. So we're going to click on Not Now. We don't need to take a tour. I'll show you where everything is. There are a few more things that we need to customize on this page before we go and create your Instagram. One of those things is adding your privacy policy. So click on the About tab and then click on Privacy and Legal Info. Click Add Privacy Policy Link. And to get the link for your privacy policy, go to your website, scroll down to the footer and click on Privacy Policy and then just copy that URL. Paste it in there and hit save. There we go. The next thing we're going to do is quickly adjust the tabs that appear here. So we're going to click on More, scroll down and click on Manage Sections. Here you want to untick all of them that you can and then click on Save. Next thing we want to do is create a custom username for your page. To do that, click on the drop down in the top right, click on Settings and Privacy and then Settings again. In the search bar here in the top left, you're going to type name and then click on the name option when it appears. Then in this name section, go to the right and click on view. In here, it will take us to our general page settings where we can customize the username. So you can do that by clicking edit. And ideally, your Facebook and Instagram pages will have the same username. And so if they don't, that's okay. It's not the end of the world. It's not going to mean the difference between you getting sales and not getting sales. But where we can, we want to make everything the same across all of our pages. So we're going to try and see if Pure Water is available. This is a long shot because it's a very simple one. There we go. Username is not available. So we've got a few options. We can either add a prefix, which is a short word at the start of the brand name. For one of my brands, for example, called Cloud Comfort, I put my at the start of the brand name. This makes it unique. And so if Cloud Comfort wasn't available, which it wasn't, we can then put my at the start, which makes it more unique and increases the chance that it's available. So let's try my Pure Water. Username is available. That's great. So I'm going to hit save changes. I'm happy with that. Other things you could try is having your brand name followed by the country that you're selling to. So Pure Water Australia or Pure Water Oz, things like that. Then I'm going to hit save changes. It might ask you for your password again to verify. And there we go. It has been updated. One thing I want to note before we move on to the Instagram page setup, and then we link the two, your Facebook and Instagram,
I just want to let you know that nobody is going to know that you own this page. This isn't visible to your followers. This isn't visible to your friends and family. No one's going to be able to see your name anywhere on this page. And so it's completely detached from you and you run it anonymously. Next, we're going to go over to Instagram and we're going to create our brand Instagram account. So to do that, we need to sign up for a new account by clicking on sign up. You can do this on your phone as well if it's easier. I'm just going to do it here on desktop so I can screen share it for you. For the email, you're going to put in your brand email address. Full name, just put in your brand name. Username, this is where we need to see if what we chose on Facebook is available as well. So my pure water, see if that's available. Great, so we got the tick there, which means it's available, so we can use that. Let's say it wasn't available and you've already set the one on Facebook, then what you can do is just change it to something else. Pure Water Oz, Pure Water Australia, something like that. And then for password, we're just gonna create one now. And then hit next. It's gonna ask for a birthday, so I'm just gonna enter in mine here, and then click next. It's gonna send you a confirmation code, so we're just gonna get that from our brand email address. And there we go, the page has been created. What we're gonna do is go straight to your profile. You don't need to follow anyone on your brand page for now. Wanna click on the profile icon to add our profile photo. Now that that's been added, we're gonna click on edit profile. In your bio, you're gonna enter the text that you have on your homepage banner. So for Pure Water, it's improve your health with better water. So we put that in there, followed by a relevant emoji, and then we put 50% off sale on now. And it's got this downward pointing arrow. I'm gonna include this inside of the resource sheet so you can see what I've written, and then you can also copy this so you can get this downward pointing arrow. And you'll see here, it says editing your links is only available on mobile. So what you want to do if you haven't created this page on mobile and you're following along on desktop like I'm doing it here, is then log into Instagram on your phone using the same details for this account and then add in your website URL to your page. For now, we're going to click submit. So this is what our page looks like now. We don't have any posts on here yet. We'll sort that out in a second, but we've got this nice bio. We've got our brand icon there. Everything is looking nice and clean. One thing I want to do is add some following. It looks a bit weird when a page isn't following anyone else. And so what we want to do is hit search, and we want to look for pages that are in our niche. So I'm going to type in water. We'll follow Charity Water. It's a very noteworthy organization in the water space. Search 1%. We'll follow 1% for the Planet, another charity organization. If you know of any big brands in your industry, then you can follow them as well. But here we're just following a bunch of different brands in the water niche. And why not? I'm going to follow San Pellegrino because we love a bit of sparkling water. And do this until you're following at least 8 pages. This social media post template that I put together in Canva is going to save you a lot of time. So I'm going to walk you through how to customize it right now. It's very simple. We've got a mixture of product images, graphics, and also some memes or funny content. And in total, we have 12 posts. So to customize these, I'll show you what you need to do. For the first post, you need to change the background color to be the primary color for your brand. So we've put the Pure Water Blue here. The next thing is you want to change the icon that is here. To do that, click on this graphic, drag it down from the top a little bit, and then when you upload your logo, you can drag it in over the circle and drop it. Then you click on the overlaying graphic again and drag it back up until it's done. Then just change this to your brand name. Social Post 2 is just an image. Drag in one of your product images, and you can also edit it if you need to by going into here, adjust, change the brightness, make sure it's nice and bright, and then also make sure that it's nice and sharp as well if the picture was a little bit blurry. The next one is our first funny post. So we've got this Drake meme here, which was used a lot in the past. And so we have the thing that most people use, and then we position our product as the thing that's cool. And so cheap, low pressure shower heads doesn't want any of that, but the Pure Water premium shower head wants that. So you want to think of what people tend to use before they use your product. Think about what would they be using right now. So for us, for Pure Water, it would be cheap, low pressure shower heads. So you add that in the top section and then you add your product below. For post number 4, it is just another product image. For post 5, we have another graphic. To customize this, you're going to click on the background, change it to your primary color again. and then drag in your logo to where the logo is positioned in here to update it with yours. We're then going to customize the text, change it to your brand name, and change it to your Instagram username as well. Payslip comes in, you can leave that as is. And then for me, add showerhead to cart, change showerhead to whatever your product is, and just reposition the cart icon so it's in the right spot based on how long your sentence is. Then in the hashtags, you're going to do the first one as your brand name, and then the next one, you can make up something. For us, it could be hashtag better water because that's relevant to what we're doing. I'm actually going to change that to that because that does sound better. Drag that out so it fits in, no space. Post number 6 is another product image. Post number 7 is another funny one. We've got this dog here, what my showerhead sees when I'm opening the delivery. So all you need to change in here is the product to whatever you're selling. Post 8 is another product image. You can see that all of these images that we're using are UGC style images. These were all taken from Amazon reviews. And so all of this content was already available online and we've just added it in here. And you can see it's really high quality stuff. Post number 9 is another graphic like the first one, but a different question in the middle. So same way of customizing it, update the logo, the color of the background, and also your brand name. Social post 10, another product image. Post 11, another funny piece of content. Your Pure Water order is coming today. So all you need to change here is change that to your brand name. And then the last one is just another product image. So go ahead and customize those images for your brand. And once you've done that, hit share, download, and then download them to your computer. You don't need to run these through tiny PNG. You don't need to compress them because we are adding them to social media. So it's not going to influence our website load speed. The next thing we want to do is link your Facebook and your Instagram accounts. To do that, go back into Facebook, click on the drop down in the top right, go to settings and privacy, and then settings. Scroll down on the left-hand side until you see linked accounts, and then on Instagram, click view. Here you want to click on connect account, click connect, allow access, keep that as ticked. It's going to take us to Instagram and say if we want to link it to Pure Water. We say yes. Which best describes you. Instead of creator, you're going to go with business, which is what we are, and hit next. Go next. Then it's going to ask us to select a category for the page. So I'm just going to type home, and there we go, home goods store. So you can use the same one that you used on your Facebook page. And then I'll click done. It's going to ask to review your contact info. We're just going to click don't use my contact info, and then it's all ready. So we'll click on done. It's going to take us back into Facebook and it's going to confirm that our Facebook page is now connected to our Instagram account. And we've got the confirmation there. Just click done. The next step is to open up what is called Meta Business Suite. To do that, click on the drop down in the top right and click on Meta Business Suite. In here, we're going to go to the left side and click on content. And in the top right, we're going to click create post. At the top, we're going to make sure that both our Facebook and Instagram pages are selected. This will save you time so you don't need to repost them on both. You can just post them here and it will do it to both pages straight away. And we want to click on add photo and upload from our computer, and we're going to click the first social media post from the Canva template. When it asks us for the caption of this post, we're going to go to your website and go to your Our Mission page. All you're going to do is just grab the text that you've already written, and we're going to bring that across into here and paste it. Now we're going to add some line breaks to break it up a bit. There we go. And add 2 line breaks at the bottom and do hashtag your brand name. From here, you just want to click on publish. There we go. It's been published. Now to check that it actually has gone to our pages, go back to Instagram and hit refresh. And we'll see we've got our first post visible here. Same on Facebook. If we go back to our page by clicking on the drop down and then clicking on the page name, it'll take us back here, and if we scroll down, we can see the post has been added. All you need to do now is repeat this process for every other social media post we created in Canva. They're all in order, so that one was social post 1, and then you would do 2, 3, all the way through to 12. So just click on create post and follow the same process. If you need some inspiration for captions, just go to the Pure Water Instagram. You'll be able to see all the posts there and see what the captions I wrote were. The next step is to purchase some Instagram followers and Facebook page likes. Now, this isn't a 100% essential step. If you don't feel comfortable with doing this, just know that it's going to be much less likely for someone to buy from your ads if they see that you have 0 page likes and 0 followers. So this is just about building some initial social proof just to get past that first layer of skepticism from people.
So here on instafollowers.co, first thing we're going to do is click on buy Instagram followers. And we scroll down, enter in the username for your brand, and then in the number of followers, we're going to put in 2,100 and click add to cart. The next step is to scroll up and get some Facebook page likes. So hover over Facebook services and then go to Facebook page likes. In here, you'll paste your page link. And then in the number of likes, we're going to put 1,100 and then click add to cart. So then just go ahead, click on your cart and complete the purchase. This is a site that I've used many times before, so it is safe and secure. So just go through and fill out your purchase details. You will then see the page likes and the Instagram followers load up on your page within the next 24 to 48 hours. The last step is to add the links to your Shopify store. So to do that, go into Shopify and click on online store. Then we're going to click on customize. Go to the top left and hit theme settings. Scroll down until you see the social media section and you see a spot for Facebook and Instagram. Then you want to repeat the same process for your Facebook profile too. Go ahead, paste it in there, and then click save. Now, one thing you'll notice is that now when you scroll to the bottom of your website, you're going to see the Facebook and Instagram icons there. And if we hover over them now, we can see that in the bottom left, we have our URLs. So they are successfully linked and you've added your social media pages to your website.
When someone buys from you or there's an update on their order, Shopify will send them update emails. It's very important before you launch to customize how these look so they have your logo and your brand colors.
To edit the order tracking and update emails inside of Shopify, go into your Shopify dashboard, click settings, and then on the bottom left, go down to notifications. Once you're in this page, we're going to click on customer notifications and then click on customize email templates in the top right corner. Here you want to add your logo, so we're going to select that, add that in. Then for the accent color, we're going to paste in your primary brand color. Make sure you put hashtag at the front. Then we click save and it will update the template for us. So now we can see that our logo will be present on every email we send, as well as our primary brand color. So this makes them look branded and clean, and this will update for any email that comes from Shopify that's a transactional email. Order updates, confirmations, refunds, anything like that, it'll all look branded and clean. A small other thing we will need to do with these order confirmation emails is go back to customer notifications and click on order confirmation. Click on edit code in the top right. In here, you want to scroll down until you get to this section. So we're getting your order ready to be shipped. We'll notify you when it has been sent. You want to add this line after, which says, if your order includes multiple items, they may be shipped separately to get to you more quickly. So we just want to include that in there as well. I'll include that in the resource sheet for this video. And the last template we need to adjust is the shipping confirmation template. So click into that one there, then go edit code. In this top section here that says your order is on the way, track your shipment to see delivery status. Just added in a line break followed by our business has recently gone viral on social media and we're experiencing a massive volume of orders, so please be patient. Your order will arrive within the next 5 to 9 business days. So the only thing you're going to customize here is the shipping time if yours is different.
A great email pop-up and welcome flow can turn your Facebook ads from unprofitable to really profitable. And in this lesson, we'll show you how to create an email pop-up and how to install it onto your store.
So we're inside of Shopify. We're going to go to apps on the left-hand side and type in Klaviyo. You'll see it pops up here. So we're going to click on that. We're going to click install. It's going to ask us to install the app and we'll say install. Then it's going to ask for your details. So put in your brand email address, create a password, put in your brand name, website, and phone number. Don't worry, the phone number won't be visible anywhere. They just need it on the back end. Now it's just going to connect to Shopify. So we just have to wait a sec. It's going to ask to sync the data. We're going to say continue. Now we're connected to Shopify. So send a name you'll just leave as your brand name, and the email address that you send from will just be your brand email address. When I ask how do you want to reach your subscribers, we're just going to go for email only. Then it's going to send us a confirmation link. Confirm that. It'll take us into our Klaviyo account. So there's a few setup instructions we have to follow before we create a pop-up or flows or send any emails. So we need to follow those. First one we're going to do is turn on website tracking. So click turn on. View your Shopify app embed settings.
and that is ticked. Let me hit save. Go back into Klaviyo, just refresh the page, and it will say that it's enabled. So we're going to go back to the dashboard. Then we're going to go down to the bottom left, click on that, and then click on settings. Put in your details here. In the organization tab, Klaviyo is going to pull your address from the Shopify store, so you don't need to worry about updating that. You just want to update your time zone to make sure that it's set correctly. So I'm just going to set it to Adelaide, hit save. One other thing we need to set up in your Klaviyo account is the default email subscriber list. And so to get to this page, click on Get Started in the top left. Then we want to click Set Up. In here, we're going to select our main email list. And so we're just going to put it as the one called Email List, and then click Next. Then for the opt-in settings, we want to change it from double opt-in to single opt-in, and then hit Next. There we go. We've set up the main email list. Now we can click Done. And if I ask to import contacts, just click Skip for now. And the last thing that I will mention is that you should be on the free Klaviyo plan. You don't need a paid subscription right now. You will need to add your billing details at some point as your list is growing and you need to move to a paid plan. But until you get to that point, you do not need to pay for this software. To set up your opt-in pop-up in Klaviyo, we're going to go into your Klaviyo account and click on Sign Up Forms here on the left and click Create New Sign Up Form. For the form name, we're going to call it Welcome Series Pop-up. For the list, we're going to choose Email List. And for the form type, we're just going to choose Pop-up. Click Save and Design. The style that I found works best is having an image on the right and then your text on the left, keeping it very simple and offering them a 10% discount to join your email list. So to set that up, we're going to click here on Styles. Want to change it to Right Image instead of No Side Image. That will give us this design here. We'll change the corner radius to 15. And before we go any further and customize the text, I want to set the image that we're actually going to use here. So what I decided to do was add in the UGC collage image. This is just some more social proof showing that people have already bought this and they like the product. I'm going to click back in the top left, go back to styles. Then in the minimum height section, we're going to set it to 350 pixels. And now we can start customizing some of the text. So we're going to click on this headline first of all, and we're going to change it to Get 10% Off. I'm going to increase the size to 30 pixels to make it bigger. Then we're going to click on the text below it and we're going to change this as well. In this text section, we're going to enter your email address to get 10% off your order, join over 5,000 Aussies and have better water today. So the end part is going to be customized to your product and your brand. Then I'm just going to change the padding on the left and right to 20 pixels. This is just going to condense it in a little bit and make it a bit neater. Then we're going to click back, go to styles again, scroll down until we get to the bottom where it says input field styles. We're going to change the corner radius to 10. Then you want to click on the button here. We're going to scroll down. We're going to change the corner radius to 10 as well. This is going to match what we use on our website. Now we're going to change the color of the button to be our primary brand color. So I'm just going to paste that in here. You can see it's instantly made a huge difference. Very bright and vibrant. The default text in here is going to be subscribe, but I'm going to change it to get discount code. I'm also going to increase the size of this font to 18 pixels to make it a little bit bigger. All the text you need to use for your pop-up I'll include in the resource sheet for this video. And if the text looks a little bit different in the resource sheet, it's because we have split tested and found some better text to use. So whatever is in the resource sheet, make sure that you use that. Now we're going to create the part of the pop-up that appears when someone has entered their email address to actually give them the discount code. So to do that, we're going to click on Success in the top right. For the side image, we'll put the same image that was used before. And then thanks for subscribing, we'll change to welcome 10, make it a little bit bigger. In here, we're going to enter welcome to the brand family. Here is 10% off your first order. Just click the button below to automatically apply your discount at the checkout. Then in the padding, we're going to change this to 20 and 20. Make it a bit more compact. This size, I think I'm also going to increase this font a little bit more to make it even more visible. To add a button to this so that people can automatically apply discount to their cart is you're going to go in here to add blocks, button, drag that in and drag it below this section until you see that blue line. Now we'll add the button in there. First thing we're going to do is change the corner radius to 10. Then we'll change the color to the primary brand color.
And the button text will say apply discount. We're going to change the font to 18 to make it a bit bigger. And then up here in the action, we're going to click go to URL, and then the destination URL, we need to create that in Shopify. So let's go back into our store. When we're in the main area here, we're going to go on the left-hand side and click on discounts, and we'll click create discount. Now what we're going to do is amount off order. We're going to put discount code in here, welcome 10, with a 10% discount. No minimum requirements, all customers can use this. And we're not going to limit how many times they use it as well. We're going to click save discount in the bottom right to create it. And now in the top right, we'll see a button that says promote. So I'm going to click on that link and click get a shareable link. We'll grab that, copy, head back into our Klaviyo pop-up and paste that in the destination URL. So now when someone clicks that button, it's automatically going to apply that discount code for them at checkout. So they're not going to see the discount on the product pages, but once they get to checkout, it's going to remember that they've opted in and it's going to apply it for them automatically so they don't forget. I've just added some line breaks in here to space it out a little bit. So there you go, you've successfully created your email pop-up. The last step is to change the targeting and behavior. And so this is when the pop-up actually appears for people. So to edit that, we'll click on email opt-in, the first stage, go to targeting and behavior, and we're going to click based on rules. So the rules we want to select are when visitor is exiting the page. So this is someone that's trying to leave the website. It will appear for them, which is what we want to do. After time delay, we want to click on that as well. And we want to select 10 seconds. And after visitor has scrolled a certain amount of scroll distance, and we want to put that to 60%. Then in the frequency, we want to change this to 1 day. And we want to make sure that don't show again if form submitted. We want to make sure that box is ticked. We want to display this on both desktop and mobile, and then everything else we can leave as is. And to check what it looks like on mobile, you can click on this mobile view on the left. This is what it's going to look like. And that's your email pop-up finished. So this will trigger on your website for any new visitors that meet that criteria that we just set. This will appear for them, and they will also get the discount code straight away applied to their checkout. What's really important is that the styling of this should match your website. So you want to make sure that the button color is the same color that's used on your website already. You want to make sure that it's congruent. You don't want it to be different. Once that is done, we're going to go ahead and click publish. And you see that it's now been added. And so what we're going to do now is open up a new tab and go to our website and wait for it to trigger. And there we go. It just popped up because I tried to leave the site. So get 10% off, enter your email address. All of that looks good. And if we were to put in an email address, click get discount code. There we go. It's worked. And then click apply discount. Let's actually test if this apply discount works. So I'm going to go to the cart, go to checkout. And you see that it has automatically been applied there. Welcome 10.
Now that you've set up your email pop-up, you need to create the emails we'll send them after they give us their email address. This is called the welcome flow. And in this lesson, we'll show you how to create this for your own store.
To create your first series, the welcome series, you're going to go up here to the top and click create flow. And what we're going to do from here is click create from scratch. You're going to call this welcome series and then click create flow. For the trigger, we're going to click on added to list and click on email list. And then hit save. Confirm and save. And now we're ready to start adding the emails into the flow. So Klaviyo makes it really easy. It's a drag and drop builder. So you can drag in emails into the flow. You can drag delays and you can drag splits, which will check if somebody needs to exit a flow so that they don't keep getting emails from it. And this is what your finished welcome series is going to look like. We've got an opening email which delivers the discount. We then wait for a day and we check to see if they've placed an order. If they've placed an order, we don't keep sending them the rest of this flow. This is going to be the same thing we use across a few of the other flows because we want to make sure that people aren't getting emails from multiple flows at the same time and then our campaigns on top of that. And so it's really about segmenting and sending emails to the right people. It's all done automatically through these splits. Then we share a bit of the brand story in welcome series email number 2. Wait another day, again do the check to see if they've purchased or not. Then we include some social proof, so customer reviews. I'll show you how to collate those in just a sec. We wait for 2 more days, and then we say your discount expires at midnight to create some urgency and get them to buy. So that is what the welcome series looks like. So to create that on your end, what you're gonna do, first of all, is drag in the first email. Gonna click on Setup Email, click on Edit Sender, and just wanna make sure that your sender email address is your brand email address and the sender name is your brand name. Then you wanna click on Select the Template. It's gonna open up the template library. There's a bunch of different templates you can choose from in here, but the design of the welcome series and how we do it is very simple. In the resource sheet for every video where I show you how to build a flow, I'm gonna include all the text templates. I'm gonna include images of each of the emails from every flow that I've done for Pure Water, so you can just model yours off exactly what they look like and what I say in those. So what we're gonna do is just click Create Blank Email. And this is going to add in our logo, and it's going to add in a few bits and pieces. Now, this doesn't look clean, so we're going to make some changes. What we're going to do is remove the header bar. So click on that little delete icon. And we're going to delete the social links because we don't need those for now. And now we've got a blank canvas. So this is what the first email looks like. We have this image at the top. We then say hello to the customer. We welcome them to the Pure Water Club or your brand club. We give them the discount code that we said they would get by opting in. And then we tell them it's valid for 72 hours. Then they can click this button to go and place an order. Before you go in and customize the text, you will need to create the images that you'll use in the flow. And so in the resource sheet, I've included a Canva template link again, so you can access all the ones that I've made here for Pure Water, make your changes. And I'm gonna show you how to do that now. You'll see they're already labeled email 1 through email 5. And in here, you wanna drag in your own image of your primary product and also change where it has Pure Water to put your logo instead. The last change you need to make to it is changing the primary color here. So change this to the primary color for your brand. So it's nice and bold and it stands out on people's emails. You also need to go through and any reference to Pure Water, just change to your brand name. You can leave the loved by over 5,000 Aussies if you're selling to people in Australia. If you're selling to people in the US, make the change. Selling to people in Canada, make the change. And all of this is just really drag and drop. You drag in your images, you make some changes to the text and the colors, and then you're ready to go. Once you've done that, you want to click on Share, download, and then, as with all your images, run them through Tiny PNG to compress them before you add them into Klaviyo. Then, heading back into Klaviyo, we can drag an image element up to the top, browse image library, and you can click upload and upload the first image in the series. I've already uploaded it, so I'm just going to select it here. There we go, your 10% discount. It's got the code valid for 72 hours. Then we go back here and we drag some text in. And the good thing about your email flows is that once you create one email, you can save it as a template and then just change the text and the images. So you don't need to do this every single time. You don't need to build an email from scratch. It's going to save you a lot of time. I'll show you when we've finished this one, how to save it as a template, and you'll use that for all your future flows as well to make things a lot faster. I'm going to select the text. I'm going to put the alignment as center, and I'm going to make it 18 pixels. Make sure there's enough space between the top of your text and the text below it. You want to make sure it's nice and neat. And you're just going to use the templates that I've included in the resource sheet. Customize it for your store, add in your reviews, add in your text or key benefits for your product. Just make sure that it is good for your store. Continuing on with this, we need to add a header in. So we're going to add text into here again. And this is where we're going to put the discount code, which is welcome 10. We're going to bold it. I'm going to make it 28 pixels. And we're going to center align it as well. In here, I'm just going to remove the space that was below so the discount code comes a bit closer. And then if we hover over any section, we can see here, we can copy it. And so we're going to do that and then drag it underneath welcome. So now we can add our second part of the text. I'm just going to remove the space at the top. Then we'll add in the rest of the text that's from the resource sheet. And now we need to add a button for them to click. And so if we go over here to button, we drag this in and we drop it there. We're going to change it to be shop now in the same text style that is used on your store. So not in all caps, just like this. And then for the URL, we need to head into your Shopify store. You want to go to the discount section on the left-hand side and then find your welcome 10 discount code. You want to click on that, click on promote, and get a shareable link. So this is a link that if somebody clicks, when they then go to checkout, it's going to automatically apply the discount for them. Saves them time, makes the customer experience a lot easier. So we can click on copy link, As we're walking through the rest of these flow setups, you can create new discount codes by clicking create discount, amount off order, and the only ones you're going to need are VIP 15, which is 15% off the entire order, Lucky 15, which is 15% off as well, and Welcome 10, which is 10% off. The only one we're going to use in this Welcome series is Welcome 10, but those are the discount codes you'll need for the rest of the flows. So going back in here, we're going to paste that URL. So now when someone clicks that button, they go straight to the site and the discount is applied. Corner radius, we're going to change that to 10. And then for the text size, we're going to bump it up to 20. And then in the inner padding section, I just want to add a bit more room because it looks a little bit crammed for the button. So we're going to go 20 top and bottom. And then left and right, I'm just going to expand this a little bit. Put it up to 50. And there we go. It's much easier now. And what I'm going to do as well is just add a bit of space below. So I'm going to click on the lock next to block. Click on that and then increase the bottom spacing so that it puts this stuff, which is the unsubscribe link and your business address, which has to be on there. It's just going to push that a bit further down so it doesn't look like it's part of the rest of the email. There you go, you've created your first email in a flow. Once you've done that, you go ahead and click save. Email subject line, you're going to enter the one that is in the resource sheet and customize it for your store. I've included templates for all of that. And if there is preview text, which is the bit of text that shows up next to the subject line in someone's email, then I'll also have that in the resource sheet. If it's not there, then you don't need to worry about adding more preview text. Once you've done that customization, go ahead and click done. And then the rest of the flow setup is pretty simple. We need to add a delay, then we add a conditional split. So the order of the things that we do is email, delay, conditional split. Email, delay, conditional split. And we just repeat that for most of the flows. Then the email content for each of those emails is different, but we're just making sure it follows that same formula. So we need to add in a 1-day delay. So we're going to drag in time delay, enter 1, hit save. And now we're going to add in our first conditional split. So we drag that in. Now it's going to give us some options. So this splits people. It asks a yes or no question. If the answer is yes for someone, it takes them a certain way. If it's no, it takes them a different way. And so we're going to click on what someone has done or not done. Person has. We're going to type placed order. Want to click on that. And we want to leave it as at least once and then change this to be since starting this flow. So if somebody has bought something since starting this flow, generally it's going to happen after the first email. A lot of people will buy after that because they get the discount code and so they go and buy straight away. If they buy, we don't want to keep sending them the rest of the welcome series because they will go into the new customer flow, which is a different flow we'll set up later. So we want to set up this conditional split and hit save. Now from here, it's a very simple process. You go to your first email, click on the dots and go clone. Drag it down to the no section. So in the conditional splits, it'll have yes and no. When the answer is yes, you don't want to have anything there. It's just going to end it like that. It's going to say, cool, they've bought. There's no need to send them any more emails for this flow. This flow is finished for them. As you can see here in the finished design, it's moving more and more to the right because it's always going to the no path, because we don't want to keep sending people an email if they have purchased from us in this welcome series. Once you've duplicated that email, repeat the same process that we talked about before. Add in the subject line, the preview text, and then you can go ahead and edit the email. One thing I'll say to do now to save you some time when you need to create your next flow is click on the dots here and then click Save as Template. And I'm just going to call this Pure Water 1 and then hit Save as Template. That means you're now going to be able to select it when you need to create a new email in any flow. You've already done the formatting, you've already got the text the right sizes, the buttons formatted correctly, the footer looks good, everything's been sorted. So then you can just use that template moving forward. In the next flow setup, I'll show you how that works. In the interest of time, I'm not going to walk through setting up the rest of the emails in the flow. What I will do is include everything you need in the resource sheet. The text you need, the link to the image templates, and also screenshots of the Klaviyo setup so you know exactly what buttons to press. But that's how you set up your welcome series. Once you have created all the emails in your flow, you want to click on review and turn on. You want to change the action status to live and then hit turn on. This is going to turn on all of the emails in the flow so that now when this trigger actually does trigger, people are going to be sent these emails. If you don't change that and you don't set them to live, the flow will not send.
So make sure you do that before you move on to the next lesson.
Now it's time to create your bundles. Earlier in the challenge, Austin showed you how to find a great winning product that will be used as your primary. He's also showed you how to find 2 complementary products. And now this is where we'll put them all together to create your own bundles.
First thing we need to do to create a bundle is head into Shopify, go to products and click add product. You want to enter in a name for it. So I'm going to call this one the Pure Water Everyday Bundle. We're going to scroll down and untick charge tax on this product and tick continue selling when out of stock. And we're also going to create a SKU. So put in the initials of your brand, followed by dash, B for bundle, dash, and then the name of the bundle. So this one is the everyday bundle. So we'll put that in there. For now, we're just going to click on save. And for each of the bundles you'll create in this video, you're going to need a main product image for them. And so I've included a Canva template for you to use to create these bundle images for your brand. And let me walk you through how to customize them now. So this is the templates that we're using, and these are the 3 bundles we're going to sell for Pure Water. And to get the images to use in these graphics, go to the AliExpress listings for the products you're selling, for your primary and your 2 complementaries, and then use the app that I've linked in the resource sheet to download the content from these pages, to download the images that you want to use. So what you're looking for are the images with a white background. So this is the only time I condone using any white background images because they are exactly what we need right here. Once you've downloaded one white background image for your primary product and also your 2 complementaries, so you've got 3 images total, you then want to go into removal.ai. We used this earlier in the program. You're going to drag in those images one at a time, remove the white background, and then save the file. Then you can drag those 3 finished transparent files into Canva so you can use them. So I've already done that for the 3 Pure Water products to save some time. And you'll see we've got the everyday bundle here where we've got the primary, 2 of the tap filters, and then 1 of the jugs. Now that that image has been created, you can go ahead and do it in advance for the premium bundle and the family bundle if you want to as well to save yourself some time. But for now, I'm just going to pretend like we've just made the first one. I'm going to click on share, download, and instead of all pages, we're going to deselect them all and just select the first one and hit done. And we're going to download this first image. We're going to run it through TinyPNG to compress the file size as always. Then we're going to go back into Shopify and add that image to the product. There we go, that has been added. And because every product page looks best with 4 images on it, you're then going to add the best product image for each of the products in your bundle. This is going to round it out to 4. Great, so I've added in those images for each of the products in there. So to summarize, you'll have your bundle image that you created in Canva, and then 1 image for each of the products that are inside that bundle.
And now we need to set the price for the bundle. So to do this, we're going to go back to our products section here on the left and open up all of our products. What we need to do is add up the total cost of goods for all the items inside of the bundle. So for us, that's 1 of the shower head, 1 of the purifying jugs, and 2 of the tap filters, because those are the 3 products that are included in this everyday bundle. So we open up the shower head product, scroll down, and then we click into it to see the cost of goods, $12.82. So I'm just going to store that here. Go back to products, go to purifying jug, scroll down, $24.78. So we're just looking at this cost per item here, so we can figure out what it's going to cost us to actually purchase this bundle from the supplier. Back to products, onto the tap filter. And because there are 2 of these in the bundle, we want to times this number by 2, so it'd be 20.66. So we'll add that in there. And so the total cost for us to purchase this bundle from the supplier is $58.26. So if we go back to the bundle here and add that price in, put it in here, $58.26. Now to calculate how much we will charge for this bundle, we want to do what we've always done and go $58.26, so the cost of goods, times by 3 to get our 3x profit markup. So in this case, what we're going to do is make it a little bit more attractive for someone to buy one of these bundles. So how we're going to do that is go $174.90, the price that we're going to charge, and we're actually going to times that by 0.9. We're going to add a 10% discount to this bundle because we want to reward people for spending more money with us. So it would be $157.90. So we go in here, 157.90, and that will change our compare app price to 315.80. 315.80. And there we go. We can see that the profit per sale is going to be $100, which is much larger than any of our other products. The margin is still 63%, which is a very strong gross margin for a customer first brand. And we're also incentivizing people to buy this if they're just looking around our store. We are going to further discount this in our upsell funnels, but that's something I'll walk you through in a future lesson. You're going to use this same pricing formula for all of your bundles. So what you do is you get the cost of goods of each item, add it all together, and then you're going to times that by 3. And then you're going to times it by 0.9 to apply that 10% discount, and then you'll round the number off with 90 instead of whatever's at the end normally. And to get the compare app price, we just grab that number, 157.90, times it by 2, and then we enter that into the compare app price section here. With that all finished, go ahead and click save. Now we need to customize the actual product page for this bundle. So to do that, we're going to click on Online Store. We're going to go to Customize. Then the top drop down, we're going to go to Products, click Create Template, and we're going to call this Everyday Bundle based on, and we're going to click our primary product and click Create Template. Once that is made, we can go back into our Shopify, go to Products, and then click on the bundle that we've just made, and scroll down and change the theme template to the new Everyday Bundle template we just built. Hit save, and now it's ready to be customized. So what you're going to do is add in a product description. Now this product description, I'm going to include templates for these and what I've done for Pure Water. And at any stage throughout this program, you can just go onto the Pure Water website and see how I've positioned these things. How have I written these text segments? Your product description is going to be a little bit more generic than the one you use on your primary product and your complementary product pages, because you're selling all of them together. So you really want to focus on the value that they're getting and how this will solve a bunch of problems, all for them very easily, just in one bundle. You're going to add in your product description like you have for all of your other products, the same structure, adding in some images as well to make it really engaging and easy to read. I'm not going to walk through how to do that here because I've already showed you how to do it in a previous video. Once the description has been updated, go back into the Everyday Bundle product theme template inside of the store. And then you can go through and make some adjustments to the benefits icons, adjust the FAQ section because you want to make sure they're relevant to the bundle and not just your primary product. So update those. And while you're here, you might want to update the benefits sales points as well. You may need to adjust them. Maybe they're not relevant to your bundle instead of just your primary product. So you can click into them and make some changes if you need. And the last step is to add it to your main collection. So go back into the product listing here in Shopify, click on collections, go bestsellers and homepage, and click save. This is going to make sure that it's visible across your website homepage as well as any collections or anywhere else across your site. To add the reviews to your bundle that have already been imported for your other products, here's what you need to do. Go into the LAI Product Reviews app in your Shopify and then go down to the Products tab on the left-hand side. Here, you want to hover over your primary product, first of all, click on the dots, and then click Copy Reviews. In the Receiving Product section, we're going to select our first bundle. You are going to repeat this for each bundle individually. So we're going to click on that, and we'll click Copy. There we go, copying those across, which is great, and we'll hit Cancel. Now, while we're waiting for those to be done, we're also going to copy across the reviews from the other products that are in the bundle, which are our two complementaries. So I'm going to click on the dots here, copy reviews, do the same thing, Everyday Bundle and copy. Cancel, 3 dots, copy, Everyday Bundle, and copy. And there we go. So it's now going to add all of those reviews across to the Everyday Bundle. So when someone loads up the Everyday Bundle page, they're going to see all of the reviews across all the products that someone will get if they actually order it. And after refreshing this page, we can see that the total number of reviews for the Everyday Bundle is up to 231 because it's added together all of these reviews into one place. And so we know that it's working and it's good to go. Repeat this exact same process for your other bundles as well once you have created them to make sure that all of your reviews are displaying across all of the bundles.
To create your next bundle, you're going to go into the Canva template first and update the image. Create the image for this one. So I've made it here for the premium bundle. Now I know in this video I've mentioned the amount of each product you should include in these, but it will also vary depending on what you're selling. Because if we were to sell 4 shower heads, there's not many homes that have 4 showers. So I just thought it made more sense to sell 3 in here instead, and then add more of the other complementaries. So depending on your product, it may make sense to have it as a pack of 4 for the family bundle, a 2-pack for the premium, and then just 1 in the everyday bundle, but just adjust it slightly if your product wouldn't be bought in that large of a quantity. With the image made, you go back into Shopify, go to the products section, and instead of creating a new product, we're just going to duplicate the other bundle by clicking into it, and then clicking on duplicate up here. We're going to rename it to premium bundle, and we'll click duplicate product. So because you would have filled out the product description for the first bundle, it's going to move it across to this. And the product description for this bundle is pretty much the same as the one before, just a few small tweaks. Again, look at the Pure Water website for examples on what changes you need to make and any tweaks you need to do. You're then going to replace the everyday bundle image. You're going to delete that. And then you're going to add the new bundle image you need to use. Once that has been uploaded, you're going to drag it to the first position. You can leave the other images as is. We're going to change the SKU while we're down here as well and change everyday to be premium. For the pricing, you're going to follow the same guide as earlier in this video. Tally up the total cost per item for all of the items in the bundle,
Times that by 3, and then multiply that final number by 0.9 to give you the discounted bundle price that you will charge.
and then double that to put as your compare at price. Hit save in the top right. And then we need to update the product theme template. So go back into your Shopify store backend, click on the drop down, products. And then just like we did to create the everyday bundle one, we need to create it for the new bundle. So once you have customized the first bundle, you want to then do this instead. Click on create template, call it the new bundle name, so premium dash bundle. And instead of selecting your primary, you can now select the other bundle you made and click create template. So you've already done all the work on your first bundle. You've added the benefits icons for the bundle as a whole. You've updated the FAQs. You've done all that stuff. And so this is going to save you some time because now you can just duplicate it and then just make some small tweaks where you need to. Once that has been customized, you can come back into the product screen here, scroll down and change the theme template to the other bundle and click save. If it's not visible there, just make sure you hit refresh and then you'll see it in there. To create the final bundle, first we'll make the Canva image. So I've made it here and I've called it the family bundle. So you might think there's a better term to use instead of family, but a lot of our positioning and targeting is going to be around families using this product for their kids' health as well as the parents' health. Or it might make more sense for you to call this the mega bundle. So whatever works for your brand, you're going to add in the images. You can copy them from the previous one and then add a couple more. And so this is really the most premium bundle. It's got everything that they need, probably a little bit more than they need as well. But this is the top tier option that someone can buy from us. This is the most profitable product that we can sell. So if someone buys this, we make the most profit for that order versus anything else. With the image made, go back into your Shopify, go to products. Now we're going to duplicate one of the bundles. So go to your everyday bundle, click on duplicate, change the name to family bundle or whatever you're going to call yours and click duplicate. That's going to create it there. We'll do the same thing that we did before where we replace the main image with the new bundle image. We adjust the pricing based on the principles I've shared with you. I'll also include recaps of all of this in the resource sheet in terms of how we price things and images and things like that. Then update your SKU and then go ahead, create the new theme template in Shopify and then select it here in the theme template selector.
With your bundles created, it's time to create your upsell funnels. This is how you get a customer to spend more money with you when they buy, which means more profit for you.
Installing the Zipify one-click upsell app is super easy. So we're going to go here to your Shopify store, click on apps and type in Zipify, and then you'll see it appear here, one-click upsell. Click on that. Then we want to click on install. Click install on the bottom right. And there we go, it's been added to your store. Also, there is a 30-day free trial for this app. So you want to set this up, get it all ready, and make sure you launch before then, so then you don't have to pay for the subscription when you're not generating sales yet. Click on start 30-day free trial, And then we go ahead and click approve. Now the reason it says app spending limit is so high is because Zipify works on a tier system. And so the more revenue that you generate through the app, in the hundreds of thousands or even millions, then they start charging you more. But for now, it's just gonna be the 35 bucks a month. So we're gonna go ahead and click approve. And this app is definitely worth it. I've used it on my stores and it generates great results. We're going to continue through these onboarding steps. It doesn't matter what you select here, so just pick anything that is close to what you're selling. Monthly revenue or monthly orders, leave down the bottom and hit continue. And then here, when it asks, how did you hear about us? Could you click other and put in www.freedomclub.com? Just let them know that we sent you. We don't get anything for this. Zipify doesn't have an affiliate program at the time of recording this video. So this is just a way where maybe we can grab their attention. Once that's done, click on finish. It'll say, welcome to your first funnel. So we're going to close that off and we're going to go out by clicking on the back arrow on the top left. And the last setup step we need to do for this app is enable the app embed on your store. So to do that, click on online store, go to your current theme and click customize. Then on the left-hand side, you'll see app embeds. Click on that. And then you'll see OCU Upsells. It's deselected. We want to select that and hit save. So that's going to add the code for that app to your store so the app can actually function properly. If you don't do this, then your upsells, when you make them, won't appear.
And for the final setup step, you're going to go into your Shopify dashboard, go to settings in the bottom left, and then once you're here, click on checkout on the left-hand side. Scroll right down to the bottom and you'll see an option for your post-purchase page. By default, it's going to be set to none. You want to select the Zipify one-click upsell app. This will just make sure that your upsells will display. Once you've done that, click save and you're good to go. To create these upsells for your store, open up Zipify one-click upsell, the app that we previously installed. When we're in here, click funnels on the bottom left and close out of that. So first thing we're going to do is click add new funnel. And this funnel is going to be if somebody buys the one pack of our primary product. So as we set up before, we've created a quantity-based offer where somebody buys one, it's a normal price. They buy two, they save 10%. And if they buy three, they save 15%. So you would have set those up for your product. You want to make sure that you go and do that now if you haven't done it yet. That is going to be in the live product creation video where I walk you through exactly what you need to do to set those up. So the first trigger we're going to create is we're going to change it from any product to product variant. And here we're going to click add variants. And now we want to trigger this when somebody is just going to buy one of the shower heads. So we're going to click on that and click add. For product widget, we want to leave that. Pre-purchase upsell, this is where we can start configuring it. And we want to make sure that the shopping cart option is selected. This is where the upsell is going to display. So when someone goes to our cart and then clicks checkout, then it will appear, which is what we want. Then we click add upsell offer. Here we're going to click upgrade an existing product in the cart and we're going to select the product manually. The first upsell we're going to create is if you're buying a one pack of our primary product, then why not upgrade to the bundle that includes the complementaries as well? This is a great upsell and this is one of the reasons why I really recommend creating those bundles, because then when it comes to upsells, it just makes so much sense. You get a slight discount, you upgrade, you get all this extra value, and it just makes it such a better deal for the customer. So we're going to click on that and click add. So that's our smallest bundle variation. Now we can edit the upsell and what it looks like by clicking on this pencil icon here. So this is what's going to appear when somebody clicks on checkout on our site. They've added the one pack of our primary product, the shower head, and now they're going to see this as an opportunity to upgrade their cart and also get some savings. So I'm going to go through and customize this now. Up the top, we're going to put upgrade to a bundle plus save 10%. And for the special offer ends in, we're going to change it from 10 minutes to 3 minutes. Now we're going to edit this description. So I've filled that in now. It says get 2 of our best-selling tap filters and 1 large purifying jug with your shower head. Remove toxins from all the water in your home and save 10% with this bundle. So what I've done here is we first of all tell them what they're going to get if they upgrade. They're going to get 2 tap filters and they're going to get our large purifying jug here when they buy their shower head. Then we focus on a core benefit. Remove toxins from all the water in your home. The shower head was just focused on removing it from your shower water, but now it's a solution for your whole home. So we focused on the core benefit that someone would want by buying these products. And then we give them that special offer and save 10% with this bundle. You don't want this to be too long. I'd recommend keeping it to 3 lines, keeping it short and simple. Now on the left side, you want to scroll down and click on discount and go percentage. And you'll put this to 10%. Then we're going to tick the savings label. And so we're giving them a 10% discount by upgrading to a bundle. Even though our bundles are slightly discounted anyway, versus the total price that they would pay if they bought the items individually, this is still a very profitable sale for us. And so we're willing to give a slight discount for them to spend more with us in this order. We've already got them here. They're already going to buy our shower head. So we might as well try and upgrade them to something bigger so to increase their average order value. Then in the button section, we're going to click on accept button color. And this is where you want to paste in your brand primary color. So paste that in there and then click select. There we go. It's going to make it appear blue. And then we need to change the button hover state to be the same color, but I'm just going to make it a little bit darker. So there's some contrast between when they hover over. So now when I click select and I hover over, it goes a slightly darker shade of blue. And so it just shows it's a bit more interactive. And then we're going to change this headline to most customers upgrade and save. And that's how we create our first upsell. So we're going to click save in the top right. And then we're going to exit the builder in the top left. So now whenever somebody adds the single pack of our primary product to their cart, and then they go to checkout, this is going to appear as an upsell. And if they select this, it's going to replace the current product that's in their cart. So it's going to swap the one primary for the bundle instead. It's also going to auto apply that discount. We don't need to create a custom discount code for that. So that's our pre-purchase. Now we want to create the one for post-purchase. We're going to scroll down and we'll click add upsell offer. We want to select the products manually and hit continue. Here you want to select your first complementary. So we'll create a split test after and it will test both complementaries in this post-purchase to see which one works better. But for now, just click the first one and click add. Then click the pencil icon to edit. Now the post-purchase upsell by default is going to have a lot of things on it and we don't need to use these all. So what we're going to do is simplify this page a little bit, starting off with content 1, click on that and then untick visibility. That's just going to hide the section. Do the same thing for content 2, incentive 2, and buy box 2. We don't need to see all that stuff. Then for buy box 1, click on that and scroll down and turn off USP text and USP image. That's going to simplify it even more. For the title, we're going to put get 10% off and then it's going to insert your product title dynamically, which is the cross-sell product here now. And then in the exclusive offer expires, click on the time, change the time limit to 3 minutes just to create a bit more urgency. Now by default, this is going to import all of your product description for the product minus any images that you've used. So what we're going to do is simplify this. I'm going to cut out all the stuff that probably doesn't need to be there for this placement. We want to keep it really short and simple. There we go. That's already looking better. So we've got the attention grabbing start to the description. Did you know that the Aussie tap water is covering your food and dishes and heavy metals and harmful chemicals every time you use your kitchen sink? And then it introduces the product as the solution to that. Now we need to add the 10% off discount. So to do that, scroll on the left, click discount, and go percentage, and put in 10%. So again, we're always trying to give people an incentive for actually buying. We want to give them a reason to buy this now versus waiting. And then once that's done, we click on save in the top right. Now we're going to exit the builder and we're going to create a split test. So if you hover over this, you'll see create split test. So I'm going to click that and click different product. We're going to select it manually and we're going to choose our other complementary product, which is the purifying jug. We're going to add that. So now what this is going to do is split up the traffic and see which post-purchase upsell works better. It's going to give us the data and then we can tell it which one to focus on from now on. This is a great way to test our cross-sells and see what is actually working. You can do this for your pre-purchase upsell offer as well, maybe just upselling them a complimentary, but I think the best use of this funnel is to first try and go for the big pitch. Like, let's get them to upgrade the bundle completely while they're in a buying mood. Then after, let's see if we can just give them little bonuses to add to their cart just to boost up their order value. So now that we've added this new product in, we're going to click on edit offer. And we need to do exactly what we did before by simplifying some of these sections. So I'm going to go content 1, turn it off, content 2, incentive 2, and buy box 2. Turn those all off. For buy box 1, turn off USP text and USP image. While we're in here, we're also going to add that discount code, go percentage, go 10%, In the title, we're going to put get 10% off a pure water purifying jug now. And then we're going to click on the time and change it to 3 minutes like we did before. And now we just need to simplify this section because again, it's a bit too long. So I've just made some tweaks to that now to make it a bit shorter and to the point. And those are all the changes we need to make. So once that's done, I'm going to click save. We're going to exit the builder. And now we can create the split test. So I'm going to click start split test up here and click continue. Now it's going to split the traffic 50% each. So 50% of people that go through this funnel will see this cross sell, and then 50% will see this one. We can then view the data, views, conversion rate, revenue generated, and revenue per visit here once people start going through it. And then we can see which one converts better and then mark that one as the winner by clicking choose winner and picking the one that has the better results. That will then send everybody to that cross sell moving forward. So now you have a pre-purchase upsell and you have post-purchase cross sells. With that finished, we're going to click on publish funnel in the top right. I'm also going to change the name to be shower head 1 pack, just so we know for easy reference what is triggering this flow. Now we go back. So that's our first upsell funnel. Now we're going to click on the 3 dots and click duplicate funnel. In this new one, we're going to call it showerhead 2 pack. And then we're going to click edit variants here. And we only want this to trigger when they're buying 2. So we're going to deselect buy 1 and select our second variant, which is buy 2. Hit select. Then for our pre-purchase upsell, this is what we're going to change. We're going to click on the dots and click change product. And now because they're buying 2 of the primaries, we want to upsell them to the bundle that has 2 of the primaries because that makes the most sense. So we click premium bundle here and click add. There we go. And before we go and edit that offer, let's go back to the original upsell that we just made. Click on edit and we need to copy this text that's here. So copy that and go back to the 2 pack. Pencil icon, and then paste that in here. And there we go. And so next thing we want to do is add that discount. That and the description are the only things that don't get duplicated across when you clone the funnel. So now we want to go down on the buy box, scroll down to discount, go percentage, change it to 10, and make sure savings label is ticked. And before we finish this, we just need to update this description slightly so it makes sense for this upsell. So it says here, get 2 of our best-selling tap filters and 1 large purifying jug. That's still correct because they were going to buy 2 shower heads and now they're getting these extra items with your shower head. So now that it's plural because they're buying 2, we just need to update that in there. Everything else can stay the same. There we go. And now we hit save. Exit builder, publish funnel. Now we're going to do that one more time for the last variant of our primary product. So we're going to go to the head 2 pack, duplicate funnel. Here we're going to call it shower head 3 pack. Edit the variant, and we're going to select the 3 pack and deselect the 2 pack. Hit select. Then we're going to scroll down and we're going to change the product here that we're upselling to. And that's going to be the family bundle now. That's the one that includes 3 of our primaries. So we're going to click that and click add. Then we're going to click the pencil icon. In here, we're going to paste in the text that we copied before. And now the number of complementaries in this bundle is a bit bigger. So I'm just going to update that. So if they buy this, they get 4 of our best-selling tap filters and they get 2 large purifying jugs with your shower heads, plural. Remove toxins from all the water in your home and save 10% with this bundle. Then, just like we've had to do for the previous ones, we're going to go here on the left to discount, go percentage, and type in 10. And then hit save. And then we'll exit the builder and hit publish funnel. So those are the first 3 funnels you'll need to create. These are for each variant of your primary product. So here we have the shower head 1 pack, 2 pack, and 3 pack, and we're trying to upgrade them to the bundle with the same number of primary products in it. This is a very easy way to increase average order value, and you'll get quite a few people saying yes to this. This is basically free profit for us. We don't have to do anything else. We set this up once, and then this will consistently generate sales for us around the clock. The next thing I do want to create are upsell funnels for the bundles themselves. If somebody buys the smaller bundle, I want to upgrade them to the middle one. If they buy the middle one, I want to upgrade them to the large. And so I want to push people up our value ladder and get people spending more with us on every transaction. So what we're going to do is go up to this funnel here and duplicate it. We're going to click Edit Variants. And instead of being our primary product, we're going to remove that from the search bar, and we're going to select our smallest bundle. So this will trigger this particular upsell flow. Then we're going to scroll down to the pre-purchase upsell, and we want to change the product. So change that. And we're going to select our second bundle because we want them to upgrade from the smaller one to the slightly bigger one. So we're going to click Add. So now we've got our premium bundle there. Click on Edit Offer. Now we're going to change the headline to Upgrade Your Bundle plus Save 10%. So in this section, I've put Upgrade Your Bundle now and get another shower head for just $45. Click the upgrade button to get your discount. And so I know it's $45 because normally they're $49.90, and if you minus 10%, it leaves you with $45. So now we're going to add the discount to the price. So on the left-hand side, scroll down to discount and go percentage and go 10%. And there we go. That's all we need to do. So once that's done, I'm going to click Save. Exit the builder. We're going to call this bundle upgrade 1. And then we're going to publish this funnel. Now we're going to go out and duplicate this one more time because we need to create the upsell that goes from the middle bundle to the largest one. For product variant, we're going to click Edit Variants. We're going to deselect Everyday Bundle and remove it from the search bar. And then we're going to click Premium Bundle instead. And click Select. So you select your second biggest bundle, your middle one. Then we'll scroll down to Pre-Purchase Upsell, click More Actions and Change Product. We want to change this to our biggest bundle and then click Add. Then click on Edit Offer. We'll leave the title the same as well as the special offer ends in. We'll leave that all the same. Then we're going to change this description section to say upgrade to our largest bundle and get 10% off everything. This offer is only available on this page and you won't be able to do it once you leave, so upgrade now. Then we need to set up the discount so it appears correctly. Click that, percentage, and then 10%. Now you may have noticed throughout this walkthrough that the bundle pricing that I've set up is actually incorrect. All of the bundles have been the same price. It's because I haven't finished setting them up yet on the back end. Don't worry, if you make a change to the prices of any product, then it will update in this app as well. With that finished, we're going to click Save and then Exit Builder. We're going to change the name to Bundle Upgrade 2 and hit Publish Funnel. So there we go. We've created 5 different upsell funnels. The final step is to check that your new funnels are working correctly. Open up your store in an incognito window, add your primary product to your cart, and then click on the cart icon. The reason I say to use an incognito window is because you've probably been looking at your website as you've been creating it. And sometimes Google will save a version of your site to your browser to make it load more quickly. We don't want that to happen because we want to make sure that we're looking at a completely updated version of our site where the upsell funnels are published. So open up an incognito window, paste in your brand URL, and here we want to add something to the cart and trigger one of the upsell funnels to display. So I'm going to go to our primary product. I'm going to add this to cart. And now that we're in the cart, I want to click on the checkout button. And here we can see that our upsell has successfully displayed. This is upgrading them from just buying the shower head to getting the bundle that has 1 shower head in it, the purifying jug, and 2 of our tap filters. We can go ahead and decline the offer or upgrade, it doesn't matter. We just wanted to make sure that this appeared correctly. Check this for any spelling mistakes, any grammar issues, make sure everything is correct because you don't want this to go live to customers with mistakes in it. Now that we've closed that off, I just want to check that the bundle upsell also works. So just delete that item from your cart. We're going to go back to Shop Best Sellers, which displays all of our products. I'm going to click on the Everyday Bundle and I'm going to add this to cart. Click on Checkout and this should display the upsell to go to the next bundle, which it does. So it's offering people the opportunity to upgrade to the premium bundle, which is the one that has another primary product in it. We've got all the text, looks great here, and they can upgrade the offer. So we've just checked that the upsell funnels are working. I know we've only checked that 2 of them are functioning, but if these 2 are working, that means that the rest of them will be as well, if you've followed the setup instructions in this video.
Building a customer-first e-commerce brand is about making profit. And in this lesson, we'll show you how to install a free app onto your store that will allow you to track your daily profit. This app is called Triple Whale, and we absolutely love it, and we've been using it for years. So here's how to set it up for your own store.
Triple Whale is probably my favorite app for Shopify stores because it brings all of the important stuff into one place, so it's much easier to track your profit, which is what this is all about, not just about revenue. And Shopify doesn't show us profit numbers. So Triple Whale is an amazing tool. Click on the link in the resource sheet to go to Founders Dash. This is their free tool. It's the basic version of the Triple Whale platform that does everything that we need it to do. You don't need to pay for this. Their plans are pretty expensive and you're not getting much extra for what you pay for. So Founders Dash is what we want to use, and it's free forever. Want to click on try free. Then you want to put in your details, your brand email address, create a password for your account. Make sure you're set as brand. Then you can leave the what is your shop's annual revenue blank. And then for the how did you hear about Triple Whale, you can just leave it blank too and untick the sign me up for marketing communications. Then click create account. Then you're going to go to a screen that looks like this, where it's going to ask us to connect our store. If yours looks a little bit different, don't worry, just follow the prompts and what it's asking you for to connect Triple Whale to your store. So we're going to paste in our store URL, then we'll tick the box and hit continue. Now we're going to go through some onboarding steps. So let's move through these together. Click get started. Now we're going to connect to Shopify. So click on connect to Shopify and we'll hit install. This is going to install the Triple Whale app to your store so it can track all this data. Next, it's going to ask us to connect some other tools. So we're going to connect our Facebook, hit connect, and then got it. And then you'll see it says no account selected. You want to click on that and then select the ad account that you made for your store. We'll hit next. Then it's going to ask us to install the Triple Whale pixel. So we're going to click hosted by Shopify or standard at the top. And then we'll click standard Shopify checkout. And then in the question at the bottom regarding landing pages, we're going to say no and hit save setup. Now we need to enable the triple pixel inside of our store. To do that, go back to your Shopify store, click online store, customize your current theme, and then in the left-hand side, click on app embeds. Now we want to turn on triple pixel and then hit save. So that is done. We can go ahead and click next. Post-purchase survey, we're going to click skip. Shipping costs, skip. And then it's going to ask you if you want to download the mobile app for Triple Whale. 100% do this now. Download the app to your phone because this is the easiest way to view the performance of your store. Once you're up and running, you can view it on the go. You can view all your key data points without needing your laptop. So make sure you install the free app and you log in there as well. Then click Take Me to My Dashboard. If it asks what your role is, just close out of that and we don't need to upgrade. So we'll untick that. There's a few small things we need to customize in your Triple Whale account so it is as accurate as possible. The first thing is click Settings in the bottom left, and then click Cost Settings. In here, if we click on Cost of Goods, you'll see that it has automatically imported the cost of goods numbers that we added into Shopify into Triple Whale. So you want to make sure that you entered all these correctly, you got the price from the supplier, and you've entered it correctly inside of Shopify and also in Triple Whale. And then next, we're going to go to Custom Expenses. Click on this, and I love this section. This is what makes this tool so good, is that you can add in your app subscriptions, and it's actually going to factor that into your daily profit numbers. So here, you're going to click on Add Fixed Expense. To find out the subscription costs for all your apps and when those subscriptions start, go back into your Shopify store, go to Settings, and go to Billing. Once you're in here, scroll down to Subscriptions and click on View All Subscriptions. And this will tell you how much you're paying for any of the paid apps you're using. So the first one here is Shopify. So I had to upgrade to a different Shopify plan just because I needed to give someone on the team access to this store. But for you, you don't need to do that. You should just be on the basic Shopify plan. So what you're going to do is go into Triple Whale again, title, call it Shopify. In the cost, enter how much the monthly subscription is. Remember that it may be billing you in USD, so just convert it to Aussie dollars for this. So I'm just going to enter in 50 for now. Just double check what your subscription cost is. We're going to click on recurring every 1 month. And because we have that free trial, if we have a look here, $1 every 30 days until 30th of May, renews on the 30th of May. And so that's when our subscription is going to kick in for the normal price. So when we add in this new expense, we're then going to click starting and we're going to click on 30th of May, hit apply, and then hit save. So this won't actually factor this amount into our profit calculations until we start getting billed for the subscription. Next one, if we go back, is Zipify one-click upsell. And click on the dots and click manage. Go settings in the bottom left, plan and billing. And then you'll see what your tier is. So by default, it's going to be $35 per month. That is in US dollars. I just did the conversion and that is $54 Australian. So if we go back in here, add fixed expense, we'll call it Zipify OCU, one-click upsell. Cost is $54. Recurring every 1 month, and the starting date for that subscription was also the 30th of May, so we'll hit save there. The way that I saw the date was it said free trial here till 30th of May. And the last app we need to add is LAI product reviews. So we're going to go ahead and add that in, $4.95 USD. I'm just going to convert it to Aussie dollars, so it's 763. Back in here, add fixed expense, just put that in now. Call it LAI product reviews. Recurring every 1 month, starting on the 30th of May, and hit apply, then save. The last app you'll need to get the billing for is Klaviyo. And because your Klaviyo is still on a free plan because you don't have any subscribers yet, there's no cost for the platform yet. But whenever there is a new app that you install or you have a new expense that I recommend setting up once you get to the more advanced stages of this program and you're already selling, you're getting sales, and I'm showing you how to scale things up, then you would come back and just make sure that all of your custom expenses are correct and any new ones that have come up, you've added them into. With that all done, we're going to go out of settings and back to our home dashboard here. And you'll see at the top that there is this pinned section. The metrics I like to have here are total sales, net profit, and net profit margin. So I'm going to unpin ads and I'm going to unpin ROAS. I'm going to scroll down. I'm going to pin net profit and I'm going to pin net margin. And so these are the 3 core metrics. I look at these every day for every store I run, and these are the things you want to look at all the time.
Between Austin, Will, and I, we've spent millions of dollars profitably on Facebook ads, and we've learned how to create winning ads to launch your products with. And in this video, we'll show you how to create a winning viral video ad with footage that is already online.
Before we start looking for some footage online for your product, you need to download this Chrome app. It's free to use, and this is going to allow us to download video files from Amazon and a few other sites that we'll use to source the content. So go into the resource sheet for this video, add it to your Chrome. And then also Amazon Video Downloader. This is going to be used when a video is inside of the product description on Amazon. The other tool won't allow you to download those. So with these two, we're going to have everything that we need. So the first place that we're going to go is to Amazon. And when you were importing product reviews, you probably found quite a few listings for your product on Amazon. If you haven't, search for it, search the keywords in Amazon and look for listings selling that product. And we can see here on this listing, there is a video right here. And if we click on play, let's have a watch of this. Someone unboxing, setting up the product, adding in the minerals, showing the different shower head modes as well. So that all looks very good. And there are definitely some clips we could pull from this and use in our own winning ads. So I'm going to close out of that. And that's where the Amazon Video Downloader app comes into play. You're going to see this green button that says download one video. This is just for videos that the supplier of this product, the person who is selling this product, has added into their page. So click on download there and that will download it to your computer in the highest resolution possible. The next section I like to look at is the video section of the product page. Not every product will have these videos, but the most popular ones will. So if we scroll down, we're going to see this video section here. This is great for UGC style content, user generated content. So this is the content that has been shot by a customer, reviewing the product, showing it in use. This is the stuff that we need. And so clicking into these, let's have a look.
Welcome to today's show.
We've got Dave here doing a review. Don't worry, it adds a little gray filter over the top as I'm showing it to you here, but when you download it, it's gonna look great. So you can skip through. Dave's setting up the product, installation. He's also got very clear audio as well, so that can definitely be used for our own video ad. Showing the different modes, and overall great content for 3 minutes that we could chop into smaller pieces to use for our own ad. So to download a video like this, you're gonna go back out, right click on the video itself and click open link in new tab. Then once you're on this page, you're gonna click the other app that we installed, the green and yellow one, and then you just click on the download button here at the top. This will take you to this screen. It's gonna convert this file to an MP4 file, and then we're gonna click save. Now on our computer, it has added the video file. It's in really high quality, it's crispy, the audio is great, so we've saved that away, and then we can use that for the ad. Going back into Amazon, then do this for all of the other related videos. It's gonna give you this great selection of different videos to pull from here. All people that have left reviews talking about the product. This is gold. This is a gold mine for content to use for your own ads. And this is something that people just aren't willing to do. By making your own winning video ad, you're gonna set yourself apart from everybody else who just thinks that they can grab some basic images online and expect to get lots of sales. That's not the case. The more effort you put into creating a winning ad, the higher your chances of success. So go through the related videos section, click on any of them that you do want to view. This one here looks good as well, so we repeat the same process. Click on the app, click download. It's going to save it as an MP4. And then we can go ahead and click save. So that's your first source of video content, Amazon listings. The next place to look is on Alibaba or AliExpress. So you can look at your product listings on here, find your product, and scroll through these pages and see if there is any video content you might be able to use. Again, we can see a video here for the product on this AliExpress listing. Unfortunately, this is the one that looks a little bit different to the one that we're selling. If you see a video like this, I don't think I've seen one this bad before. This guy just pointing to it, this funny music in the background and a slideshow. This is an example of a video that's not worth downloading because we're not going to do anything like this or use any of this content in our own ad. So look on AliExpress, look on Alibaba for your product and look for any video content you can download. You can also scroll down to the related items section and find other suppliers who may be selling the same exact product. So then you can click on theirs and see if they have any content as well. And the final method I'll mention is downloading videos directly from your competition. Now, I wouldn't recommend this if they are local competitors, but if they are selling in a different country to you, then downloading and using their content just to test the product and making it your own with some other footage that you found online is okay for now. There's a few ways we can do this. The first is going back into Minea and looking at the winning video ad we found for this product. You'll see this option in the top right to download assets. So if we click that, it is going to download this video file to our computer and we can use parts of this in our own ad. It'll say ready to download and we can click download zip file. Now we have the video on our computer. One thing I will say here is that we ended up finding a variant of this product that I think is a little bit better, of higher quality and had better reviews online. And so our product doesn't look like this. Very similar, does similar things, but it doesn't have these crystals in it like the original ad has. So unfortunately, we're not going to be able to use this video clip in our ad because it's just going to look a little bit weird. We're still going to replicate this particular ad though with our own footage. The next thing to do is to go to the competitor's website. So you see now the Shop Now link, click on that. This will take you to their product page again. And if we scroll down, you'll see some reviews here. There may be reviews, there may be videos, there may be content that they've used that you can pull from. So instantly, we've got some videos here that we could download and use. And if you like any of the content, you can right click on it and click Save Video As, and then save it to your computer. So I've got a video there. There's another one here showing the product in use. Again, this product looks a little bit different to the one that we're selling, so we won't use this content. But if you're selling a product that is the same as what your competitor is selling, or looks very, very similar, then you can use this process to download some more content. Scrolling down on the page, we can see if there are any more videos. So the review section is often a good place to look. Most of the time it'll just be photos, but occasionally you'll luck out and get some videos in the review section. You can see on this page that there are no more, so that's okay. The website we're going to use to create your video ads is Clipchamp. Clipchamp is a free online video editor, And the best part about it is that when you export the video at the end, it doesn't put a watermark, which a lot of these free video editing tools do. So it forces you to have to pay for an account if you want to get rid of that. So Clipchamp is great. Go to clipchamp.com and then go ahead and sign up for an account. For the pricing, you do not need the paid plan. You just need the free plan here. That's all you're going to need for now. Once you're inside of the Clipchamp editor, this is what it's going to look like. And so the first thing you want to do is drag in all of the video clips that you found in the previous section, where you're downloading them all from all the different websites. Add them into here to your media section. Now you can drag these into your timeline, which is where you assemble the video. And we see here that right now it's set to horizontal. We want to change that before we start editing. So to do that, click on the 16:9 in the top right and change it to 1:1 square. This is the aspect ratio we're going to use for your ads.
And to fix the aspect ratio of any clip that you add into here to remove this blank space, just click on it and then click on this fill button here, and that will fill it. And then you can drag to readjust where it's positioned.
And we don't want the sound or music from this. So you see a little speaker icon, click on that and that will mute the clip. Now, if we play it through, we can see person using the product, nice and visible. Why are they spraying it up like that? It's funny. So we've got this content in here. The next step is to go through and clip all of the best parts of the videos that you found. This may take a little bit of time, but it's completely worth it. The juice is worth the squeeze with all this stuff that I'm teaching you. So we're looking for short segments that we can use. So this one here, if we go back to the start, is a 4-second section of someone using it. So that could be definitely something we use throughout our video. So I'm going to go through and clip up the rest of these clips so we have everything that we need. Then I'll show you how to add some music and also add a voiceover if we need to as well. So I've just finished going through and clipping up the best parts of all of the video files that are downloaded. So this is what your timeline will look like. You have a bunch of smaller shots, people using the product. The talking stuff is the best stuff. That's the stuff we want to highlight the most because it shows customers using the product. And then you also want to get the clips of the product in use because when someone is talking, you can put footage over the top that shows that feature that they're mentioning. So now it's time to start assembling the video ad, putting it together. Now what you're going to do is if you have a winning video ad, like the examples that I showed you before, you're just going to replicate exactly what they do. What shots do they include? What are they talking about? Structure the ad like that because they've already proven that that works. And so we just want to replicate the structure with our own content. You can even use the same audio from your competitor's video by downloading the file, putting it into an MP4 to MP3 converter. So it's just the audio. And then you can add it into your own ad down here where it says add audio. You can then show your own video clips appear on top. Now you've got a winning video ad with great audio and great footage that you've collected online. Now let's start assembling this video. So I'm going to look for the most attention-grabbing hook. So I've finished editing the video inside of Clipchamp. I'm going to show you exactly what I did and also some top tips when you're creating your own winning video ad. So in here, the first thing I did was get all of the footage. And so I went through and I clipped all the best sections, either talking and non-talking, got them all clipped, and you can just simply go through your video clips, the files, and then click on this little scissor icon and that will split them. Then you can delete the parts you don't want by clicking on the trash icon or the delete icon. And whenever you delete something, you're going to see a gap that appears like this. So you can click on delete this gap when you're organizing your footage initially. And then you're going to have all of these clips and talking sections that you can assemble to create your own video ad. Then from there, you're going to order it based on what you want to use as your hook. What's the most engaging talking section from the content that you found. So I decided to put this bit at the start.
Love this because these balls filter out a lot of the stuff in your water that you don't.
So someone that goes straight into talking about the filtering and how effective it is. And they also mention how it improves skin and hair. So I've put that in there. As for duration for your video ad, you want to model it based off the video that went viral on Minea and then reverse engineer that. If that one was 35 seconds, you're aiming for 35 seconds. But that's sort of the sweet spot from what I've found. Anything shorter and you aren't able to give enough information, anything longer, it needs to be a really good video ad to get them to watch it all. Once you've got the clips all organized and you put them in the order that makes sense, all the talking sections make sense as well, what you can do at any point, if you have a clip that has talking in it, you can click on it, right click, go under audio, and you can click detach audio. So that removes the audio from the main video and it puts it on the row below, which means you can have it appear during a different video clip. So you can still have someone talking in the background, but you have different video clips on top. Or if you've just exported the audio from your competitor's winning ad, then you can drag it straight into here to upload it and then drag it down the bottom. So then the audio across all the clips will be what the competitor has. It just depends on what footage you have available, what you find for your product, and then when you're starting to piece it together, what makes it flow the best. So once you've added all the clips, you've put over some B-roll shots. B-roll is the footage that goes over the top of talking to show the benefit actually happening. So I've got some footage there of the filtration, got someone talking, and then we show it again. We show what he's talking about. So in this section of the video, he's talking about how he loves that there's 6 different modes for the shower head. And so instead of just having him talk the whole time, we've cut to some footage of those shower heads being changed so people can actually see how easy it is. This is a big principle for winning video ads, is to show and not just tell. And so you want to show the benefit actually happening. If someone is talking about something, show it with video. We keep going, footage over the top, highlighting different benefits as well. And don't worry about adding captions to this just yet. We're going to use a separate free online tool to do that. It makes it look a bit more clean and branded. The one inbuilt on Clipchamp doesn't look super clean, so we're going to be using that other free tool in just a second. And then at the end of the video, for the last few seconds, you're going to have just a clip of the product, nothing fancy, no talking, and you're going to have text on top that says shop now and save. This is your call to action. And this is what we want people to do. We want them to shop now and save money because you're running a special promotion. So to add that text in, you go to the left-hand side and you drag a plain text box over that last section. I'll add it into a new row just so I can show you. You then line it up. If you drag stuff, you can see that there are these purple lines that appear. So you want to drag it to the start of the clip where it's showing the B-roll. And then from there, you want to drag the end. So it's at the end of the clip. Then once you're in there, you can change the text to shop now and then do a line break and save. Great. For the font size, we're going to increase it. So click out, click back on it and increase this font size a little bit. The font we're going to be using is DM Sans, very basic font, and make sure it's in white. So now that we've added the text in, the next step is to add some background music. If you have exported your competitor's winning ad and you've detached the audio and you're just using that for your video, then you don't need to do this step because they'll probably have some music in the background of theirs. But if you've assembled a new video ad, just like I've done here for Pure Water, then it makes sense to have some background music. Nothing with words or anything like that, nothing popular, it's some copyright-free music. In the resource sheet for this video, I'll include a download link to a folder with a bunch of tracks that you can use based on your brand. Just find one that suits your ad the best. And once you have selected one, you just simply drag it into here. And then once it's in here, you drag it down the bottom to a new row. As for the volume, I like to drop it down to 8%. This is where you can hear it in the background, but it's not too loud that it overpowers the talking. While we're talking about audio levels, it will also make sense to go through each of the clips that do have audio or someone talking, go into audio and bump the volume up. You want all the talking clips to be about the same volume because then it's consistent and it doesn't sound weird when somebody's a lot quieter and the other person's a lot louder. So go through each of the clips that have audio, or if you've detached the audio, click on each of those sections and then go audio, and then you can drag this up. So for all the clips in here, all the talking clips, I've bumped them up to 200% volume. That's so we can hear everybody really clearly, but still also hear the background music. Scrolling to the end of your music track, you want to click here. So this is the same spot where your shop now and save text appears, as well as your B-roll clips. And so I want to click on this on the track, click split. And now I want to change the volume of this last section. I want this to be a bit louder because there's going to be no talking here. And so the call to action music can be a bit louder. It wouldn't make sense if it's really quiet when there's nothing else happening. Before we adjust the audio, I'm just going to click at the end of the last clip, click on the audio track again and hit split. And then we can delete that bit that was on the end. So we're just left with that final little section. Then for this, we're going to increase the volume to 45%. So now you have your video assembled, you've got footage showing when someone mentions a benefit, you're actually showing it happen.
You've increased the audio levels of all the talking to make sure it's very easy to hear. And you've also added a background track as well as a call to action at the end to tell people what to do. And congrats, you've made your first winning video ad. It's got a pretty strong hook here. We've followed all the principles of what makes a winning viral ad. The next step is to play it through and make sure that you're happy with everything. So let's do that now.
Love this because these balls filter out a lot of the stuff in your water that you don't want, that could be really bad for your skin or bad for your hair.
But they are designed to soften the water.
The best part about this handle, in my opinion, is that it's just push button. So you can cycle through all 6 of those shower settings.
A really wide top here. It is about the size of my hand.
High quality, shiny chrome finish on it.
So this was very easy to install. I did it myself in under 2 minutes.
There we go. And that is our finished video ad. So the one thing that is missing from this are some subtitles. So now we want to export this. Go to export in the top right and click on 1080p. This is going to save the video file, and we'll just wait a second until it's finished. With it being exported, click on save to your computer to save the file. When it asks what you want to name it, you can call it C1, and that stands for creative number 1 because it's the first piece of creative that you've made for the brand. The next step is to add subtitles to your video ad. They are super important, and if you don't include them, you're probably not going to get as good of results. So to add them in, we're going to use a tool called Clidio. It's a free tool that we can use to add subtitles to the video and also customize the look of them so it looks branded and clean. On here, just click choose file, and then we'll add our video ad that we just exported from Clipchamp. And in the next step, it's going to ask you to create a profile or login. And unfortunately, we can't share login details for Clidio because it doesn't allow you to set a password. So I would have loved to create an account for everyone in the Freedom community to use. Unfortunately, it requires a login code every single time you want to log in, and that is only sent to our email address. So what you want to do is go ahead and subscribe to the monthly plan. As soon as you have exported the video and you've created all your ads, then cancel the subscription so you're not billed again. This will be a one-time expense, and this will also make sure that you edit your ads in that first month. If you need to make changes, make some changes before the month is over so you're not billed another $9 again. After it has been processed, it's going to ask us how to add the subtitles. We want to click on Auto Subtitles. We want to make sure the original language is set to English, and translate, we want to put as do not translate, then click Generate. And then it's going to take you to a screen that looks like this. This is where you're going to be able to edit your subtitles to make sure that they are correct, because sometimes the auto-generated captions can be slightly off. Some of the words weren't correct. And so you can go through and adjust those. And then this will also allow you to customize the look of the subtitles, which is very important too. The first step is to go through all of these subtitles and make sure what has been said is correctly added into the captions. No spelling mistakes, no grammar issues. You want to make sure that it is all correct. So go through your subtitles and make sure all of it is good. If you do need to adjust when the subtitles appear, you can hover over them, their start or their end, and drag them out or in. You can also drag them across to rearrange where they are. But one thing you want to note is when we're dragging this to the left, you see how that box now has an outline. As soon as we go too far, it has an outline. What that means is that the subtitles are overlapping. We don't want that. We want one to appear, disappear, and then the next one comes up as soon as the other one goes. And so to fix that, we're going to drag back until there is no line. So just before. There we go. So now when we play it through, see it swap seamlessly. They don't have both on the screen at the same time. So you're going to go through, do those little tweaks, make sure everything is lined up correctly. And then the final step is just to customize how they look. And so here you go up to styles in the top right. When selecting the color for your subtitles, you want to select the black option. So in the video so far, you would have seen the blue selected because I thought it would look more branded. What I realized later is that the black just looks better and it looks more simple, and it looks like the style of captions and subtitles that Facebook would add to your video anyway. So Just to make it not look like an ad as much as possible, we're going to select the one with the black background, and this is the same regardless of what colors you have in your brand. Select the black one and then follow the rest of the steps. You would have also seen this little Pure Water logo in the top right hand corner when I was putting together the video in Clipchamp. You don't need this. I realized after making the video that we just want to make it not look like an ad. We don't want to have all this extra stuff on here, these colored subtitles, this logo in the corner. We want to make it appear as if it's not an ad, because those are the ads that actually work. So ignore the fact that I put it in there. I didn't reference it in the training material, but if you're wondering why it has been visible throughout, that's why. You don't need to include this on your ad.
And then everything is looking really good here. So the last step is to click export. And then it will take us to this screen where we can download the finished video. So we're going to go ahead and click on download. And that's our first video ad completed, ready to go. We can use this in our Facebook campaigns in the coming videos to launch this product.
Now it's time to create your second video ad. So to do this, we're going to go back into Clipchamp and we're going to click on the home button up here to return to your Clipchamp profile.
Scroll down until you can see your videos and find the one that you just made. Click on the three dots and click make a copy. Your second video ad should be pretty much identical to your first, except you swap the hook at the start. The first 3 to 5 seconds, the opening section, you swap it for something different, because then it gives something to Facebook to test and it can see which hook performs better. So go through and adjust the clips, move a different hook to the start, and then also update the background music to something different. So then you really have 2 different video ads that you're testing. For Pure Water, because it was initially based off this product and video ad, I wanted to recreate this as the second video ad for the brand. And so unfortunately, we don't have a really good orbiting shot of the product like that in good lighting, but we do have this clip instead. So it's showing the minerals there. We've got the text up the top that says high pressure filtered water with minerals. And we use the same shocked emoji that they've used in their ad as well. Also, what I've done is I've downloaded the competitor's video. I've then dragged it into Clipchamp, added it into our timeline, detached the audio, and then deleted the video section of it. So now it has the same audio background as the winning example, because the track that they used is very simple and it's got some shower noises in the back too. So to save some time, instead of me having to recreate that, I've just gone ahead and used their audio for the ad. If you end up making an ad like this where there's no talking, then you don't need to go ahead and add it to Clidio and add subtitles. That's only for the talking ads, which should be one that all of you make, because that is going to be the main ad to get results. The only reason I've made one like this is because, as I said, the competitor made one like this and that was the one that went viral. So go ahead, export the video 1080p. And then this one you can call C2 and then save it to your computer. And there you have it. Our 2 winning ads are finished. Let's watch them through one more time.
Love this because these balls filter out a lot of the stuff in your water that you don't want, that could be really bad for your skin or bad for your hair.
But they are designed to soften the water.
The best part about this handle, in my opinion, is that it's just push button. So you can cycle through all 6 of those shower settings.
A really wide top here. It is about the size of my hand.
High quality, shiny chrome finish on it.
So this was very easy to install. I did it myself in under 2 minutes. Anymore, I feel kind of free.
So you've got your video ads, and now you need to write your ad copy. In this lesson, we'll show you how to write high converting ad copy that grabs people's attention and gets them to click on your ads.
The start of our ad copy is going to be instantly improve your skin and hair with our mineral shower head. This is the big, bold claim. This is the main purpose of the product and why we're selling it in the first place. This is the main problem that we're solving for our customers. At the end, I've put the celebration emoji. You can put something that is more suitable to your brand if you would like. The 3 bullet points I've written for our ad copy are improves water pressure, removes chlorine and 95% of toxins, and install in seconds. No tools needed. To get inspiration for these bullet points, use mine as an example, but then also have a look at what you've included on your product page. Think about these things. What is really important to the customer? Now, better skin and hair was our first one, but we've already put that in the attention-grabbing headline of the primary text, the top part. And so it wouldn't make sense to repeat it in the bullet point. But water pressure, no tool install, and I thought going back and talking about the removal of toxins again like we do up here would make sense to round out the three. And then we finish with an irresistible offer. For Pure Water, we're going to do this. Get 50% off plus free delivery today only. You can use exactly the same thing for your store and your copy. And at the end, we want to have the URL to our product page. Now, the one that we have by default inside of Shopify is quite long. I want a shortened version that's going to appear more clearly inside of Facebook. So to do that, we're going to go into your Shopify store, go to online store and then navigation, and then click View URL Redirects. Here, we're going to click Create Redirect. We're going to paste our product page link in the Redirect To section down here. And then the redirect from, we're going to go /shower. Nice and short and simple. Then hit Save Redirect. Now, when someone goes to purewater.com.au/shower, it's going to automatically take them to our product page. So we've just condensed that URL, which means it'll fit more nicely in our ad copy. And when we go to that URL, it takes us straight back to the primary product page. So this is a much cleaner URL for us to use. The headline and description are very simple for you to customize. The description, you won't need to adjust at all. It's just templated. And the headline, this is where you want to change the product at the end to be your primary product. So whatever you're selling, you want to update the ending to suit your product.
Before you can launch any ads, you need to set up your advertising account. You need this to run Facebook and Instagram ads, so make sure you don't skip this. In this lesson, we'll show you how to create the advertising account and get everything connected to it ready for launch.
To start this process, just go to the Meta Business Suite. You've already been in here before when you were posting content on your Facebook and Instagram pages. Once you're in here, you want to go down and click on Settings in the bottom left. Once you're in here, you want to go down and click on Pages. You want to make sure that your Facebook page is visible in here. If you've already followed the steps on creating your social media pages, which you should have by this point, then it should be visible here. If it isn't, just click Add. Press Claim an Existing Facebook Page, type in the page name, select it, and it says it's already in our business portfolio, so we don't need to add it. But if that doesn't appear, you click on Next and then Confirm, and that will add it into your Meta Business Suite. The next one is your Instagram account. So go down here, see no Instagram accounts added. Click on Add, tick the I agree box, and then click Claim Instagram Account. Once you have signed in to your brand's Instagram account, it's then going to connect it in Meta Business Suite. There we go. The Instagram account has been added. We'll click Done. The next step is to create your ad account. This is going to be the thing that you actually run ads through. So to go to this, click on Ad Accounts here on the left, click Add, create a new ad account. This is where you want to name it your brand name. Time zone, select the city that you live in, or if you're selling to a country that you're not living in, select one of the time zones from that country. So for me, we're going to be selling to people in Australia. So I'm going to select Adelaide because that's where I'm from. And then currency, very important. You need to select the currency that you're selling on your store. So for us, we're going to be selling in Australian dollars. So we're going to go ahead and click Next. It's going to ask if we want to continue, say I agree, and create ad account. Now it's going to ask us to add our payment info. So we want to click on that. Here, you want to select the location of your business where you're registered. Make sure the currency is correct and the time zone is correct too, and then click Next. And this is where you're going to add your business details. Click Next, just enter in the details here and then click Save. Now the card has been added successfully. We'll click on Done. And there we go. We've created our ad account to use for our brand. The next step is to go into our Shopify store, and we want to install the Facebook and Instagram app to the store so we can connect it to the things we've just set up in Business Manager. To do that, click on Apps, type in Facebook. You'll see Facebook and Instagram pops up here with the Meta logo. Click on that, install that to your store, and then it will ask you for a confirmation. Click Install. Now that you've added the app to your store, let's follow the rest of the setup instructions. So cookies, accept all. Here, we want to scroll down to the bottom, and under the Ads Only section, we want to click Get Started. We don't need Instagram Shop. We don't need anything fancy. We just need to be able to create ads. So click Get Started. Now we're going to follow these prompts. First one, connect our Facebook account. This will be your personal account that it connects to. It'll ask us if you want to continue, and we'll say continue. In the business portfolio section, it's going to ask us to connect one of these. So we're going to click the one that we set up before with our brand name and click connect. Then this data sharing screen will pop up. We want to change it to maximum so we collect the most data from our customers and people that visit our website as possible, so then we can deliver the ads to the right people. So we're going to click on that and then click save. There we go. Now it's going to ask us to create a meta pixel. This is what is used to track when somebody visits your store. It's a little bit of code that gets added to your Shopify store automatically after we do this. And then anybody that visits your website, it's going to register that, and then you can retarget them through Facebook. This is also the thing that knows if your store gets a sale from someone that has clicked on a Facebook ad. And so you can then track and see the results of your ads. We'll click on Create New. It's going to create it right there and then hit confirm. Terms and conditions, tick the box and then click submit for review. When that has been done successfully, you'll see this section that says run ads on Facebook and Instagram, and it will say active. There is this section here for Facebook and Instagram shop. You do not need to set this up, just ignore this. Now, the one final thing you want to check is go back to your Meta Business Suite. And then in this page that we're in before, click on pixels. And then you'll see here that the pixel has been created. So Shopify made it for us and it's added it to our account. To make sure this is connected to the ad account, we want to click Connected Assets, hit Assign Assets, and then select the ad account that we created before for the brand and click Add and hit Done. And then in the People section, we want to click Assign People. You want to select yourself and then click Manage Pixels. This is so you can actually use the pixel. Before you launch your ads, very important to set up the correct columns in your ads manager so you're viewing the correct information when you do launch. To do this, go back to Meta Business Suite, hover over this section here that says All Tools, and then we want to click on Ads Manager that is listed here. When you first open this page, you may see this little pop-up that says, does it focus on politics or advocating for issues of national importance? We say no, because Facebook has restrictions around political advertising. And obviously, we're not doing any of that. What we need to customize here are the columns that appear. So it's very important that we look at the right numbers when viewing the performance of your ads. Some of these aren't as important in my opinion, but the ones I'm going to show you to set up are absolutely essential to know those numbers. To customize the columns, you're going to click on this column button here, scroll down and go to Customize Columns. I'm going to remove all of the options on the right, apart from delivery. Then we're going to add in amount spent, CPM, CTR, and we're going to select the link click-through rate, click that, CPC, cost per link click. We're going to do link clicks, tick that. Add to carts, and we're going to do total. And here on the right, we're just going to deselect these two extra options. They're not needed. Next one is checkouts initiated, go to total. Also untick those extra boxes. Purchases, go to total. Same thing, untick those boxes. And while we're here, we also want to click on the box in the cost column for purchases, and that's going to give us our cost per purchase. And the final one is return on ad spend, purchase ROAS. And we're going to click on total. We'll scroll down and deselect that extra option. Now here, click Save as Column Preset and just call it Freedom and hit Apply. So now all your columns have been updated to the ones that we actually need to use when it comes time to launch your campaigns and view the results. And another thing you'll need to do before you launch your ad campaigns is calculate your KPIs. To calculate these target KPIs, open up the link below this video or in the resource sheet. It will take you to this data dashboard. Duplicate this to your Notion workspace. You're going to be needing this for the rest of this phase when it comes to tracking the results of your ads and troubleshooting to see how you can improve your numbers. But at the top, we've got this target KPIs section. What you need to do is go through and add your products. So I'm going to go here and go mineral shower head. Now, all you need to enter is your cost of goods and your selling price for the item, and all of these other numbers will be calculated automatically. And so I'm going to go into Shopify, scroll down in the product section. I'm going to click on the one pack here.
And the cost per item for me is $12.82, and we're selling for $49.90. So I'm gonna go back in here, $12.82, selling price is $49.90. There we go. So now we've got a profit margin of 74%. This is a gross margin. Our profit per order, our break-even ROAS, and our break-even cost per purchase. The break-even ROAS is the main number that we're looking for here. This is going to govern whether our ad campaigns are profitable at the end of the day or not. If your ROAS in the following lessons when you launch your ads is below 1.3 for your primary product, you know that it's unprofitable. Some people, they fall into the trap of thinking, oh, just because my ROAS is above a 1 or it's above a 2, that means I'm profitable. But that's not always the case. So calculating your break-even return on ad spend is such an important number, and it's one we're going to use when you actually launch your campaigns. So go through and repeat this process for your primary product and your 2 complementaries. You're not going to be running ads to your complementary products in the beginning. It may be something you do down the track, but it's good to know these numbers regardless.
Now we're getting into the juicy stuff. In this lesson, we're going to show you how to launch your own Facebook and Instagram ads. You've created your video ads, written your ad copy, and you've also set up your advertising account, so you're ready for launch.
Usually when you first start running ads, your account is going to be capped with a daily spending limit. You can view this inside of the billing section of Business Manager.
To view this, head to business.facebook.com, and if it takes you to a page that looks like this, you want to click on this menu icon up here and go to Billing and Payments. If it takes you to a page that looks like this, which is Meta Business Suite, which you've been using before, you want to click on All Tools and then click on Billing and Payments. When that loads up, it'll take you to a screen that looks like this. You want to click on your account here that you've set up for your brand, and then you'll see here, daily spending limit set by Meta, and it has the amount listed there. So right now on this particular ad account, we can only spend $75 per day, $75.44. And so we can't spend more than that. So if we set our ad budget at say $80 per day, it's not going to spend all of it. It will only spend up to 75. And this will consistently increase over time, but this is just the way of checking what your spend limit is when you're first starting out, and this will be the most that you can spend daily on ads.
This isn't ideal, but I think it is helpful for beginners so you don't overspend when you first start. As you spend more and more money on Facebook ads each day, they will slowly increase your limit. If you want to have it increased more quickly, you can also reach out to Meta support and ask them, and they may grant it.
To do that, we're just going to go back to this page that we were on before, and you'll see this option in the top right hand side that says business verification. And this is a way that you can have your daily spend limit increased by verifying that you're a legitimate business. So we're going to click on verify business, and it's going to ask us how much we would like to spend on ads. Now, we don't want to put it all the way up to the top because over time, maybe in the future, you will want to spend that much because your brand's growing so much. But for now, we're just going to put it down to $200 per day. And that means we're not going to have limits as we start increasing our spend and trying to scale. So I'm going to hit next. And just because we've set this doesn't mean you actually have to spend this much. This will just be our limit. And we just want to make sure that we get approved for this so we can have that increase. It's going to say here to verify your business. You build trust by verifying that your business is legitimate and also confirming your identity. So we're going to click on next. And then you're just going to follow the prompts that it walks you through here. So we're going to click on get started. Where is your business located? You're going to select the country that you have registered your business in. Once you have entered in your business details, it's going to check the records of businesses that have been registered and ask you to confirm which one is yours. So we can see ours is here. We're going to click on that and click next. And if it couldn't find a registered business under the details you provided, it's going to ask you to add some supporting documents. And here we need to verify the legal business name. So we're going to select this and we can see all of the options of documents that we can submit. A bank statement, so this is something you can request from your bank. If you're using Airwallex, then you can download it inside of your Airwallex account in the documents section. Business registration or license document. So when you got your Australian business number, you may have received a PDF document that basically confirms you have registered the business. If you're in the US, you may have your articles of incorporation or any of these other suitable documents. So you want to select the one that you have available and then continue with the verification process. If you don't have any of these, the easiest one to get will probably be the business bank statement. You just reach out to your bank and you say, hey, I need a statement, or just Google how to download bank statement from insert your bank. And so we're going to go ahead and do business registration or license document because I do have that saved away, but you choose the option that suits you. Now just keep following the steps to complete the rest of the verification. Depending on what options you selected throughout this, your screens that you see might look a little bit different, but just follow exactly what it's asking for, provide any required documents and any business information, and then just continue through the process. And there we go. Once we've submitted all of that information, we're going to get this thank you screen. And it says it might take about 2 working days to review the submission, and they'll update the verification status after the review is complete. And so you'll be notified via email if you have received this verification. And there's also another way that you can check inside of your account. So we're going to click on Done. Then we're going to click on the menu icon and go to Business Settings. On the left-hand side, scroll down until you see Business Info, and then in here you'll see Business Verification Status listed here, and it says In Review. And so you can check back on this every day and just see what the status is. If you have a little green circle and it says Verified, then you're good to go and your spend limit will have increased. Otherwise, if it says rejected, it's going to tell you why, and then you can resubmit the proper business information to get it verified. Facebook is always changing their verification process, so this is the most up-to-date process to request business verification right now. If it does change in the future, I'll record an updated walkthrough and put it in the help center. To create your first ad campaign, you're going to go into adsmanager.facebook.com, and when you're in here, make sure that the ad account you created for your brand is selected right here. Here we're going to click Create. We're going to scroll down and click Sales Campaign and click Continue. And if it asks us what options we want to choose from, always choose Manual Sales Campaign for now. Hit Continue. In the campaign name, we're going to use this template. So we're going to put top of funnel, followed by the name of the product, followed by testing, followed by the break-even ROAS. This is the minimum ROAS we have to get on our ad campaigns for it to be profitable. So first of all, we're going to add the product name. I'm going to put in showerhead. This isn't publicly visible. Customers don't see this. This is just what you see on the back end, so you know what campaign is for what product. And the break-even ROAS that we got from the KPI calculator that I shared with you in the last video was 1.3. Scrolling down, if use a catalog is turned on, we want to make sure we turn that off. I want to make sure both of these options are off as well. So that's the campaign level. So this is what houses all of your targeting and the creative that you use. Then we move into the ad set level. This is where we include information about the targeting, who we want to see the ad. For now, we're going to leave the ad set name. We'll fill it in just a second. We're going to scroll down here, make sure website is selected. Make sure the pixel is selected as well for your brand. And then for conversion event, click on that and then click purchase. This is what Facebook will deem as a conversion. So we want it to be purchases. That's what we want Facebook to get for us, is people buying our products. If anything pops up like this, just ignore it. You don't need to enter in any more information. Then when it comes to your budget, you're going to change it to $10 per day. Your total daily spend at the beginning is going to be $50 per day spread across 5 ad sets. So for this ad set, it's going to be $10 per day. For the start date, we want to select tomorrow and we want to set it as midnight. So this means the ads are launched and they have a full day to run. One mistake that people make is that they don't set the start date. And so the ads might go live in the evening time, your time, and then Facebook is just rushing to spend your daily budget in the final few hours of a day. That's not what we want, and it's not a good way to start off your ad campaigns. So instead, set it like this for the next day and set the scheduled time as midnight. Now we'll scroll down and we're going to click on Switch to Original Audience Options. And click Use Original Audience. First, you want to set the location that you're selling to. For us, it is people in Australia. For age and gender breakdowns, I'm just going to adjust the age one to be from 22 plus, and then leave the rest at 65 plus. I'm not going to adjust the genders at all.
Now this is where we add the interest. So this is something that a Facebook user is interested in, which means they might be interested in our product too. So I'm going to type in health and we'll see what options we get. So we could look at people who are focused on their health, improving their health and wellness. There could also be other angles for skin health or improving their hair or other related interests. So here we're going to do health and wellness. And we're going to click on that. It's probably a very solid interest to start with. Then in the ad set name, we're going to put audience testing and go health and wellness, which is the audience that we're going to be targeting. Once that's done, we're going to go to the ad level. This is what someone will see on their Facebook or Instagram feed. This is the creative and the copy that we've created in the previous lessons. First, you'll select your brand's Facebook page. And because you've already connected it to your Instagram account, it should load up there as well. Otherwise, just click on the drop down and select it. For ad sources, we're going to ignore that. Ad setup, you can leave as is, manual upload, single image or video, and you can leave multi-advertiser ads on. Now this is the section where we can add in the video ad that you made earlier in this phase, as well as the primary text, the headline, and the description that I told you to write. So I've just uploaded our 2 pieces of ad creative, C1 and C2, into Meta Business Manager, and then we're going to use C1 for now. Hit next, and just hit done. We don't need to adjust anything. Now that we've added in creative number 1, we're going to go to ad name and type in C1. I'm going to scroll down, and this is where we're going to copy in our primary text, our headline, and our description that we created in an earlier video. So we're going to go back to our ads page that I showed you how to make previously. You're going to grab your primary text, copy it, and paste it in there. That's looking good. And click on see more and make sure that everything displays. The link there is looking good as well. Make sure that your dot points, your bullet points, don't go over 2 lines. They should only be 1 line, just like this. For headline, we're going to copy that and go and paste it in here. And then for description, we're going to copy that and paste it in here. And there we go. For the call to action button, we're going to change from learn more to shop now. We're going to leave promo codes off, and this is where we get to include our website link. So you want to link directly to your primary product page. So paste in your full URL, scroll down. If it says your pixel is not active, don't worry. If you've followed the steps like I've walked you through in the training so far, it will have been connected properly. It just hasn't got anybody going to it yet. Then in the URL parameters section down the bottom, you're going to paste in the text that I've included in the resource sheet for this video. This is just going to help with tracking and make sure that all the data that we need gets back to Facebook so we know what ad and what ad set generated sales for us. And there you go, you've added your first ad. The next thing to do is click on these dots here and click duplicate. Original campaign, number of copies as 1 and hit duplicate. And we're going to add in your second video ad. So I'm going to change this to C2. And the only thing we need to change here, because we duplicate it, is click remove all in the media section. Then go add media, add video, and then select C2, which we uploaded before, and add that one in. There we go, we've added in that creative. And so what we want to do now is actually go ahead and publish this because we want to use what is called the post ID for these ads in our other ad sets. By using the same post ID across all of your ad sets, that means that all of your comments and engagement are going to stack together. So it's going to improve the performance of everything. And that means all of these different interests are all pointing to these ads with loads of comments and social proof, and they just get better and better over time. If you were just to duplicate this now, then you're not going to save your social proof. And in the early days, social proof is everything on your ads. It could be the make or break thing between your ads working or not. And so once you've done this, you've created this campaign, you've set it up as I've walked you through here, what you're going to do is go ahead and click on publish. And there we go, that has been published. Now it's not going to start running straight away because we did set the schedule for it to start later. But if we go into the ads view, it's now going to go through a few different phases. Right now it's in processing, then it will go to in review, and because we scheduled it, it'll then go to scheduled. And then when it is running, it'll say active. If any of your ads get rejected, then it will list that here as well and you'll be notified. If they reject it, just review the ad policies. They will tell you what policy your ad has violated. If you don't agree with their decision and you say, look, it's just a mistake, this ad is completely fine, you can request a manual review and they will re-look at it and make sure that it wasn't a mistake. Otherwise, if you have made a mistake in your ad that got it rejected, then go and make the changes to the ad and then delete the rejected one in here and add the new one in. Now what we're going to do is go to the ad sets level and we're going to click on duplicate on that ad set there. And we're going to click on duplicate with current settings and hit continue. Hit duplicate. So I'm going to remove the name at the top, remove the health and wellness because we're going to choose a new audience for this one to target. But before we go and do that, we're going to update the ads. So click into C1 and then scroll down. And in the ad setup section, we want to change it from create ad to use existing post. And here we'll keep scrolling down. And then we'll see this section called Add Creative and an option to select a post. Right now it's pre-selected it for me, so I'm just going to click Change Post. Now in here, you're going to see the ads that you just published just before. And so in here we can see this is C1, it's already been added, and this is the way that we select it and also use the exact same ad with the same comments that will come from it and everything else in this ad set too. And so I'm going to click on this one and then click Continue. And you'll see that it adds it in here, the same video, the same ad copy. And when the first one gets comments or this one gets comments, then every place where this ad is used like this will also display those comments too. So it stacks across all of these different audiences that you end up targeting. And the good thing is you don't need to add anything else. All the information has been filled in correctly because we're using that existing post. And you can leave multi-advertiser ads turned on by default too. So we're just going to repeat that process with C2 as well. Click into it, change it from create ad to use existing post. Scroll down. We'll select that post and we can see C2 has been displayed here. Now, if this doesn't display for you once you have published your campaign and your first ad set with the ads inside of it, just wait 5 minutes and then refresh your tab. And then when you go in here, you'll see them listed. So I'm going to click on that, click continue. It's going to add it in there for us, all of the ad copy, the video. And if you see that the URL parameters are missing at the bottom of this ad section, go back into C1 or C2 from your initial ad set, scroll down, select all of this, and then you can just go back in and paste it in. And now we're going to go back to our ad set level and we're going to set the interest that we're going to be targeting. So in total, we need 4 interests that we're going to target that are relevant to who our target customer would be. And then we're going to have one that is just broad, targeting everybody in the country that we're selling to. Whenever you run Facebook ads, they have a bot that goes through your website, that goes through your ads, through everything to understand what you're selling. First of all, if it violates any policies, and if it doesn't, they're also just going to check what you're selling so then they can target people the best. And so even if we give it a broad audience, like just Australia-wide, no interest-based targeting, it can still get incredible results. So before we do that, we're just going to add some more interest-based audiences. Now, what I like to do here, now that we've added our first one, is we can click on suggestions, and this will give us some new targetable interests that we can select from. So there's one that popped up here that grabbed my interest, personal care. So I'm going to select that one, go up to the ad set name and type in personal care. Now what you're going to do is click these dots, click duplicate, and we want to duplicate it 3 more times because we've already added the post IDs for this ad set. So if we duplicate it, it's going to make sure that the same post IDs are used across the rest. Then we're going to click on the first one that we just duplicated, go to suggestions and choose a new interest. Look through this, don't rush this bit. Look through, find the ones that are most relevant. Have a think about your target customer. What are they interested in? What's important to them? Here, it's giving us some great suggestions. So I'm going to go with skincare because this product obviously helps with that. So we're going to go up here, change that to skincare. We need one more interest to target. We'll scroll down, suggestions. Then I'm going to click on spas. I think that would be an interesting one. Put that in there, spas. And then the last one we're just going to do as broad. So you can just type in broad. And then down here in the interests, just remove the one that's in there. And this will just target a broad audience. Now that you've done all that, hold shift, click the first ad set. And then the last one here that is in green, the new ones that you've created and haven't published yet, and then click publish in the bottom right. If it asks you to approve a temporary hold, just say yes, that's fine. That's just going to put a small charge on your card to validate that the card is real for your business. Great, temporary hold approved. Now it's going to go ahead and publish our new ad sets and our new ads.
So congratulations, you have now created and launched your first Facebook ad campaign. So proud of you for getting to this point because Facebook ads, I know, can be pretty daunting. And so hopefully you've been able to follow along with these lessons step by step as we pieced everything together. And now for the lessons in the rest of this phase, we're going to look at optimizing the ads, viewing the data, understanding what it's telling us. So don't worry if it still seems a bit foreign to you. I'm going to walk you through absolutely everything. So you'll be a Facebook master in no time.
You launched your store. Huge congrats for getting to this point, because some people, they stop too early. They throw in the towel and they give up, and they don't get to this point where they are now starting to make sales. So I want to commend you for sticking with the process. Now we'll show you how to view all the data and know what to do next.
The first step is to input your data into Notion. Inside the data dashboard, we'll see the data tracker and then how to improve metrics. So we're going to dissect them throughout this video. The first thing we do need to do is add the data in from Facebook and from Triple Whale into our data tracker. So then we can review where the conversion bleeds are and then actually improve them. The first metrics, amount spent, CPM, CTR, and CPC, we can get from Facebook. And then the other stuff we're going to get from Triple Whale. The reason why we're not just getting all of this from Facebook is, and I'll show you in just a second, is that sometimes Facebook's tracking is not completely accurate and it may be delayed. So a sale could come in, you see it in Triple Whale, you see it in Shopify, but it's not connected back to Facebook just yet. So if we base everything off of the data that Meta is giving us and nothing else, then there's a chance that we're missing out. So let's hop into Facebook first of all, and let's go into our campaign view. Here we have the custom columns set up. If you haven't set this up, then go back to the key Facebook metrics lesson in this phase. I walk you through the setup and I'll walk you through why this is important. Then we want to select the date range in the top right and select the date you want to view the data for. Initially do this after 2 full days of running your ads. Ours have just run a little bit over that. So we're going to look at the metrics for the past 2.5, 3 days. So from the 1st of May to the 3rd of May and click update. Now we can start adding in the data from here into Notion. But before we do that, let's go back in here and make sure you've created a new row and then you've set the date range as the dates that you're going to be viewing the data for. So for us, it's May 1st to May 3rd. And so I've selected that in there. You can click a start date and an end date. And this is just so when you look back, you know when you've done these optimizations. And then for the next optimization that you do, when you repeat this process in a few days' time, you just go ahead and add the date range in there as well. So now we can start entering in some numbers. Amount spent, $80.19 was spent over that time period. CPM, 40.83, 40.83. CTR, 1.07, 1.07. CPC, 382, 382. Now that we've entered in the stats from Facebook, it's time to look inside of Shopify. So we're going to go into our Shopify, and then we're going to go into the Analytics tab on the left, and then select the correct date range from the top as well. So we've got the 1st of May to the 3rd of May, and then click Apply. And these are our stats for the past few days. So we've got our total sales there, number of orders, got our average order value, got a few key metrics here, and then we're going to enter these into the data tracker. So the first one is sessions. So here, online store sessions, 147. So I'm going to go here, go 147. Add to carts. So if you look here on the online store conversion rate section, you'll see the number of sessions where someone added something to the cart. So that's 8 add to carts. So we're going to go back here, add to carts and go 8. And that's going to automatically calculate our average cost per add to cart. And so here, on average, because of our amount spent and how many add to carts we got, it costs us about $10 to get someone to add something to the cart. Then for purchases, we go back in here and look at total orders. So we've got 3. So we put the purchases in there as 3. And that will calculate our cost per purchase for us as well, which is $26. So it cost us $26 to get someone to buy something from our store. These columns here, when you see this symbol, that's a formula column. So you won't need to enter that in. You don't need to do any math. It'll just fill it out for you. Now we're going to scroll across and now we're going to enter in revenue. So on here, total sales, 302.61. So we get that one, 302.61. Great.
Break-even ROAS, this is just so you can look at this number compared to the ROAS that has actually been achieved through Facebook and see if you're profitable or not. To double check what your break-even ROAS was, you go back into Ads Manager and you should have put it in the campaign name if you followed the walkthrough from earlier in this phase. So that is 1.3. So I'm gonna go in here, type in 1.3, and that allows us to easily compare, okay, what is the minimum ROAS we'd be happy with because we know we're profitable above that versus the ROAS we actually achieved for that date range. Next, we have net profit and net margin. To view these stats, we're gonna go into Triplewhale. So go into app.triplewhale.com and log in if you need to, and then select the date range in the top right as well. And then we're gonna see our sales here, net profit and net margin. So net profit is 110, so we're gonna go in here, go 110, and that means our net margin is 36%. And there we go, we've just entered in all the key data points. The next step is to identify the issues and where you are losing sales. I call these your conversion bleeds. These are the metrics that are below KPI and are hurting your results. We've got our data here in the data tracker, and if we scroll down, we can see this big section on how to improve metrics. This has got all the key metrics that we look at, as well as the benchmarks on what those numbers should look like. And so again, these are all as a guide, but I'm also going to tell you what it means if that metric is below the benchmark, and then also what you need to do to improve that metric if it's below the benchmark too. Before we get into making those changes, we need to find out what is below KPI. So let's look through each of our metrics and let's see which ones stand out and are below KPI. I'm just going to put them in here for now, just so we know which ones to look at when we are doing our review. So looking at our CPM, you can see the benchmark is 20. Now the CPM is one of those very interesting ones. What it stands for is cost per 1,000 impressions. So it's the amount you pay to reach 1,000 people on Facebook or Instagram. And CPM isn't just dependent on your advertising. It's also dependent on what market you're selling to, what niche you've chosen, what country you're selling to, all these different factors. And so if yours is below, yes, still write it down, but this was one of those ones where it's not as important to optimize that unless you've got ridiculously high CPMs, then probably the other metrics are not going to be very good either. So our CPM is higher than the benchmark listed there. Our CTR is okay, it's above 1%, so we don't need to do any changes there. CPC, $3.82, so that is below KPI because the benchmark is $2, so we're going to go CPC. It's another one we need to look at. Then we're going to go across, and the next major metric we're going to look at for now is conversion rate. So if we scroll down in here, the conversion rate target is 2%, and so we're at 2%. That's fine. And that's all that we'll look at for now. So based on this brief analysis, our conversion bleeds are our CPM and our CPC. If we can improve those, we might look at some of the other metrics because some of them were pretty close to what the benchmark was, and it's probably worth still improving them. But those are the main ones we're going to look at improving. The final step is to improve these metrics and patch up those conversion bleeds. At the bottom of the Notion page, there is a full table with a breakdown on what things you can do to improve each metric and what the metric is telling you if it's below KPI. So our CPM and our CPC were the two metrics that were identified as conversion bleeds. So let's look at how we can improve them. First of all, looking at CPM. If we look in the table here, what it means if it's below KPI, and in this case, below KPI means your CPM is more expensive than $20, which means it's costing you more money to reach the same 1,000 people. If that's the case, then that means the ad needs improvement to reach more people. It could also mean that you're just in a very competitive market. And so again, this isn't one of those major metrics you want to spend too much time thinking about. All the other ones will tell you if things are going well. CPM is also just a good one to view, look at the data, understand why it might be higher or lower, and then you can make small tweaks to just improve everything else. And then how to improve. For each of these, I've included a minimum of 4 bullet points on different things you can do to improve that metric directly. Now, some of these, if you make these improvements, they will improve other ones too, and that's part of the game, and so that's okay. Just making one of these changes will not just improve CPM. It'll improve CTR, CPC, ROAS, net profit, net margin, all those things. And that's why I love this game of e-commerce so much, because you can make changes to one thing and it has a huge effect on everything else. And so I really like doing this, I guess, scientific breakdown of the data, looking at all this stuff, really figuring out what the bleeds are and then patching those up so we can get better results. But for CPM, we need to rewatch your competitor's ad to see what they are doing better. So the first thing I like to look look at, my CPMs are really high, is just re-watch the main competitor's ad and see, okay, when we made ours, we're trying to model it off that as best as we could, or even exactly replicate it. But is there still anything that we missed? Did they do something in their ad copy or creative that we didn't do? So we want to understand if we have veered off the path, and they've already proven what works, so we just need to follow that. So re-watch their ad and see if they've done anything better. The next one is use the raving customer method to get more comments. More comments, more engagement equals a better ad, which means better distribution to new people, which means cheaper CPMs. Reply to all ad comments. So if you use the raving customer method, make sure you then go in and reply to the comments. I'll be walking you through how to do that in a later phase on managing your brand, but that's going to help boost the total social proof on an ad. And the next one is test more relevant audiences. If you have a high CPM, you might have pretty good creative, you have a good website, good product, but you're just advertising it to the wrong people. Now, Facebook is a very smart machine. It understands people probably better than we understand ourselves, and it's got loads of data points on anything you could think of for the people that use the platforms. And so it's going to look at your product and it's going to try and push it to the right people, because when it does and you get sales, you're going to keep spending money on Facebook. So it's advantageous for them to find the right people to get the products in front of, but you might have still set the wrong interests when you're creating your first campaign. So that's something to review. Look at your audiences, look at your targeting, and see if anything is off there. So if we look at our data here in Ads Manager and actually look at our ad sets, and what interests we're targeting, we can view the results across all of them. So what were the CPMs like when we targeted broad versus targeted something more specific? What was our CTR and CPC like for these different interests and audiences? And so by looking at this data, if you notice that the CPM for a certain audience is so much lower than the rest, and it's getting so many more clicks and it's just working a lot better, maybe you're onto something, and maybe you should find more similar audiences like that one to test your product to. But unfortunately, because Meta has not got the purchase data back to us, even though we've made 3 sales, it's not displaying any of them just yet. We're not going to be able to view which ad sets produce those sales, because that's very important data to know. And then the next metric we identified as a conversion bleed was our cost per click. So the benchmark is $2, and if we look at our average cost per click, it is $3.82. So it's almost double what we should be getting. And so what it means if it's below KPI, so in this case, if it's above $2 cost per click, then it is below the benchmark. The ad doesn't give a compelling reason to click. So that is the main reason behind CTR and CPC being lower than benchmark, is because the ad isn't giving someone a reason to actually click through to the website. It's not being compelling enough. It's not doing what it needs to do. It's not grabbing attention, loading the benefits, removing objections, and then have a strong call to action. The formula that we talked about when we're creating your first winning ad. And so these are the things that you can do to improve it. First one is use urgency, scarcity, or exclusivity. You really want to focus on how someone needs to get this offer now, it's limited, or you can't get it anywhere else. Those are the 3 triggers. We've used those in your product description, we've used those on your website and in your ads, but that's something you can revisit and see if you can really turn up the dial on those. Next one is focus on how the product solves the customer's problem. The biggest mistake I see people making when their CPC and CTR are too low is that their video ad might look good, but it's not actually telling people what they need to know. It's not very clear, it's not focusing on the benefits, it's not showing the product solving the customer's problem. So that's a very important point. You want to make sure that if a product is talking about solving someone's problem, you actually show footage of it doing that. That's going to dramatically improve your ad performance. Next one, simplify the call to action at the end of the video. If you followed the lesson on creating your winning video ad and how I showed you how to put it together, then this should be okay. But if you ignored that and you did your own CTA, then this is something you should go back and fix to improve this metric. And the last one is use more social proof in the video ad. The way that I look at adding more social proof in the early testing days is just by having more faces in the video, having more review clips. Just like we did for Pure Water, we added in a bunch of different reviews and we had the person's face on the screen briefly. So then you could see, oh, all these people have used this product. People don't like to buy something that no one else has bought before. That's why the raving customer method is so effective and why we have it at Freedom. But it also applies to the video ad itself, having a lot of social proof inside the content, showing people using and enjoying the product. Now, if your CTR and CPC are below KPI, there are some other metrics that you can look into more deeply to really pinpoint what's going wrong. So for us, our CPC was below KPI. So that tells us that we need to make improvements to the creative into our ad. And so a few other metrics we can look at are the hook rate, average video playtime, and then the 3 rankings that Facebook gives you. So I'm going to show you how to look at these now. We want to go back into Ads Manager and we need to adjust the columns slightly. So go down here to Customize Columns. The first metric we want to add is a custom metric called the hook rate. So click on Create Custom Metric. So this is the percentage of people that see our ad on their feed and then proceed to click on it and watch it for at least 3 seconds. The higher our hook rate, the better our hook is in our video ad. So to get this, we're going to type in 3-second video plays, and we're going to divide that by the number of impressions. That's the formula for this metric. So we're going to add in those. For the format, we're going to change it to percentage, and then we're going to click on Create Metric. It's going to open up there, only you, click on it, and then it'll add it to our view here. After we have added the hook rate, we want to add the average video playtime, and then we want to add the 3 rankings: quality ranking, engagement rate ranking, and conversion rate ranking. So just type ranking, and then you can click all 3 of them. And then once that's done, we'll click Apply. Now to view the data, we're going to go to the ad section here. So if we scroll across, we can see the hook rate, the video average playtime, as well as the 3 rankings. Now these 3 rankings are not visible right now because it doesn't have enough data. So when you complete this analysis in a few days' time and do it again, and then over time, this data is going to appear. So you're going to be able to analyze the performance of the ads. But for now, let's just look at hook rate and video average playtime. Again, hook rate is a measure of how strong our hook is. Our benchmark is above 30%. So we want to make sure that our ads have a hook rate above 30%. We can see the average across all the ads we've set up is 43%. So that's above KPI. And the video average playtime, it's obviously how many seconds someone watches our video ad on average, and here it is 5 seconds, and the KPI is 3 seconds. And because we launched with 2 different video ads, we just viewed the average across all of them for the hook rate and for the video average playtime. But it's also important to find out which ad is working better and then see if we can replace the underperforming one with something different. And so to filter these results, so you only see C1, for example, which is our first video ad, and look at the average hook rate across C1 only, we're going to go up to this search and filter section. We're going to scroll down and click on name/ID, go to add name, and in the contain section, we're going to go C1 and click apply. Now it's just going to show us all of the ads that are C1, and it's going to show us the average hook rate across all C1s in every ad set, as well as the video average playtime. So you can see here, both of these metrics are above KPI. 48% is above our 30% baseline for the hook rate, and the average playtime of 7 seconds is well above our target range of 3 seconds. You can repeat the same thing for C2 by clicking on the ad name section again, changing it to C2 and hitting apply. And we can look at these stats here. Now these are a little bit worse. So 41% hook rate, which is still above KPI, but it's less than the other video. And the average playtime of 4 seconds. Now this video is a very short one. So this average playtime is actually a very significant percentage of the total video ad. And so seeing these metrics, they're both above KPI, but it's important if you want to filter them down and understand which video ad is performing better and you want to optimize based on that, then this is how you can look at the data for a piece of creative individually. So what these 2 data points are telling me is that our video ads are quite strong. So then the other parts of the ad are the copy. And so we could go and optimize those, review those, see if we could make tweaks to them. Maybe they're not as focused on the core benefits. Maybe we're missing the point in our copy and we need to really dial it in and improve it. But by looking at these extra metrics, you can pinpoint what the issue actually is. If you just have a CPC or a CTR that isn't at KPI, it's hard to know exactly what is causing that. But by going through this next little set of steps, you can break it down and figure out, okay, what is going wrong here? Is it the creative or is it the copy? And then once you know that, you can start looking at the improvements. So we could go back in here, and if our hook rate was below 30%, we could change the hook of the ad. We actually go back into Clipchamp and we adjust the first 3 to 5 seconds to make it different. We use a different opening line, or we can switch the hook format. So right now it might be someone saying, wow, this product is so cool. Well, we could choose a bit of a review that maybe said, I was really struggling with insert problem, And then this product really helped me out. And so that's a different style of hook. Or there could be one where they ask a question. So if you find some UGC online when you're collating and building your video ad, you probably got loads of different sections of talking. And so you could adjust and put another one of those at the start of the video to see if that performs better. And then just overall create a more dramatic or exciting hook. Make it a bit more engaging. If you just have someone talking for the whole hook, probably not the best idea. Show footage of the product solving the problem. Have some talking in the background. Keep it engaging. You want to grab people's attention. People are scrolling at light speed through their social media feeds, so you really need to make sure that your hook stands out and grabs them. And then looking at the video average playtime, ours are above KPI, which is great. But if it was below, these are some of the things that we could do. We could shorten the ad. Maybe it's a bit too long, and so people just aren't watching enough of it. We could include smiling faces and good eye contact. This is just a reminder to have people in your videos. Don't just have footage of the product and then no people. We want to make sure that people can look others in the eyes. They can see people talking about the product. This is huge for engagement and will get people watching more. Remove fluff or filler sections from the ad. So if you go back through your ad, and maybe it's 40 seconds long right now, 45 seconds long, and you realize that there are some sections in there that aren't that important, or it's just sort of rambling on a little bit, chop it down to 25 seconds, even 20 seconds, because you want to make sure that your ad is impactful. It actually says what it needs to say, and it doesn't just keep rambling on forever. The next one is focus on product benefits, not features. So this is a reminder that if your video isn't performing well, maybe you're focusing too much on features. You're focusing too much on the nitty-gritty specifics of your product instead of what is in it for the customer if they use it. Showing the product in use is another thing that you just want to make sure is in there. And you also want to make sure you use more B-roll footage. So like I walked you through in the Clipchamp walkthrough where we created the winning video ad for Pure Water, I didn't just have talking sections, one after another. No, I had the talking there, and then I would put video clips on top of it at certain points to show what the people were talking about. If they said it was easy to change the mode on the shower head, I showed them then clicking the mode on the shower head to change it. If someone was talking about how the water was bad for their skin and hair, I showed how dirty it was before and then how clean it was after using the product. So we're using these things to make people understand that the product actually does what we say it does. And then for the 3 rankings, if you can view that data for your ads, if it is there already, then you can look at that. And the benchmarks for all of them, the target that we're aiming for is for them all to be labeled as above average. In your ads manager, for these 3 metrics, Facebook is going to list one of 5 things. It's either going to say the ad is above average, average, below average, and in the bottom 35% of ads, below average and in the bottom 20% of ads, or below average and in the bottom 10% of ads. So these rankings essentially look at everything that you're doing and they put you into one of these 5 buckets to show where you are in relation to other advertisers who use the platform. I will include links to articles on the rankings from Meta directly so you can see exactly what they mean and what that is telling you when you see this data. So before we move on, one final look at our data, and we've got to figure out if this product is worth pursuing, and we want to continue with it. So if we look at all this information, we had a few that were below KPI, but the most important ones to look at, in my opinion, for judging whether a product is worth continuing to sell and optimize and spend time on is the ROAS above the break-even ROAS? This is the first thing that we look at. There are a few stages to this. So first, is our ROAS above break even? Here, you can see it is well above break even. So that is a great sign. It's almost 3 times the break even ROAS, which is great. It means we're profitable. We've got the net profit of $110, which is great. First 3 days of running the brand, and we've got $100 in profit, and our net margin is 36%. So the KPI net margin for most customer first brands is 25%. And so if you're above that, you're doing really well. And so this store is at 36% for these 3 days. So really encouraging early signs. This leads us to the age-old question of e-commerce. Kill or scale? Is the product a loser or is it a winner? After reviewing the metrics, if most are at KPI and you're generating sales, you've likely found a winner that is worth scaling. You can then complete this full store analysis exercise to find the areas for improvement to maximize your profitability. Maybe your product and website are great, but your ads just need a little bit of work to get you profitable. Now, let's say that you didn't get any sales. Let's say that there were no sales there, so you didn't have a ROAS number to compare to. The next thing I would look at is add to carts. If you have 0 add to carts and 0 purchases for your product after running ads for 2 days at a minimum of a $40 per day budget,
then you probably need to revisit the product that you're selling. You might need to find a new one, find a new primary product in your niche and launch it on your store instead. This is a good early sign that things aren't going to work out for this product. Now, this won't say that this product won't work for sure. You could technically keep running it and see what happens, but I want to make sure that you don't waste money. And so if you view the data and there are no purchases and add to carts after 2 days, really look at your product selection and evaluate whether you should switch to a new one. There is a video in the running your brand phase of the program called the Troubleshooting Guide. Watch that if you're in this situation because it'll walk you through what you need to do next. But for Pure Water so far, this data is looking good, so we're going to continue with this product. Being able to read your data and properly troubleshoot what is going wrong is one of the most important skills for you as an e-commerce brand builder. This is the whole framework for reviewing your data. Look at spending money on ads, not as making money or losing money, but as investing in data. Then we can study that data and figure out what we did right and what we did wrong and use that information to improve going forward.
Once you've logged your data, the next step is to optimize your ads. And in this lesson, we'll do a live walkthrough on exactly how to do that.
So let's actually review the data inside of the Pure Water ad account. So based on the previous video, we saw that we were profitable, very profitable since launch, which is a great early sign, but that data hasn't been pushed back into Facebook yet. Sometimes there may be a delay. By the time you're watching this, maybe Facebook has improved on this and the data is getting back more quickly and there's less gaps in tracking, but it's just part of the process. There was a big change a few years ago called the iOS 14 privacy updates. And when that happened, it caused a big ripple effect for tracking and it really hasn't been the same since, but it should improve over time. So the first thing I like to do when we're optimizing our ads straight after launch is go into the ad set view and look at each of the ad sets individually. I want to see how much budget have they spent. So you see here, overall, there's been pretty low budget spent across all of them. They were on $10 a day, so most of them haven't even been running for a full 2 days yet. We've got some early metrics and we know that overall our advertising is profitable, but if we really want to pick apart what is working and what is not, this is how we do it. You would first scroll across and you look at which audiences have generated a purchase. So we've got 3 sales for the product so far, but unfortunately that data hasn't come back in just yet. So for the rest of this walkthrough, I'm going to pretend like I know which ad sets have gotten sales and we'll use that to optimize the campaigns. So let's say that the broad audience has a sale. Let's say the personal care audience has a sale and health and wellness has a sale. So these bottom 3 ad sets, so let's say that those are the 3 ad sets that have got the sales for our store. So then the first thing I like to do is look at the other ad sets and see how much they've spent. Now, if we go back into your data dashboard, one of the metrics you would have written down is your break-even cost per purchase. This is calculated in an earlier video when you calculate your break-even ROAS. That means if we can spend anything below $37 to get someone to buy, we are profitable. If it's more expensive to get a sale than that, then we're not profitable. So what I like to look at for the ad sets that haven't got a sale yet is having a look and seeing, has the amount spent gone past the break-even cost per purchase? Because if an interest and an audience has spent more than $37 for us and hasn't got a sale, then chances are it's not going to get sales profitably for us in the future. The first 3 to 5 days of an ad set will tell you everything you need to know. It's not like they just magically get better over time. In my opinion, with Facebook, winners are born winners. You will see them very early on, and the losing ad sets you'll be able to see very quickly too. So the first step would be to turn off the ad sets that don't have sales, but the amount spent has gone past the break-even cost per purchase. For us, we still need to give it more time to run. The store's only been running ads live for about a day and a half, and so it hasn't had enough time to spend budget yet, and we have gotten sales, which is great. But for now, these ad sets could still get a sale and be very profitable. It'd be well below our break-even cost per purchase. So let's pretend that they were above it. Let's say it was $38 for each of these, amount spent with no sales. So I then just go through and turn both of these off. You just click on the little toggle here, and that's going to turn it off. So that means Facebook won't spend money on that ad set anymore. So if you've turned off 2 ad sets like we pretended to do there, now you can launch 2 more ad sets while maintaining the same ad budget, but testing a new audience. This is horizontal audience scaling, and I'm going to be walking you through this in more detail and exactly what it means in the scaling blueprint video. But for now, what you would do if you've turned these off is you'd look for the best performing ad set. So let's say it was personal care. We click on duplicate, and we click on duplicate with current settings. Hit continue.
Skip all this stuff and click duplicate. And then what we would do is find a similar related interest to this to target and test. And so I'd scroll down until we get to the interest section. I click on suggestions and I'd say, okay, if personal care has worked for us, what is a similar interest that could also work well that we haven't tested yet? For this, we could go for beauty, we could go for cosmetics. Those are two audiences we haven't tested yet. So looking through these interests, we've got this one here, natural skincare. So I'd say that people that are interested in personal care are also interested in natural skincare. So we can click on that. We remove the old one that was in there that was performing well for us. And then we go up here and we change it to include the new name. And then we'd go ahead and launch that. But what we do want to make sure of is that we're using the same post ID in these ads as what we're using for the other ones. Like I walked you through in the previous videos with setting all this stuff up, we set up the two pieces of creative in one ad set initially, and then from there, we use the post ID in all of the other ad sets. That means your comments and your engagement stacks and you get better results more quickly. So once you've duplicated this and changed the interest that you're targeting, then just go in and make sure use existing post is selected for both of them. If it isn't, then follow the walkthrough from earlier in this phase to get that post ID and add it in there. So in the early days, that's going to be the only optimizing you're doing in your ad account. You're going in, viewing the ad sets, and you're seeing which ones haven't generated sales. And if they've spent more than your break-even cost per purchase, you turn them off and you launch new ad sets to test. If they haven't spent your break-even cost per purchase yet, then you just let them keep running. As soon as they pass that scale or they get pretty close to it, then you can turn it off and then test new audiences. You just rinse and repeat this process and you keep stacking all these new audiences that are generating sales for you profitably. And then once you've got more and more winning ad sets, you can follow the lesson on the Facebook scaling blueprint where I'll teach you exactly how to ramp up your sales. When you optimize your ads, you also need to make sure that you do your full store analysis. In the previous lesson, I walked you through exactly how to do that. Just looking at your Facebook metrics alone won't help you find all the conversion bleeds. So you need to complete that video and do that every couple of days to view the performance across not just your meta ads, but also your Shopify store and everything together. So then you can see what the issues are and how you can improve. Now let's go through and optimize the ads again after it's been 7 days. So the date range that I'm looking at here is the 1st of May to the 7th of May. So I'm going to optimize based on this data. Now we have had some purchases finally come back into Facebook, so I can actually walk you through it a little bit better. We still don't have the same number of purchases visible in Meta that we do in Shopify. If we look at the same date range here in Shopify directly, we can see that there's been $500 in sales with 5 total orders, whereas in Meta for the same range, it's only registering 2 purchases. So we're still going to be able to optimize these campaigns and look at the data. It's just something to keep in mind that these ROAS numbers aren't accurate. So I'm going to select our top of funnel campaign and let's go into the ad set view. Now what I want to do is make sure my columns are selected correctly. So I've got the freedom one here. Then I'm going to click on purchase ROAS. This is going to organize the ad sets in order of most profitable to least profitable. This is a good starting point just to see what your best performers are. So the first thing we're going to do is look at the ad sets that have spent over our break-even cost per purchase and haven't generated a sale yet, because these ones, we've given them some time to run and they just haven't produced sales. So we can see here the ones that are over the break-even cost per purchase without any sales are these final 3 ad sets here. So I'm just going to turn those ones off because we can see the amount spent, 57, 58, 57, that's over our break-even cost per purchase. Even though in this video I've done an optimization after 3 days and now after 7 days, you would do this every 2 days. So you're going to see when these ad sets become unprofitable and you're going to turn them off more quickly than I am here. I just wanted to give it a few more days so I can give you some more data to look at when we optimize. That leaves us with our 2 ad sets that have generated sales for us, and both of them are profitable. Our break-even ROAS, if we go back to our campaign level, is 1.3. We can see that 2 and 1.37 is our ROAS of those 2 remaining ad sets. What we want to do now is click into the first ad set and click on the ads tab up here. I want to see which ad is generating sales for us. Now this is very interesting. We can see that C2 has got the majority of the ad spend, yet it hasn't produced any sales. And for us, it's not profitable.
But if we look at C1, it's had less ad spend. The CTR is better. It's had more add to carts and purchases with less link clicks. And so what that's telling me is that C1 is a better piece of creative inside this ad set. Now you might find in some of your ad sets that C1 is better or C2 is better or whatever piece of creative you launch in the future is just getting better results in this particular ad set. We can even see that C1 has a better hook rate and it also has a better video average playtime. So based on this information, I want to give more spend to this particular ad inside of this ad set. This audience is responding well to this ad, so I want to give it more of the spend that the ad set has. So I'm going to go up here and turn off C2. That means that all of the daily budget for this particular ad set is now going to go just to C1. We're going to repeat this process for the other ad set as well and see what is performing best. And there we go, it's the opposite of what we had before. C2 has produced the sale for us. It's had more link clicks, more add to carts and more purchases, and it is very profitable for us. Versus C1, which hasn't been able to initiate any checkouts or get any purchases, even though it's spent a very similar amount on ads. You can see the CPM here is almost 3 times greater, so that's not very good. The cost per click is a little bit higher. The click-through rate is solid, well above KPI, which is a good sign. But just based on this data here, how there's only been one add to cart, no checkouts initiated and no purchases, I'm a bit hesitant to see if it's going to actually start performing well. So what I'm going to do, just to be really critical with our optimizing, is turn it off, because I want C2 to get more spend. This is the one that is getting the results. It's got the sale for us, it's got a profitable ROAS, the hook rate is strong, average playtime is solid as well, and it's produced results. So I want to give more spend to that. So that's the first step of our optimization at this time. The next step is to do horizontal audience scaling again. You duplicate the best performing one. So we grab this one and we click on duplicate with current settings, original campaign, and click duplicate. And we'd scroll down. We want to swap the audience to a related one. So click on suggestions again. And we want to pick one that we haven't tested yet, but has a pretty strong affinity to personal care. That means that it's related, and people who are likely interested in personal care, which has generated sales for us so far, will also be interested in this. I'm going to have a look through these options and let's see if one of these stands out. This one's an interesting one, shampoo, hair care. So if people are interested in shampoo, they're obviously interested in having better hair. So showing them this product might make them aware of the problem that their water might be causing. So it doesn't matter what shampoo you're using if your water is just constantly damaging your hair every time you shower. So I think that's a very interesting one. I think that has a high chance of working well. So I'm going to go back up here, change this to shampoo. And that's another ad set that we can launch and see if it will perform. Like we've done previously, you just want to make sure that it's selected as use existing post for both of the ads inside of that ad set. So it's using the same winning post ID that has already got all these comments, that has got these shares, got these reactions, so it has a higher chance of performing well. Also, if you do duplicate an ad set and do some horizontal audience scaling, you just want to make sure that the ads inside of that ad set are both turned on. In the previous step, we turned off the underperforming ads inside of each ad set, but when you launch a new ad set, you want to give it the opportunity to spend on both of your pieces of creative. And if you ever discover better creative when you start doing creative testing in the future, then for sure, use that image, use that video in the new ad sets that you launch to test. Because with audience testing, we want to have the best creative in there that we know is going to work. And then we just test one variable at a time, which is a new audience, to see if people respond well to that. So considering that we turned off a few of the audience testing ad sets, we then go ahead, do some more horizontal audience scaling and add some new ones in there to see if we can get some more winners. And once you've got all your new ad sets ready to test, you want to go back here and make sure that you publish them. So I'm going to select the 2 new ones that we're going to launch. First thing I'm going to do is just click edit. I just want to make sure that they launch tomorrow at midnight. So I'm going to go start date, select tomorrow, and make sure it's set to midnight so we get a full day of testing. Then with that done, I can go down here to publish. And there you go, those new ad sets have been scheduled. And one thing that I think is very important to mention is that if you're going through and optimizing your campaigns and you're turning off ad sets that look like they're not performing well and they haven't generated you sales, but then you check back in the future and you notice that they do have purchases, then what you want to do in this case is actually turn them back on and then continue optimizing them. Because of the delay in attribution, basically when Facebook registers that its ad has generated a sale for your store, these numbers might take a little while to get back into your ads manager so you can view them here. And this is a great example. I can see here that these two audiences have generated sales. Now, whilst their ROAS isn't above our break-even ROAS, we can still look into these and we can see if we can turn off the underperforming ads inside of the ad set and then turn this ad set back on and see if we can start getting more sales. So let's click into the first one here and go up to ads. We'll see that both C1 and C2 were running, and you can see here that C2 was profitable. It was above our break-even ROAS. C1 just got a significant amount of spend, and so it made the ad set unprofitable. So what we're gonna do is turn off C1 here. And if you're wondering what these green rows are, if you're ever looking in your ads manager, it's from campaigns or ad sets that you've drafted but you haven't launched yet. So they're gonna display on every tab until you launch those. So don't worry about them for now. With that change made inside of the ad set, I'm gonna go ahead and turn it back on. And typically when you turn off an ad set that has generated sales and then you turn it back on again, there is a chance that it won't get more sales for you. But because of the way that I've taught you to run these ads, by using the same post ID across all of these ad sets, it has a much higher chance of performing well again because it's already got social proof, it's already got comments, reactions, it's already been run before. So it's not a completely new ad that's going out there again, it is the one that has already been working in these other ad sets. And let's do that process again for this last remaining ad set here because it's generated 2 purchases. So let's go into the ads view. And we can see here C1 is profitable, 1.99 ROAS, which is great, it's above our break even. And C2 has got the majority of the spend but hasn't produced any results. So again, another really good sign. I'm gonna turn off C2. We're gonna leave C1 on because it's working for us. I'm gonna go back and we're gonna turn on the ad set again. So just keep this in mind as you're running ads that this may happen, there may be delays in attribution, and it's important to check past ad sets that you've previously turned off to see if sales actually came through and you just turned them off a bit too early. Optimizing your Facebook ads should become a habit for you every day, turning off underperforming ad sets and launching new ones to find more winners. One principle to remember is to never touch what is working. So if you have an ad set generating sales, leave it. Don't pause it, don't change anything, just leave it as is.
When building a customer first brand, sometimes it doesn't go to plan the first time around. But the whole method that we've taught you in this challenge is to test and test cheaply. We don't want to sink a lot of money into finding a winning product. In this lesson, we'll walk you through our troubleshooting guide so you know what to do next based on the situation that you are in.
To more easily break down my action plan based on what situation you find yourself in right now, I've created this troubleshooting flow. This is a diagram with steps to follow based on where you're at. And the first thing we need to figure out is what one of these 3 buckets do you fit in? After 2 days, after launching your Facebook ads, what situation do you find yourself in? Are you unprofitable with no sales? Unprofitable with sales, or profitable with sales? Because the action plan for these 3 different buckets is very different. And so let's hop straight in and let's say you are unprofitable with no sales. You launched your Facebook ads following the Facebook ad training. After 2 days, you check and you're unprofitable and you haven't sold a single product. Then what you need to do is check to see if your Facebook ad metrics are within KPI. Use the full store analysis lesson. Go in there, enter in the data into the Notion sheet I've provided to you and check to see if your ad metrics are within KPI or they're not. And then if they are, turn off the campaign, find a new primary product to launch, add it to your store, and create new ads. The great thing about building a customer first brand is that it is a hybrid store. So you're building this brand around this niche or theme. And so if one product doesn't work, it's not the end of the world. Because you've seen if it sells within the first couple of days, if it doesn't work, you can easily pivot, find a new winning product using the research method from earlier in the program, and then build that and launch it on your store under the existing brand. And so it saves you a lot of time. And then just launch the product using the same ad strategy in the Facebook phase. So that's your action plan if you're unprofitable with no sales. Now, most people will fall into one of these two buckets at this stage: unprofitable with sales or profitable with sales. Let's talk about this route first. So if you're unprofitable with sales, complete a full store analysis to identify those conversion bleeds. These are the things that are making you miss out on the profit. These are the things that if you patch them up, your results are going to improve. And so once you've identified what those are, because you've done the full store analysis lesson, you can then fix the conversion bleeds and then follow the optimizing your Facebook ads video so you can optimize them to improve your return on ad spend. And then from there, you wait 2 days, and the question we then ask is, have you become profitable? If you haven't, we find a new primary product to launch, add it to your store, and create new ads. And we launch the new product using the same ad strategy in the Facebook phase. But if you do this optimization here and you go from unprofitable to profitable, then you move into this final bucket, profitable with sales. Here, you still want to do a full store analysis to find those conversion bleeds. Even though you're getting sales profitably, there might be things that are holding you back from bringing in even more profit every day. So make sure you do that full store analysis. Patch up those conversion bleeds, optimize your campaign following that lesson to improve your return on ad spend, and then follow the freedom formula to achieve financial freedom. Now, in the Freedom Club program, I haven't given you the advanced scaling guides and lessons and how to launch Google ads and build intricate email flows and these 7-figure and 8-figure scaling guides that I've used for my brands. I haven't included that in the club program because I just wanted to show you how to get your first profitable sale. And so if you are reaching that point, then it makes sense to have a look at Freedom Formula, and I'll be walking you through what's inside in the next video. But that is your troubleshooting flow. Depending on where you're at after you've been live for 2 days after launching your Facebook ads, see where you fit, and then follow the action plan from there so you can patch things up, improve your results, and become profitable. First of all, massive congratulations, because if you're watching this video, that means that you've got your first sale, which is amazing, and Will, Josh, and I are just so excited for you. And in this lesson, I'm going to show you how to get the products sent to your customer using the local suppliers that you found through eBay earlier in the program. The first step is to open up eBay in the country that you're selling to. So for us, for Pure Water, because we're selling to Australian customers, we're opening up ebay.com.au. What we're going to do next is go up to the top and click on register. We need to create an eBay personal account. When it asks us if it's personal or business, even though you are using this for a business purpose, you want to select personal. Business is only if you're selling on eBay. This is for the merchants. This is for the suppliers. For us, we're just buying products from eBay, and so we're going to select personal. Go ahead and enter in your details, first, last name, your brand email address, and also a password for your account. If it asks you to verify, just click I am human. Now it'll ask you to add your phone number to the account. This is so they can send you a security code to verify your identity before you finish setting up. So we're going to go ahead and enter that now. And there we go, the account has been created. And so the next step is we're going to set up some of our account settings to save us some time when we start fulfilling orders. So we're going to hover over our name in the top left and click on account settings. If you're asked to provide any more personal information, just follow the steps and enter that all in. And once we get to the My eBay screen, we're going to go to payments and click on that. In this payments tab, we can save the debit or credit card to this account so we can easily use it when fulfilling orders. So instead of having to manually enter in your payment details every time to place an order with one of the suppliers, you can add it here and then just select it when you go through and place the order. So we'll click on continue. Then we'll go here to add payment option, click credit or debit card and click continue. With those payment details added, we'll see the payment option has appeared here. So then we can just select this card when placing orders. Now, if you have a business debit card that you've created, which you should have done earlier in the program, then that's the card you want to use here. Otherwise, if you haven't set that up yet, go back, make sure you create a business bank account. I talk about it in the Your Business Foundations lesson in the first phase of the program. You can use your personal card here if you want to, but I'd really recommend separating your business and personal finances. It's going to make things a lot easier when it comes to accounting and bookkeeping and tax time. It's just going to be much easier to deal with. So with that payment option added, you're almost ready to start placing orders and getting those products sent out to your customers.
But the last thing that I want you to check is, are the suppliers you're going to work with offering eBay Plus? eBay Plus is eBay's fast shipping subscription, so you basically pay a small monthly fee of $4.99, and then you get access to free express metro delivery on loads of different eBay items and a bunch of other perks. To see if the supplier that you have selected for your product offers eBay Plus, then you want to go into the listing, scroll down, and you will see a section here that says they are registered for eBay Plus. Not all items have this available. So I found this other item. This isn't one that we would sell because it's different to the one that we've actually added to our store. But if we scroll down, we can see eBay Plus is listed here. So that means they will get the product much more quickly. And you'll see here, if you look at the delivery times, customers will get it between the 4th of July and 5th of July if we sign up for eBay Plus. It is currently the 2nd of July, so that is incredibly fast shipping, and that's really powerful as a thing to offer your customers. If you have previously found suppliers for your products, but you want to check if any have eBay Plus available, then what you want to do is go into the search bar in eBay, search for the product, then on the left side, click on eBay Plus. This will only show items where eBay Plus is available. You also want to scroll down, and in the item location, select Australia only, or if you're selling in the US, US only, or in the UK, UK only, wherever you're selling to. And this will give you all of the products that offer eBay Plus. You can see it visible here, that are shipping from the country you're selling to. So go through these options, and if you find your product in here, keep doing some digging, see if you can find one that offers eBay Plus if you haven't found one already. If you do find one that has eBay Plus, what you want to do is click on eBay Plus in the top section and click try it for free. Follow the steps to connect it to your account, and now you're going to get access to those faster shipping rates when you place orders. This is a game changer for products that have it available, so it's definitely worth the $4.99 a month because you can get products to your customers so much more quickly if you're working with eBay suppliers. With your eBay account created, your payment method added, and you've subscribed to eBay Plus if your products have it available, the last step is to actually fulfill the orders. And so I want to walk you through how to place an order through an eBay supplier when a customer buys from your store. So we're going to go into Shopify, click on the Orders tab. For now, I'm just going to pick the most recent order, but you would repeat this same process for every single order, working from the bottom up to the top, because the bottom are the orders that were placed furthest in the past, so you want to make sure they get to customers before the other ones. So here I'm just going to select this order so I can walk you through the process. It's going to say unfulfilled, and that's exactly what it should say because we haven't sent the tracking information and the product to the customer yet. So the reason we're opening up this page is because we want to go through on eBay and purchase the item. But in the shipping address, we want to use Jackie's shipping details instead, so the product is sent to her. So what I'm going to do is go back into our eBay suppliers page. We're going to go in here and click buy it now. Now, if you look at the order information and they have bought your primary product and say your complementary product as well, or they've bought a 2-pack or a 3-pack of your primary product, then you want to make sure you select the correct quantity. So if we scroll down, we can go here and select the quantity that they have actually ordered. And also, if they purchased our complementary products as well, we would just go to the product page for the primary product, click add to cart, and then we would go to the other product listings and add those to cart as well. Your cart inside of eBay should include all of the items that the customer has actually ordered from your store in Shopify. So we can see here for Jackie, this is very easy. Jackie just selected the buy one option, and it's just our primary product. So now that we've added that to our cart inside of eBay, we'll make sure that our payment method that we added earlier in this lesson is selected. Now in the send to section, this is where we want to make some changes. So we click on change. Here we want to click on add a new address. And this is where we want to enter in Jackie's information so the product is sent to Jackie instead of to us. So we're just going to go back through and basically copy all the information across from the Shopify order piece by piece into here. And once you've entered in those details, it's going to ask for a phone number. This is where you want to enter in your phone number. This won't be visible to the customer. This is just going to be used for order updates, so you know when the product has been sent to Jackie, for example. And then you can add the tracking information to the order in Shopify, which I'll show you how to do a little bit later. So you want to add in your phone number here. Once that's all done, click on add.
Now, when we look at the instructions here, it's going to send it to Jackie instead of to our address, which is exactly what we need. We want to scroll down and we want to click on message to seller. Click on that. And in this message section, we're going to put this. Hi there, please do not include any promotional material in the box or packaging. I plan to buy a lot more products from you in the near future, so please ship this out as quickly as possible. I'll include this in the resource sheet for this video. This is just a brief message that'll be sent through to the seller that you want to paste in for each order. Once we've done that, we'll click on add. For the postage option, we're just going to select the normal one that is available here. I have no idea why express delivery is $1,000. I think they've put that there just as a placeholder and thinking that no one will select it, which they shouldn't. But you want to make sure the normal delivery option is selected. If your item has eBay Plus, it will automatically select that for you. Now, the reason that it said free delivery on the product listing, but now is changed to $2.50 delivery, is because this person's address is not in a metropolitan area, it's further away from a major city. And so that's why they've added this additional charge for delivery of this item, which is completely normal and there's no way around it. So this may appear for some of your orders, but not all of them, just based on where your customers are buying. With that all done, we're going to click on confirm and pay. So there we go, the order has been placed and it will be sent to our customer's address. You will receive order updates to your brand email address, and I'll be walking you through what to do with the tracking information once you actually receive it for the order later in this lesson. So now that we've placed that order for Jackie, we're not going to do anything else for now. We can't fulfill the order because we don't have the tracking number yet from eBay. So that's all you need to do at this stage. Just repeat this process every time you get an order in, making sure that all of the items that the customer has ordered are inside this order that you place in eBay. So if they buy your primary product and your complementary products, you add all of those to your cart and then set the customer's shipping address as the delivery address for the eBay order. And once the order has been shipped by the eBay supplier, you will receive an email that looks like this. It's going to be titled an update on your order, and it's going to include the tracking number as well as the customer's details here down the bottom. And so keep an eye on your brand email address, check it every day, see if you have any of these emails that have come through from eBay, so then you can follow these steps to give this tracking number to the customer. So what we're going to do is click on this track order button. This will load up the order details page for this order inside of our eBay account. Now, what we're trying to find out here is we already have the tracking number. We just need to figure out which postage carrier it was sent through. And so we're going to click here on track package. And you can see here that it says Airwallex Australia. So that was the shipping carrier that has been used. So what we're going to do is go into our orders section. This page we looked at earlier in this lesson. This is what we use to place the order. Now what we're going to do is click on fulfill item. Here it's going to ask us to put the tracking number and also the shipping carrier in. So we're going to go back here and grab the tracking number, paste it in here. And then for the shipping carrier, we're going to type in Airwallex Australia, click on that. And then we want to tick this box, send shipment details to your customer now. And then on this side, we want to click fulfill item. And with the order fulfilled and the tracking details added, the customer will now receive an email with the tracking information so they can track their package. So you just want to keep an eye on your brand email address to see whenever an order has been sent out if you are working with eBay suppliers like I've walked you through in this lesson. You follow the steps to grab the tracking number, to check who the shipping carrier is, and you add that information into the Shopify order section so the customer is notified and they can track their order. And if we go back into the orders section, fulfilled orders will be grayed out. And so it's sort of like a to-do list. Any that are white, they still need the tracking information to be entered. All these other ones that are marked as fulfilled, they are finished and there's nothing else you need to do with them. Now, if a customer has ordered more than just your primary product, say they ordered your complementaries or they bought a bundle, the tracking information for each of the items may be different because you're working with different eBay suppliers to fulfill those orders. If that's the case, you need to update the tracking information for each item from each supplier. So you just follow this exact same process, keep an eye on your brand email for updates from eBay, and whenever one of the items has been sent out, update the tracking information for that item in this Shopify orders section.
And once you have added the tracking information for each item in the order, then it will mark the total order as fulfilled and it will be all finished.
When I'm growing my own e-commerce stores, a very important factor that most people just ignore is having amazing customer support. This gets more people coming back and buying from your store again and again. And this is how you really build a customer first e-commerce brand, not just some trashy dropshipping store that no one cares about. In this lesson, I'll give you a live walkthrough on how to manage customer support for your store. So here's what the inside of our email looks like for the brand. And so what we'll see is you'll get alert emails from the different apps that you use, as well as from Shopify for payouts that are coming to your account. And you'll also receive customer support messages. And so the only one that we've received so far for Pure Water is this one here, new customer message. So this was submitted through the contact us form on the website. You can see here it's from Kevin. Kevin's provided his email, and then he said, how do I get filter stones and how much? And so all you need to do is hit reply and then answer the question that they've asked and then hit send, and it's going to send straight to their email address directly. Then if they have any follow-up questions, they can get back to you. You can have a conversation and just help them out. So to respond to this one, I've said, hi Kevin, unfortunately, we don't sell extra filter stones right now, but we'll be adding them to our store shortly. I'll send you an email when they're available. Have a great week. So not only have we been able to reply to this customer, give them the support that they need, but also this has been a great product suggestion, selling extra filter stones. So for Pure Water, being able to offer the stones that come in the shower head, those minerals, being able to offer them separately so people can refill it and make sure they're staying effective. So that's a really good product idea. I think we should contact our supplier and see if we could just get the stones and then add them to our store, because that could have been a sale right there with Kevin asking about them. And I'm sure other customers might ask about this in the future. So I'm gonna hit send, and then as a good practice for things like this, just archive. When you've responded to something, archive it. Keep your inbox as clear as possible. If you work with one of our freedom freelancers, which I'll talk about later in this phase, they'll do this all automatically. They understand the system back to front, but for you, just keep your inbox clear. Reply to someone and then archive it. Other emails you might get in here are going to be payouts from Shopify. So this is just an alert telling you how much money is on its way to your account. And so we've got some payout reminders here for these days that we've generated sales. If you are receiving emails from Klaviyo or any other app, even Shopify when they're promotional emails, I'd really recommend unsubscribing from those. You want to keep your brand inbox as clean as possible and just have customer support emails in here. Everything else should be turned off because you don't need to see it. You just want this to be a hub for customer support. To reply to any comments or direct messages that have been sent to your business pages, here's how you can access them. Go to business.facebook.com, and when you're in Meta Business Suite, go down to Inbox on the left and click on that. The first tab it's going to open up is for all of your messages. So this is Facebook Messenger messages to your brand profile, as well as Instagram DMs. Going through the messages, you're going to see a lot of them that are just spam or people trying to sell you stuff. So if you see any that say your page is scheduled for deletion, or you've done something wrong, or copyright, or anything like that, just ignore it. Do not reply to these. They are all scams and they will keep coming through. It's just a part of running ads on Facebook. Also, you'll probably get promotional messages like this. People saying they want to speak to the store owner or offer you a service or do something for you. Please ignore all of these. Don't work with these people and don't respond to any of those scam messages. So I'm going to click on move to done, and we're just going to clear out everything here. This person's probably trying to sell us something as well. Another person trying to sell, again, another person trying to sell us something. There's a lot of them. If someone says they want to ask you questions about products in the website, double check their profile to see if they're even in the country that you're selling to. This person doesn't have a profile picture. There's no profile name, so it's definitely a scam profile. You can see how many of these come through. So many people just trying to sell you stuff, trying to scam you. So just go through all of them, move them to done. There we go. We had no genuine customer questions inside of our Facebook Messenger or our Instagram DMs. The next step is to look at our comments. To do that, click on Facebook comments up here. And then this is where you can reply to any add comment as well as hide comments that you don't want to be visible. And so when you submit your ads for the raving customer method, you submit them to get some ad love inside of the Freedom platform, you're going to get a bunch of comments on these straight away. So I'm going to show you how to reply to these, as well as how to reply to genuine customer questions or any other comments that you might receive on your Facebook or Instagram ads. So clicking up here, the first thing we want to do is change newest and turn it to all. This is just so we can see all the comments that have been left on this ad and reply to them all. As I said earlier on, my goal in the comments section is to start conversations. I want people to reply to my reply. I want people to keep going back and forth with me so that I can grow the engagement inside of the comment section. So for anybody who has commented on your ad, this is how you do it. The first step I like to do is react to it with a relevant emoji. And then in the reply, I'm going to say, thanks Lillian, have you grabbed one yet? So I'm keeping the conversation going. I want them to reply back to me. So just go through and reply like this. So a lot of these are from Freedom students for some ad live. So I'm going to scroll through and see if there are any genuine questions that are in here from potential customers. In this particular ad, I don't see any. So I'm just going to go through and reply to all of these other ones now. So there we go, I've just replied to all of the comments in here, and I'll just walk you through what I said for these to keep the conversation going and also to answer actual questions about the product. So we've got Ivy here who said perfect for our new home. Said absolutely, did you get one for every bathroom? So for these, I'm just trying to weave in a question or get them to send us a photo when the product actually arrives. Then we have some questions. Will this fit a standard shower head as well? And say, yes, it will. Super easy to install and you won't need any tools. If you're leaving comments for people, giving them some ad love, Shelly and Jesse, what they have done is a great example of what you should do. So you can either leave a compliment or you can ask a question, which gives you the opportunity to reply to it and answer that. This is great because then your comment section really turns into an FAQ section. A potential customer can look through it, they can see answers to most of their frequently asked questions, and then they'll be more likely to go and buy. So I've answered those questions here, and this is really going to help ad performance. So now that all the comments have been replied to on this ad, we can go up to the top left and click on the tick and move it to done. Now we're going to go on to the next ad. And so we're going to do the same thing. Click on the drop down and click on all comments. And we'll see all the comments that have been left on the ad. Again, a lot of these are from the Freedom community. So then you can go through and answer them just like you would for the other comments. Once that's done, click on move to done in the top. Comments that have been left on your social media posts will also be visible here. And so we can see this one here from Thompson, says your steps taking to get on your feet can only be possible if you seek for helping. So I don't even know what that means, but Thompson has left this comment. And so what I'm gonna do is just hit love, and I'm just gonna do the pray hands emoji because why not? And then once that's done, you can click on move to done. Okay, so Thompson's just trying to sell us something. So what I'm gonna do is, this is a good example of a comment that we can hide. And so to hide it, you just click on this hide button here. Now you'll still be able to see it on the back end and you can unhide the comment if you really want to, but this will hide it from anybody else that looks at this post. This is very relevant for when people are complaining or people are saying bad things that they're not even your customer, or somebody's trying to sell you something like this. So we've done that and we'll click move to done. And that's the process of replying to ad comments for your Facebook ads. The last step is to click on Instagram comments. And there we go, we have a question here from a genuine customer. They've said, how long does the mineral adjustment last or need to be replaced to remain functional? So we answered this question in our Facebook ads, but we can also answer it here. What I like to do is hit like on the particular comment and then hit reply. So I've just replied to Susie's comment there and said, we recommend changing the mineral beads every 3 months for the best results. Extra bead packs will be available on our website next week. And then I could reply again with a question or say, hey, did you sign up for our email list? Or hey, have you got yours yet? So just keep the conversation going. And once you have replied to that and you're all finished, you can click on move to done up here. And that's how you respond to your messenger messages, your Instagram DMs, and also comments on your Facebook and Instagram ads. As you are solving customer support questions, you eventually have to issue your first refund at some point. To issue a refund to a customer, here's what you need to do. First, you need to go into your orders tab inside of Shopify. Click into here and then find the order for the customer that you want to issue a refund for. You can narrow down the results by just searching the customer's name or email address up the top, but because this store just started, it's going to be very easy for us to find an order to do this with. Then once you've found the order, click on it and it will take you to a screen that looks like this. This shows the items that they bought, how much they paid, what shipping option they chose as well as if they used a discount code. To issue a refund, you'll see this button in the top right. Click on refund. And then what we can do here is enter the amount that we want to refund. So if you're doing a full refund, then you can change the unit number from 0 to 1, and that's going to issue a full refund to the customer. Now, if you're issuing a partial refund, you can come in here and type in the amount. Let's say it was a 50% refund, So I'm put that in here. And then leave the send a notification to the customer option ticked. We want to make sure that they know that a refund has been issued. And then the reason for refund, you can put that in as well, whatever the reason actually is. Were they unhappy with something? Did it not work as described? Was it just a change of mind or something else? So you can put that in there, and then you can click on refund. And this will refund the customer that amount, and it will also send an email to them notifying them that the refund has been processed.